Chapter 1153. Yang Di brandished his saber mightily, advancing with indomitable will. The saber light swept through everything in its path as it battled the strongest of the world beyond world's 10 exalts, the upper and lower exalts, within a single day. Your saber and Nai Jingshan's sword are so powerful, Chen Qianhua exclaimed in admiration. I really want to see how the two of you fight. Even as the foundation of the world was unceasingly broken apart by Yang Di's saberlight, Chen Qianhua was in no hurry. His other hand struck out towards Yang Di. The palm seemed to be collapsing, and heaven and earth were overturned. It was the flipping sky seal. Yang Di had cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture as well. However, he had mostly used it to accumulate his true essence and temper his fleshly body, absorbing a portion of its principles for his own use and infusing it into his saber arts. Yang Di could also see through Chen Qianhua's cyclic heavenly seal. However, this cyclic heavenly seal of his was not aimed directly at Yang Di, instead resonating with the palm of his other hand. Under the mysteries of the flipping sky seal, the foundation of the world, which had begun to collapse and was heading towards its end, actually stopped declining. Not only did it stop its decline, but the flow of spiritual qi in the foundation of the world had also reversed. Due to Yang Di's saber, the foundation of the world which had been heading towards the end of later heaven vaguely returned to later heaven at this moment, returning to its most primitive state. This move was similar to Yang Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, executing the returning to earlier heaven variation. It could be said to be a variation of reversing later heaven. Although it wasn't as powerful as return to carnate, it could be used to stabilize the foundation of the world and play a defensive role. Seeing this, Yang Di raised his brows slightly. His response was to strike again and continue to strengthen his attack. The incomparably domineering creation saber slashed down, and Chen Qianhua's foundation of the world immediately collapsed. Wherever the saber light went, the process of creation's transformation was almost impossible to reverse. Even if Chen Qianhua wanted to go against the flow, he would find it hard to do so. He could only watch as the vast saber light surged forward, sweeping everything in its path. Although the flipping sky seal combined with the power of the foundation of the world had slowed down the process, it was still not enough. However, the advance of the tide was unstoppable. No matter how slow he was, he would never stop. Chen Qianhua took a deep breath. 2 streams of air, one red and one white, spurted out from his nostrils and circulated around his body. It was the prime clear direct lineage's bright crimson tribulation scripture. Then, wisps of plain-colored mist emerged from the acupoints all over his body and surrounded him. Grand plainness, immeasurable body. Yang Di's gaze focused slightly. Chen Qianhua smiled, no need to find it strange. I exchanged my walking stick technique with that black-clothed brocade emperor. As he spoke, his figure began to become illusory. He had once again used the bright beginning body of emptiness. With the fusion of Tai Su and Tai Shi's 2 great techniques, Chen Qianhua's defensive power immediately rose rapidly. More importantly, after using the bright crimson Calamity Sutra to temporarily replace the Taiji Yin-Yang palm, the heaven flipping seal's transformation was complete. Starting from the heaven flipping seal, he went against the flow. With the heaven flipping seal as a link, he went through Taiji and Taisu to Taisha. Although it could not be traced back to Taiyi and Taichu, it had already traced back the scene of the creation of the heavens to the realm of concrete immaterial. With that, it was able to resist Yang Di's creation saber to a great extent. Even when the saber light finally broke through the foundation of the world and broke through, it was no longer as unrivaled as before. Chen Qianhua's multi-pronged attack seemed to be going against the will of the heavens. If my son Yang Zhaoge uses it, there might still be a chance. Yang Di was unmoved in the least. You merely have the looks. As he spoke, he raised the saber in his hand once more. Then, thousands of sabers slashed down consecutively like a thunderstorm. The domineering saberlight seemed to be able to open up a world before destroying it. Numerous saberlights struck down on every single detail of Chen Qianhua's fist intent, causing him to be fatigued in dealing with them. They were both knowledgeable and proficient in many supreme martial arts. Still, the greatest difference between Yang Zhaoge and Chen Qianhua was displayed at this moment. The former was fused together while the latter accumulated and accumulated. While they usually seemed similar, it was the result of 1 + 1 = 2. Still, when Chen Qianhua executed many martial arts at the same time at a critical moment, it was hard for him to achieve complete control over the details. The various martial arts were clearly separated at the end of the day. These boundaries would become the focus of the opponent's attacks, resulting in the phenomenon of 1 + 1 being less than 2. Meanwhile, under the same circumstances, Yang Zhaoge was instead 1 + 1 being more than 2. Of course, in order to make use of this, one's cultivation base could not be lower than Chen Qianhua's. How many people in the entire world beyond worlds dared to say that Chen Qianhua only had the looks? Meanwhile, Yang Di could not be clearer about this, as he was also better at making use of it than others. It's really hard to restrain and block your saber. A rare look of defeat appeared on Chen Qianhua's face as he seemed dissatisfied with his own performance. Since that is the case, I can only meet your attacks with attacks. Amidst his words, his figure abruptly spun. As he executed the Jade Clear Lineage Spatial Heavenly Scripture, Eon Light Heavenly Scripture and the Grand Clear Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness form, Chen Qianhua's figure began to turn indistinct at times. After abandoning the foundation of the world and no longer focusing solely on defense, Chen Qianhua began to unleash the miraculous effects of the Spatial Heavenly Scripture, Eon Light Heavenly Scripture and other supreme martial arts on their own, their power increasingly manifesting. His entire person became agile and swift as he no longer attempted to forcibly block Yang Di's saber head-on, as he instead began attacking Yang Di from various angles, clashing with him. Yang Di's expression did not change as his condensed saber light began to expand, shattering the sky. Both sides gradually left the world beyond worlds, their battlefield extending into extra-dimensional space. Space grew vast, but Yang Di's saberlight was even more majestic as it seemed to occupy the entire surrounding space. Ever since he had started cultivating in martial arts, he had never been afraid of clashing head-on with others. Moreover, he now possessed the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. This treasure that had accompanied him for life grew more profound and powerful as his cultivation base increased. The pervading starry clouds seemed to bloom as they hovered above Yang Di's head. Whether it was the cyclic heavenly seal, the scepter, the bright crimson divine palm or the grand beginning bright emptiness form, all of Chen Qianhua's attacks were dissipated into nothingness as they landed on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. This even made Chen Qianhua feel like he was facing off against leakless true immortals like the Heaven Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor. Still, the more this was so, the more his interest was stimulated. After testing out Yang Di's attacks, Chen Qianhua wanted to see if he could break through the defenses of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Yang Di looked coldly at Chen Qianhua. Whether Chen Qianhua used the Heavenly Heart Ruler or not, it would not affect Yang Di's full power. He had no interest in knowing what Chen Qianhua was thinking, nor did he have any obligation to cooperate. He was in a rush to save someone, a life at stake. If someone was playing this game for fun, he would let them know that this was a game that they could not afford to play. Yang Di's thoughts were very simple. He would sweep away all obstacles that dared stand in his way. After gradually familiarizing himself with the rhythm of Chen Qianhua's shifting of space, the light of thunder abruptly surged on the tip of Yang Di's saber. Chapter 1154. Yang Di brandished his saber, the light of thunder on its blade rippling outwards, causing the surrounding space to shake as well. Wherever the ripple-like lightning went, space seemed to be completely frozen. Even with Chen Qianhua's cultivation, his movements were immediately hindered and slowed down. Void spatial thunder? Chen Qianhua immediately reacted. Back in the 9 underworlds, Yang Zhaoge had collected a portion of the thunderclouds of the grand illusory spatial thunder and brought it back to the world beyond worlds. Yang Di's mastery of grand illusory spatial thunder stemmed from this. Still, didn't Yang Zhaoge tell you about it? Chen Qianhua did not mind. I also gained something from that grand illusory spatial thunder. As he spoke, lightning surged from his body, forming a bubble-like existence. As soon as the bubble appeared, Chen Qianhua was able to move freely again. Yang Di seemed unconcerned about this. He only stared coldly at Chen Qianhua. At the same time, the torrential saber intent was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Qianhua's gaze lit up slightly. Still, due to the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he was unable to see through Yang Di's intentions. On the other side, a bad premonition rose in the heart of the earth exalt, Wang Zhengcheng. After Chen Qianhua had clashed with Yang Di, Wang Zhengcheng had retreated to the side. To him, he did not necessarily have to defeat Yang Di in this battle. All he had to do was delay Yang Di here. If not for Yang Di constantly suppressing Chen Qianhua, Wang Zhengcheng would actually be more willing to go block Yang Zhaoge, who was suppressing the black-clothed brocade emperor, or just go look for Xue Chuqing directly. Yet, Yang Di's actions before him caused his heart to palpitate. Numerous arcs of thunder overlapped space as they condensed on Yang Di's saber, actually vaguely forming an even sharper saber. Then, Yang Di drew out his saber, drawing the heavenly dragon saber from within that saber of thunderbolts. Then, he put it away. Yang Di's movements resembled drawing a saber from its scabbard. However, when this scene entered the eyes of the two supreme beings, it actually produced the same type of strange feeling. It was as if the heavenly dragon saber was the scabbard. The formless blade that stood in the void without dispersing was the real blade. The surface of the heavenly dragon saber that Yang Di had kept was currently riddled with numerous fine cracks. Chen Shangfang's attack did not land on his blade. Wang Zhengcheng's heart skipped a beat. These scars were all caused by his own blade intent. Wait, could it be? Wang Zhengcheng was horrified. Chen Qianhua's eyes shone as he stared at Yang Di. Is this your true saber? Yang Di did not answer as he made a grabbing motion with his empty hand, catching that formless saber formed of thunderbolts. In an instant, boundless radiance burst forth from the formless blade, illuminating the surrounding dark void. Then, Yang Di raised his light saber. Then it slashed down. Like a heavenly tribulation, the blade slashed towards Chen Qianhua. Chen Qianhua felt that no matter how he moved, he would not be able to avoid this strike. Still, he had not intended to evade in the first place, as he instead took the initiative to meet it, golden flames surging within his palms as he struck out towards Yang Di. The innate Li Fire divine palm landed on the grand simplicity splendor cloud, and finally, the grand simplicity splendor cloud trembled and even weakened. But in the end, it did not pierce through the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Meanwhile, that saber of light had already arrived above Chen Qianhua's head. The saber was like the unstoppable momentum of the heavens and the earth. Also, it was different from Yang Di's saber intent in the past. Creation went from creation to destruction, its momentum unstoppable as it was originally already an irreversible process. Even as Yang Di's saber manifested this process, it was shockingly pushing forward unceasingly, accelerating this process unceasingly. It made it faster, fiercer, more tyrannical, more unstoppable. Creation saber, instantaneous heaven annihilation. Chen Qianhua inhaled deeply, executing the grand plainness immeasurable body and the grand beginning bright emptiness form together to buy time. His left hand manifested the profundities of the spatial heavenly scripture while his right hand manifested the eon light heavenly scripture. Grand illusory spatial thunder surrounded him as he exerted his final effort, finally allowing him to shift through space, barely avoiding his vitals. Even so, however, Yang Di's saberlight still heavily hacked down on his body. Fresh blood instantly filled the air. Chen Qianhua was sent flying backwards, a saber wound running from his right shoulder to his left waist, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Such saber intent and saber arts. Wang Zhengcheng was shocked as he watched this scene. Cough, 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 cough. It's true that those who are not of the same family are not of the same family. Chen Qianhua instead smiled, even looking rather joyful, battling with those of similar cultivation bases. It was only when I fought with Yang Zhaoge last time that my injuries were worse than today's. Cough, cough. Boosted by the foundation of the world alone, Chen Qianhua discovered that his injuries were recovering at a much slower rate than he had expected. The remnant saber intent of Yang Di's creation saber suppressed his foundation of the world to a certain extent. He simultaneously unleashed multiple pre-celestial supreme martial arts. Only with the combination of pre-celestial and post-celestial supreme martial arts could the foundation of the world exert its effects, causing Chen Qianhua's injuries to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. I still couldn't break through your grand simplicity splendor cloud. Chen Qianhua felt rather regretful about something else now. I really feel rather regretful now that I don't know the heaven-opening scripture. Wang Zhengcheng dared not hesitate as he hurriedly stepped forward, standing between the two. Chen Qianhua possessed the foundation of the world. If he did not die from a single blow, there would still be hope for him to recover. Still, it would be impossible for him to do so in a single stroke. It was just that Wang Zhengcheng had no confidence in facing Yang Di's saber earlier. The saber of light in Yang Di's hand dissipated, returning to formlessness. After glancing coldly at Chen Qianhua and Wang Zhengcheng, Yang Di did not linger as he headed north. He was still concerned about Xue Chuqing at the end of the day. Her life was at stake as every second counted. Wang Zhengcheng, Chen Qianhua, the black-clothed brocade emperor and the heaven emperor side, the other side definitely still had people dealing with Xue Chuqing. Looking at Yang Di's departing figure, Wang Zhengcheng inhaled deeply, preparing to follow. While Yang Di's saber had left him incomparably shocked, Wang Zhengcheng had to do his best to delay Yang Di for the sake of his plan, even if his life was at risk. You can chase after him. He is likely unable to consecutively unleash that saber earlier, Chen Qianhua chuckled. Still, I cannot say for sure how long the interval will be. Wang Zhengcheng looked at Chen Qianhua, upper exalt. I've already had my fill today. The Yang father and son are indeed extraordinary. Before the other party could finish speaking, Chen Qianhua chortled as he drifted off into the distance. Wang Zhengcheng sighed towards the heavens. Now, he suddenly sensed something. Swiveling his head in another direction, he saw infinite radiance suddenly surging amidst space. Amidst the radiance, two figures were entangled as they approached the battlefield. They were none other than Yang Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor. While he was unable to shake off the black-clothed brocade emperor, the latter was still unable to truly obstruct Yang Zhaoge at the end of the day as he could only slow him down. The two fought as they moved. Fog Tea Mountain was not far from the central Jun Heaven territory in the first place as they had already reached this region as they clashed. Seeing this, Wang Zhengcheng's heart sank even further. Chapter 1155. Yang Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal descended, forcing the black-clothed brocade emperor into retreat once more. Then, he swept his gaze across the vast void before him. Creation Saber, the foundation of the world, with the great battle having just ended earlier, there were still remnants of auras in the air that Yang Zhaoge could barely distinguish. It looks like you were unable to keep my father here. Yang Zhaoge gazed at the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng. What about Upper Chen? Did he go after my father? Wang Zhengcheng sighed. Without saying a word, he prepared to head north as well. Yang Zhaoge's figure flickered as he had already intercepted him. Since the Earth Exalt did not manage to keep my father here, this Yang will have to ask the Earth Exalt to stay. Since his father had successfully broken through the encirclement first, Yang Zhaoge was no longer in a rush. On the contrary, if she could obstruct both the black-clothed brocade emperor and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng here, there would be fewer variables on Yang Di's side and Xue Chuqing's situation would be safer as well. I have already done my best. Please forgive me, Earth Exalt. The black-clothed brocade emperor's expression was as calm as ever, just that his gaze that was on Yang Zhaoge was filled with caution and solemnity. You are too polite, Your Majesty. It was this old man who had miscalculated. I had not thought that my opponent's cultivation base would actually soar once more in just a few short years. Wang Zhengcheng first nodded towards the black-clothed brocade emperor in greeting before swiveling his head to look at Yang Zhaoge with a complex expression on his face. The father and son of the Yang family are both fallen deities. Nai Nanfang's words are definitely not an exaggeration. After the great calamity, it is truly a joyous matter for our Taoism to have produced talents like you and your father. What a pity, what a pity. If your father had not married the snow crane back then, if the fallen deity had not become the successor of the dim radiant emperor that day, it would have been great. His hands behind his back, Yang Zhaoge said quietly, Elder Wang's words now are rather meaningless. You are right, exiled immortal. This old man is just lamenting that fate makes fools of people. Yin Dim Radiance and Hu Tongming have left behind endless evil. Wang Zhengcheng sighed. Whatever you say, Elder Wang, Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Anyway, this Yang will still do whatever I have to do. For example, I really want to kill you right now. Yang Zhaoge's tone was very relaxed, but the killing intent contained within was bone-piercing cold, not concealed in the slightest. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng had lived for thousands of years, and had experienced countless storms and waves in his life, facing countless life and death situations. However, this was the first time Wang Zhengcheng encountered a young man who was less than a fraction of his age saying that he wanted to kill him. The crux of the matter was that while the other party was only a late immortal bridge martial saint. But Wang Zhengcheng also had to admit that this was not a bluff, but a real death threat. Just looking at how even the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had actually been unable to defeat Yang Zhaoge, Wang Zhengcheng knew that even with the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, as long as he was the slightest bit careless, he might still be slain by Yang Zhaoge on the spot. Does the Earth Exalt think that we father and son are easy to bully? Yang Zhaoge gazed coldly at Wang Zhengcheng. Wang Zhengcheng shook his head. I wouldn't dare. In his plan, it would be best to hide it from Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, soundlessly killing Xue Chuqing and erasing her from the face of this world. After that, no one knew what had happened to Xue Chuqing. As a result, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di still believed that Xue Chuqing's whereabouts were unknown as she wandered about. Finding Xue Chuqing would not be easy as a disturbance was bound to be caused. Wang Zhengcheng and the others also knew that Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di were also searching for someone, as they would definitely react to the disturbance. Therefore, they had hoped to make use of the disturbances in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and the Royal Reed Sea to draw the attention of Yang Zhaoge and the others before launching a diversionary attack. Sadly, Yang Zhaoge and the others had reacted very quickly. Also, surpassing Wang Zhengcheng's expectations was that the other side's strength had improved by leaps and bounds within a short period of time, such that they were instead lacking in manpower as they were unable to continue. While Wang Zhengcheng had yet to give up, there were already signs of failure on the verge of success. Amidst space, Wang Zhengcheng still could not help but look towards the world beyond worlds before him as his heart burned with anxiety. Where are you looking, Earth Exalt? Yang Zhaoge's figure suddenly filled his field of vision. The next moment, a palm descended from the heavens. Wang Zhengcheng took a deep breath, and a powerful force suddenly erupted from his aged body. He assumed a fist stance with his left hand, sinking it into his dantian before clenching the fingers of his right hand into a fist and punching upwards. Beneath this fist, numerous graceful streams of qi surged from the acupoints of his entire body, intermingling as they vaguely condensed into an illusory figure. Enveloped by the illusory figure, Wang Zhengcheng's fist seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled a banner whilst also an axe. Where the force of his fist passed, dim space broke apart, emitting bright light as boundless thick earth appeared that was between earlier and later heaven. At this moment, it was not that the sky was collapsing. Instead, it was that the great earth was rising. The thick great earth rose unceasingly, rising as high as the heavens, conforming with the heavens as it even seemed like it wanted to shatter the very heavens. Qilin Cliff's direct lineage martial art, yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. Wang Zhengcheng was a conservative and prudent person. When he had clashed with Yang Di earlier, it had only been to obstruct him. Therefore, he had fought extremely conservatively as he had been focused on delaying for time. Now that he was facing Yang Zhaoge, the position of the intruder and obstructor having been swapped, this most veteran martial saint of the world beyond worlds could no longer be bothered with maintaining his composure as he directly unleashed his most powerful killing move. The yin-yang earth mountain river diagram expanded, numerous layers of yin-yang earth spirit soil enveloping it, combining with the great earth formed of Wang Zhengcheng's fist intent and true essence as its power increased exponentially, becoming heavy to the point of being incomparably heavy. Bolstered by an immortal artifact, this fist of Wang Zhengcheng's was something that even emperors would have to take seriously. Yet, Yang Zhaoge ignored it as he mightily smashed downwards with a cyclic heavenly seal. As the two sides collided, it was like the heavens and the earth, one sinking while the other rising as they approached each other before mightily colliding. This is reversing creation. Wang Zhengcheng's expression changed. Martial saints can execute the reversing creation of the cyclic heavenly seal. The collision of the heavens and the earth shockingly ended with the heavens crushing the earth. Of the jade-clear direct lineage's earlier Heaven 3 scriptures, the heaven-opening scripture possessed the greatest offensive power as it surpassed the cyclic heavenly scripture by a level. The yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer of the lineage of the earthly sovereign's Chilean cliff originated from the yin-yang earth heaven-opening art. It was a manifestation of the heaven-opening scripture of the earth, water, fire, and wind, developing its own style as it flourished. Still, the superiority of martial arts was one aspect. There were also differences in the people who executed them. Yang Zhaoge's attainments in the cyclic heavenly seal were so great that even many immortal realm experts would be hard-pressed to reach him. Having already cultivated in this supreme martial art to an extremely high level, he was naturally able to unleash a terrifying might that far surpassed the imagination of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng, who had been immersed in the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer for many years, was hard-pressed to withstand the might of Yang Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal now. The great earth shattered unceasingly while the sky continued collapsing downward. Seeing this, the black-clothed brocade emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he drifted over to Yang Zhaoge's side before tapping out with a finger. Ha! Yang Zhaoge exhaled and roared, his right hand not moving as he raised his left hand, executing an identical cyclic heavenly seal as he met the brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger. Chapter 1156. Yang Zhaoge struck out with both his hands, simultaneously striking out with the cyclic heavenly seals, forcibly clashing against the black-clothed brocade emperor and the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng. On one side was the grand clear direct lineage's grand primordial divine finger, one of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. It was formless, shapeless, and boundlessly graceful. On one side was the jade-clear lineage's supreme martial art, the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer of the Chilean cliff. It was forceful, tyrannical, and earth-shattering. Yang Zhaoge was currently fighting 1 against 2 with his cultivation base at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. His body swayed slightly at first, but soon, yin and yang energies intertwined and circulated above his head. As the great Tao of yin and yang shifted, the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengcheng simultaneously felt their attacks being affected. Yin-yang heavenly scroll. Wang Zhengcheng and Yi Zichen realized the problem at the same time. Yang Zhaoge, who possessed the yin-yang heavenly scripture and had great attainments in it, did not fear being ganged up on. Unless there was a way to decipher the mysteries of the yin-yang heavenly book, or if there was someone among the enemies who was clearly stronger than him and could draw most of his attention. Yin and yang above Yang Zhaoge's head, Taiji beneath his feet as he abruptly spun with himself as the axis. As he executed the yin-yang heavenly scripture and the Taiji yin-yang palm together, the concept of the cyclic heavenly scripture was also merged by Yang Zhaoge. This rotation reversed the universe as it shockingly guided Wang Zhengcheng's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer towards the black-clothed brocade emperor. Meanwhile, the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger pointed towards Wang Zhengcheng and the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram. With the cultivation bases of the brocade emperor and Wang Zhengcheng, they would naturally not be used against them. But at this moment, their attacks were clearly biased towards each other. It was not a deviation in direction, but a deviation in logic. It was as if their earlier attack on Yang Zhaoge had actually been a facade, their true targets having originally been prepared to attack each other. Everything that was happening now was just a facade being stripped away and returning to reality. If they wanted to change this, the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengcheng could only retract their attacks, halting halfway through. However, the black-clothed brocade emperor's expression was calm as he remained unmoved. He just so happened to be someone who had a way to resolve the mysteries of the yin-yang heavenly scripture. He used the grand primordium divine finger with one hand, while the yin and yang fishes hugged each other in the center of his other palm, turning into a Tai Chi diagram that spun rapidly. Bolstered by the true intent of the Taiji yin-yang palm, the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger instantly broke free of the influence of the profundities of Yang Zhaoge's yin-yang heavenly scripture, pointing towards him once more. On the other side, the earth exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, took a deep breath. His left fist, which was at his waist, could not be bothered to defend himself. He struck upwards with a backhand palm. It was also the flipping sky seal. While his attainments were not as deep as Yang Zhaoge's, Wang Jingcheng did not expect his cyclic heavenly seal to defeat Yang Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. He wanted to deal with Yang Zhaoge's palm force from the side, helping to relieve some of the burden of executing the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer with his other hand. Open. Yang Zhaoge was unafraid as he abruptly changed his stance. Light and darkness were separated. The darkness melted away and light shone brightly. In the next moment, the light shattered, and the great Tao no longer existed. Its powerful destructive power forcibly shattered the black and white Taiji diagram formed of the black-clothed brocade emperor's Taiji yin-yang palm, smashing apart the heavy earth created by Wang Zhongcheng's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. Both of them frowned. What a violent fist technique! The black-clothed brocade emperor retracted his move. The grand commencement divine finger could be used both offensively and defensively as it met and blocked Yang Zhaoge's fist. The figure of the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng sank completely within the dense yin-yang earth spirit soil as he once more executed the heaven-earth origin returning mother fist to resist Yang Zhaoge's attacks. Having gained the initiative with a single move, Yang Zhaoge roared towards the heavens, changing his stance once more. He simultaneously raised his hands, a sword appearing within each of them. The cloud-circulating heavenly light sword on one side and the evil sword Daotai on the other. The next moment, the two swords simultaneously descended, chopping towards the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Jingcheng respectively. Streams of true essence surged above Yang Zhaoge's head, yin and yang intermingling as the turtle and snake coiled, tough and soft coexisting. The true spirit of true martial manifested, suppressing the many heavens. The avatars of true martial also condensed on the tips of Yang Zhaoge's swords. The next moment, blood spilled from true martial. Countless ferocious swordlights shot out from the bodies of the two Xuanwu tortoises, transforming into sharp flashes of light as they hacked towards Yang Zhaoge's two opponents. This sword art. The black-clothed brocade emperor immediately discovered something unusual. He had previously seen Yang Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Yang Zhaoge had integrated some of the profundities of the immortal exterminating sword into his slaying azure dragon back then as well. Now, however, it was a sword art that was completely executed by the immortal exterminating sword. The yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage nourished the image of the turtle and snake coiling Xuanwu formed of the Xuanwu fist scripture before slaying the Xuanwu with the immortal exterminating sword, collapsing yin and yang as it broke through various principles. While referencing the swords of the prime clear lineage, the sword arts of the prime clear lineage were not externally manifested as they were instead converted into supreme martial arts of the jade clear and grand clear lineage as swords that broke through all arts. It was not brutal and decisive like the slaying azure dragon which slaughtered all life forms. Still, it was more proficient in attacking as it specifically targeted opponents with strong defenses. As his fingertip clashed with the tip of the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, the black-clothed brocade emperor emitted a muffled groan as he stumbled backwards. While he was still uninjured, radiance flickered on the tip of his index finger which had forcibly received Yang Zhaoge's sword earlier, circulating unceasingly as it was hard to condense. With just a thought, the black-clothed brocade emperor actually felt as though he was unable to unleash the grand commencement divine finger for the time being. Meanwhile, the evil sword Daotai was devouring the yin-yang earth spirit soil on a large scale as its sharp slaying Xuanwu sword broke through the layers of soil, arriving directly before the earth exalt Wang Jingcheng. Beneath that sword, if not for the timely protection of the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, Wang Zhongcheng's forehead would very nearly have been pierced through by Yang Zhaoge's sword. The two experts surrounding Yang Zhaoge roared in unison as they both retreated to the side. They stabilized their footing, gazing at Yang Zhaoge as they both felt heavy-hearted. If one were to say that Yang Di, Nai Jingshan, and Chen Qianhua were all shockingly talented, being able to resist true immortals as human exalts, then, how could one describe the terrifying might of Yang Zhaoge who was merely a 9th-level martial saint? In this clash just now, Yang Zhaoge had no longer relied on the yin-yang heavenly scripture to teleport as he had instead forcibly repelled the two of them in a head-on clash. Even though his sword arts were supreme and profound, how much accumulated true essence would he have to have been able to sustain him in executing such a powerful attack, simultaneously clashing head-on with two experts? Even though the black-clothed brocade emperor and the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng were knowledgeable and experienced, they still found it hard to comprehend this at this moment. Cyclic heavenly scripture, life creation heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, taiji yin-yang palm, even with the grand plainness immeasurable body and the grand beginning bright emptiness form, they would still be unable to sustain his expenditure like this. The two looked at Yang Zhaoge with inconceivable expressions. How did he do it? Yang Zhaoge exhaled slowly after simultaneously repelling the two experts with his two swords. His aura was black and white as it flowed in an endless stream. As he inhaled and exhaled, his aura flowed far and wide as it rapidly recovered to its peak state. He pointed his sword towards the two opponents before him. While he did not say anything, his meaning was clear. The black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengcheng glared at Yang Zhaoge. Now, in the distant world beyond worlds, a distortion suddenly occurred at the edge of the boundaries of the world. A tyrannical, majestic saber-light passed through the power of dimensions as it virtually seemed about to transmit into extra-dimensional space. Accompanying it was a dense chi of blood and death. Yang Zhaoge did not look back as he said slowly, "This is the second human exalt to perish beneath my father's saber." Chapter 1157. Feeling that resolute killing intent and the scattered death chi amidst space, a shocking glow erupted from the gaze of the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng. He gazed at the gradually healing boundaries of the world beyond worlds, gazing at that gradually fading saber-light and feeling that withering life force, not speaking for a long time. Wang Zhengcheng clearly knew that Yang Zhaoge was not bluffing. Instead, another human exalt had truly been slain by Yang Di after the southern exalt Zhuang Shun. Having just clashed with Yang Di, Wang Zhengcheng would definitely not be mistaken about that majestic, tyrannical saber-light. This saber had already declared that today's matters had come to an end. It was just that had their scheme succeeded or not. Had Yang Di rushed to kill Xue Chuqing before she died, saving his wife, or had he been a step too late, helplessly killing to vent his anger? So it is the Eastern exalt, Daoist One Heaven. Yang Zhaoge said mildly. After Zhuangshan perished, other than Upper Chen and Yu, the Earth exalt, there is only Daoist One Heaven who cultivates in the longevity martial scripture who could still possess such dense, vigorous life force. He gazed at Wang Zhengcheng. Did my mother's master perish because of Daoist One Heaven? Wang Zhengcheng was silent as his gaze shifted between Yang Zhaoge and the distant world beyond worlds. After a while, he shook his head. Since the outcome had already been decided, there was no longer a need for him to continue battling Yang Zhaoge. Daoist One Heaven had perished, Xue Chuqing dead or alive. Yang Di had already arrived now. Even if Wang Zhengcheng chased after him, he had no confidence of being able to do anything against Yang Di's saber. The reason he had been able to persuade the black-clothed brocade emperor to act aside from a deal was that he himself hoped to analyze the Tai fist through clashing with Yang Zhaoge. Therefore, the black-clothed brocade emperor would only be fighting Yang Zhaoge this time. He would not participate in fighting anyone else. Wang Zhengcheng's greatest regret now was that he had been too conservative earlier. He had sought too much stability in intercepting Yang Di earlier. Opening the heavens countered Tai. Bolstered by the yin-yang earth-mountain-river diagram, Wang Zhengcheng's yin-yang earth-heaven-breaking hammer could instead pose a threat to Yang Di. In a one-on-one battle, he only wanted to delay and entangle his opponent. On the other hand, it was true that he rarely had the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. After the upper exalt Chen Qianhua had arrived, the most suitable method was actually for him, Wang Zhengcheng, to be the main attacker while Chen Qianhua was the main defender, the two of them joining forces to deal with Yang Di. While it was not easy for Chen Qianhua's foundation of the world to block Yang Di's saber, when he executed his various defensive supreme arts and focused on defense, he was still able to deal with Wang Zhengcheng somewhat. Wang Zhengcheng would be able to make use of this chance to attack. Unfortunately, Wang Zhengcheng was too conservative. Moreover, he did not know Chen Qianhua well enough. He did not expect that Chen Qianhua would not use his immortal artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ruler, from the start to the end. Instead, Chen Qianhua just left like that. Through his observation of this battle, Wang Zhengcheng felt that Chen Qianhua would probably not mind him joining forces to attack Yang Di. After understanding all of this, Wang Zhengcheng could only regret it. Now that things had come to this, even if he had other ideas, he was powerless. As these thoughts flashed through the black-clothed brocade emperor's mind, he had already understood the situation as he guessed Wang Zhengcheng's intentions. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma, and his heart was constantly deliberating. Now, a powerful light suddenly surged into existence in the distant world beyond world. Close to where the three were clashing, sword chi shot into the heavens from the world beyond worlds, directly breaking through dimensional boundaries as it arrived in extra-dimensional space where they were. Feeling that sword intent that surged to the heavens, a shocking glow erupted from the eyes of the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengcheng. A sword light that seemed like it could open up a whole new world shot out of the world beyond worlds, cleaving through space. Where the sword light passed, numerous worlds were actually birthed from amidst the space of nothingness. Numerous small foreign dimensions that resembled bubbles appeared amidst space just like that, forming a line as they arrived before the three. While these foreign dimensions were still extremely primitive and crude, they had already begun to take shape. After a long period of time, they might possess their own independent laws, evolving into life, mountains, rivers, and lakes. Looking at that sword light, while this was the first time Yang Zhaoge was personally witnessing it, he knew its origins. It was precisely the origin opening sword, the leakless immortal artifact that the sword sovereign Yu Zhenbei had once used, the origin opening sword. Wang Piyu had indeed sent this sword over to Yang Zhaoge. The black-clothed brocade emperor's figure rapidly descended, meeting the incoming swordlight as he wanted to obstruct it midway. No communication was required as the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng blocked Yang Zhaoge at the same time. The spiritual force of the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram was stimulated to the limits of what Wang Zhengcheng could control. Numerous layers of yin-yang earth spirit soil agglomerated, transforming into continuous mountains. At first glance, it actually seemed like the entire Kunlun mountain had been shifted outside of the world beyond worlds, into this region of space. The earlier clash had already allowed them to sufficiently witness Yang Zhaoge's strength. If the origin opening sword were to fall into Yang Zhaoge's hands now, it would definitely rise to an incomparably terrifying level. Even though Yang Zhaoge was not of Jade Capital Crag's lineage, this being his first time coming into contact with the origin opening sword. Still, with his cultivation base and attainments in the Tao of the sword, if he were to obtain the origin opening sword, neither the black-clothed brocade emperor nor Wang Zhengcheng would have an easy time. The origin opening sword had to be intercepted. If they could temporarily snatch the origin opening sword, even if they were unable to use it, it would still be better than if it had fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands. As soon as he saw the sword light of the origin opening sword, Yang Zhaoge's figure immediately descended, meeting it. Yang Zhaoge did not evade Wang Zhengcheng's obstruction. The dazzling purple light of thunder instead erupted from within his pupils. An instant's thunder. All light abruptly dimmed amidst space for an instant. There were only thunderbolts that shocked the heavens which mightily erupted at this instant. Yang Zhaoge's entire body was enveloped by thunderbolts as he transformed into a streak of thunder, mightily descending, piercing through the mountains and the great earth that obstructed here. The radiance did not cease in its momentum as it pursued the black-clothed brocade emperor. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not halt as he expanded the grand beginning bright emptiness form, shifting space as he first arrived beside the origin opening sword. Relying on his leakless true immortal body, he attempted to forcibly receive Yang Zhaoge's blow as he still persisted in grabbing towards the origin opening sword. Yet, red light flickered within Yang Zhaoge's eyes as he secretly circulated the profundities of the immortal trapping sword manual, instantly arriving beside the black-clothed brocade emperor. Then, a heavy cyclic heavenly seal descended, directly sending the black-clothed brocade emperor flying downward. Yang Zhaoge halted, standing in mid-air as he made a grabbing motion. An ancient sword that was pure white in color and flickered with a faint golden radiance landed within Yang Zhaoge's palm. Seeing that the origin opening sword had fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands, the black-clothed brocade emperor did not hesitate in the slightest as his figure flickered, immediately fleeing far away. Yang Zhaoge slowly brandished his sword, space before him being split into two wherever his swordlight passed. Black-clothed brocade emperor, receive another sword of mine now. An unprecedentedly massive azure dragon traversed extra-dimensional space in pursuit of the black-clothed brocade emperor. Halfway there, blood suddenly spurted from within the azure dragon's body, streaks of dark red blood-red light that shocked the heavens as they transformed into infinite blood-red light which suffused space. Chapter 1158. Yang Zhaoge executed a slaying azure dragon that was ferocious to the extreme, the sword glow of the origin opening sword skyrocketing, transforming into a mournful blood-red glow which hacked straight towards the black-clothed brocade emperor. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not even look back as he fled amidst space. But with a muffled groan, dark red blood could still be seen spurting out from the dark universe. The splattered blood was shining with a faint golden light. The blood droplets exploded in the void, turning into blood-colored taiji diagrams that did not dissipate for a long time. A perfected immortal great emperor had been severely injured. Yet, the black-clothed brocade emperor did not resist, nor did he stop as he instead accelerated forward, instantly vanishing amidst pitch-black space. Yang Zhaoge, who had caused a true immortal to bleed, had a calm expression on his face as he gazed towards the other side. There, seeing that the origin opening sword had ultimately fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng sighed helplessly. Just like the black-clothed brocade emperor, Wang Zhengcheng no longer put up any effort as he swept along the yin-yang Earth Mountain River diagram and fled towards the distant world beyond worlds. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. There was no point in staying any longer. After forcing the black-clothed brocade emperor away with a sword, Yang Zhaoge did not pursue him as he instead pursued the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng. One fleeing, one pursuing, the two rapidly broke through the power of dimensions, returning to the world beyond worlds. The misty tea mountain area of the eastern vast heaven territory reappeared in front of them. The scenery was still the same, but the mood of the people involved was completely different. Wang Zhengcheng did not dare to tarry in the slightest. He passed through the border between the central Jun Heaven Territory and the eastern Vast Heaven Territory, rushing towards Kunlun Mountain as fast as he could. The Chilean Cliff lineage's martial arts inheritance specialized in being forceful and heavy. They had no advantage in terms of speed. However, at this moment, Wang Zhengcheng unfurled the yin-yang Earth Mountain River diagram, sinking his entire body into the ground and using the Earth movement art. Borrowing the power of the Earth escape, his speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Sadly, while he was fast, Yang Zhaoge was even faster. Experiencing consecutive peak battles and having just unleashed an instant's thunder, Yang Zhaoge vaguely felt his strength being depleted at this moment. However, with the help of the origin opening sword, his figure was still extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he successfully caught up to Wang Zhengcheng. Yang Zhaoge gazed at the emperor before him and suddenly yelled. The majestic sword light slashed through the air and landed on the ground, creating a huge rift in the ground. The rift stretched across the horizon, and one couldn't see the end of it. The sword light was like a barrier, landing right in front of Wang Zhengcheng, who was using the ground travel technique, blocking his path. Yang Zhaoge raised his palm and slammed downwards, causing the great earth to collapse as the fertile soil of the mountains and rivers all shattered. Wang Zhengcheng had no choice but to stop. He rushed out of the soil and returned to the surface. Looking at the vast Kunlun mountain range that had already appeared in his field of vision, but it seemed to be so close yet so far away, Wang Zhengcheng was silent. Earth Supreme, old Mr. Wang, Wang Zhengcheng. Sword in one hand, the other behind his back, Yang Zhaoge stood before Wang Zhengcheng. Not having stained your hands with blood, do you think that the matter of killing someone has nothing to do with you? Daoist One Heaven has been executed, but this matter isn't over. It's like that for our family of 3, and I believe it's the same for you. Yang Zhaoge looked coldly at Wang Zhengcheng. Even if my mother was fortunate enough to escape this tribulation today, and you managed to keep your life, I'm afraid that you still wouldn't let the matter rest, right? That's right. Wang Zhengcheng was silent for a long time before he finally said candidly, this matter does not concern this old man personally. I really cannot ignore it. I admire your honesty and stubbornness. Still, it is precisely because of this that the two of us are irreconcilable. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, unless the concealed sovereign emerges from seclusion or the earthly sovereign returns, you are dead for sure today. His calm words contained a resolute killing intent that was not concealed in the slightest. Wang Zhengcheng's expression was calm. It was not this old man's wish to offend you and your father. Still, fate makes fools of people. Knowing how difficult it is, this old man cannot back down. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, appraising him once more, he sighed emotionally. So young, so brimming with talent. So long as you do not die prematurely, you will definitely become the new pillar of our Taoism. It is truly a blessing for our Taoism to have you and your father appear. Yet, it just so happened that it was ruined at the hands of dim radiant yin and bright connection who. What a pity, what a pity. Wang Zhengcheng slowly shook his head. While you met with a calamity because of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, your future was ruined. Your father has also stably displayed outstanding flair. If you are given time, your futures will be limitless. I have troubled you, Earth Exalt. Yang Zhaoge said indifferently, for the world beyond worlds to be able to attain its current state all these years, it must have been thanks to your efforts. You, Earth Exalt, have always been watching over the world beyond worlds. You have also worked hard. It is just that with regards to the immortal court, other matters aside, whether it is my father or I, as the people involved, cannot possibly compromise and tolerate the matter of my mother. Wang Zhengcheng's gaze was distant. Compromise and tolerate. In this world, there are some things that we must persevere on. Yet, there are also some things that we can only tolerate. This old man does not dare to claim any credit for the world beyond worlds being able to achieve its current state. That is the result of the countless efforts of my master and the countless sacrifices of many seniors in exchange for its current stable situation. Amongst them is also your ancestor, the exalted gold luminary. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Wang Zhengcheng finally felt a little agitated as he said rather painfully, "It is only through the sacrifice of countless seniors, your ancestor included, that the world beyond worlds of today has been able to achieve the current state of Taoism, that the future and hope of our generation exist. And now, all of this may be ruined by yin dim radiant and bright connection who. A great mistake has already been made. If we do not think of mending the pen after the sheep is lost and make up for it, when it is truly irreversible, it will all be too late for regret," Wang Zhengcheng said in a heavy tone. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm. I originally thought that it was precisely because we had experienced those dark, dangerous times that the older generation understood the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Instead, it was us of the younger generation who were born in relatively peaceful times, who were more prone to making the mistake of forgetting to fight and being doomed to die. No, the mistake you are more prone to make is youthful arrogance, biting off more than you can chew, being impetuous and blindly optimistic. Wang Zhengcheng sighed. While you have been to the immortal court, you probably still do not know how many bigwigs and experts there are in the immortal court, how deep and terrifying their power is. You do not even know how heaven-piercing the cultivation base of the immeasurable heavenly Lord is. What sort of existence do you think he must have been able to stand against the future Buddha? Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Wang Zhengcheng said in a heavy tone, "We of the three clear lineage will never submit to the external Tao or the false Tao. Still, if we want to set things right, we cannot just rely on our hot-bloodedness. We need time, we need accumulation, we need fortuitous encounters." Looking at Wang Zhengcheng, Yang Zhaoge suddenly smiled, just that his smile was rather cold. "Very well said, Earth Exalt. I almost forgot that it was you who sent Daoist One Heaven to find trouble with my mother." The smile on Yang Zhaoge's face vanished. Others aside, if Daoist One Heaven succeeds, my mother will die for sure. If it is to contend with the immortal court and quell their rage, the focus would be on that fragment of the legendary heavenly essence stone and not my mother's life. Yang Zhaoge stared coldly at Wang Zhengcheng. Only by leaving behind the heavenly essence stone fragment and still having to account to the immortal court would my mother have to pay with her life. No, it should be said that the lineages of the dim radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor must be severed. Chapter 1159. Intending to leave behind the heavenly essence stone fragment, it shows that you, the Earth Exalt, also know its importance. Yang Zhaoge looked at Wang Zhengcheng. After a moment of silence, Wang Zhengcheng said, "For the immeasurable heavenly Lord to think so highly of it, it must be something extraordinary. Although I am not sure of its specific effects, It is an important treasure. Yang Zhaoge said coldly, if it really is as the dim radiant emperor says, his merits are immeasurable, while your actions are truly disappointing. If the immeasurable heavenly lord has truly obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment and can illuminate even immortal realm experts of our Taoism, then the dim radiant emperor's actions would indeed be of great merit. Wang Zhengcheng nodded. However, even if that's the case, everything that follows is unavoidable. After all, the situation is stronger than the person. The immeasurable heavenly lord losing the heavenly essence stone fragment only made him unable to take a step ahead of us and slowed down his pace. Wang Zhengcheng said calmly, if our orthodox Tao sect wants to revive as soon as possible, we still need time. While I might be unreasonable, there is nothing I can do about it. On one side are a few people while on the other is the entire world beyond worlds. This old man has no other choice. Wang Zhengcheng said, in order to buy more time, in order to set things right in the end, there are some prices we have to pay. Yang Zhaoge raised the origin opening sword in his hand, saying indifferently, since that is so, I invite you, Earth Exalt, to pay this price. If you need me to give up this body of mine, I won't say anything. Unfortunately, the immortal court doesn't want my old bones. Wang Zhengcheng's expression was calm. Yang Zhaoge pointed at the tip of his nose, my mother is a descendant of the Bright Connection Emperor, while I seem to be viewed as a descendant of the Dim Radiant Emperor. Misfortune may be accompanied by fortune, and misfortune lurks within. Wang Zhengcheng was silent for a moment before he said, sometimes, fortune is also a calamity. Fallen deity, you really shouldn't have coveted the legacy of the Dim Radiant Emperor back then. What will happen to me? Earth Exalt, don't worry about me anymore. Worry about yourself. Yang Zhaoge said coldly, if the immortal court doesn't accept your old bones, I'll take it. The magnificent sword light descended from the sky, broke through the layers of yin-yang spirit soil, and slashed towards Wang Zhengcheng. Wang Zhengcheng did not resign himself to his fate. He rolled up the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram and tried to rush to Mount Kunlun. As long as he could return to the Kirin cliff successfully, he would be safe due to the restrictive spell left by the earthly sovereign. However, at this moment, Yang Zhaoge's sword light turned from sharp and fierce to light and agile, traversing through the layers of soil. Then, within the sword light, wisps of white gas suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura that could exterminate all living things. Celestial slashing sword. You really do know the prime clear swordsmanship. Wang Zhengcheng was shocked as he saw the layers of spirit soil shattering under the white qi. Yang Zhaoge roared in a low tone, the sword light flying out of his hand and circling in mid-air as it forcibly separated Wang Zhengcheng from the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram. Then, he took a step forward and struck with the flipping sky seal. Wang Zhengcheng blocked with both hands. Yet, without the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, how could he withstand Yang Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal? He was immediately sent flying by a palm strike. Yang Zhaoge ignored the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram that was currently entangled with the origin opening sword, not halting in his footsteps as he came before Wang Zhengcheng once more. The young are frivolous, the old will regret. Wang Zhengcheng's arms were broken, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth as he coughed repeatedly. It is just that your talent as a fallen deity has been wasted, being wasted. Before he had finished speaking, Yang Zhaoge had already punched out once more, striking him squarely in the chest. The terrifying destructive power of the great shattering brightness fist directly shattered Wang Zhengcheng's flesh and blood. Yang Zhaoge's fist resembled the sharp tip of a great spear as it pierced through Wang Zhengcheng's chest. It was all thanks to the dense and vigorous martial arts of Qilin Cliff that Wang Zhengcheng had not died despite having his chest pierced. Even so, with his cultivation base and the toughness of his fleshly body, he was currently unable to move at all. Fresh blood spurted out unceasingly from his mouth and nose as he breathed in more than he breathed out. Whether I am talented or not is my own business. Even if I am ruined, it will not be by your hands. You should worry less about this, Earth Exalt, Yang Zhaoge said mildly. Instead, you should be more concerned about yourself. The current situation really concerns your heart, Meng Qi said. Wang Zhengcheng was virtually already unable to speak. Still, he could clearly feel that his heart was being gripped in someone's hand. His chest had been pierced through by Yang Zhaoge, a large hole opening up. From the front, Yang Zhaoge's arm was pierced through his chest. From the back, Yang Zhaoge's hand could be seen amidst the mangled flesh and blood on Wang Zhengqing's back, grabbing a beating heart. As Yang Zhaoge's fingers tightened, Wang Zhengqing's face instantly turned from pale to purplish red. "Show mercy." Now, a cry resounded from the distance as someone was rapidly approaching from Kunlun Mountain. The encompassing emperor. "Show mercy, fallen deity. Do not be rash." The encompassing emperor wanted to approach, but Yang Zhaoge exerted force with his fingers as Wang Zhengqing's face virtually turned purplish black. Helpless, the encompassing emperor could only halt, saying anxiously, "You must not be rash, fallen deity. Otherwise, things will truly get out of hand." Yang Zhaoge had a calm expression on his face. "Forgive this Yang for not being able to meet you now, encompassing emperor. Let's not talk about that." The encompassing emperor smiled bitterly as he said anxiously, "Release the earth exalt first. With how heavily injured he is now, his life will be in danger if he is not treated in time." A baffled expression appeared on Yang Zhaoge's face. "I was prepared to beat him to death in the first place. Fallen deity, your future is bright. Do not make a mistake." The encompassing emperor said in a heavy tone, "This old man already knows about what happened earlier. It is not that there is no way to turn things around. Still, if the earth exalt dies at your hands, things will truly get out of hand. I am still not very certain about my mother's current safety," Yang Zhaoge said mildly. "If she is harmed, things will already be out of hand." The encompassing emperor said, "There is still a chance. Still, if the earth exalt dies at your hands, even the sword sovereign will not be able to protect you." Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at the encompassing emperor, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing at the corners of his mouth. "If you really wanted to mediate, encompassing emperor, why did you not first dissuade the earth exalt and the heaven emperor from doing so? When they were obstructing me and my father, attempting to kill my mother, what were you doing, encompassing emperor?" The encompassing emperor was silent for a moment. "I understand. If they could silently kill my mother without my father and me noticing, you would actually have tacitly agreed to it." Yang Zhaoge said calmly, "Still, if we had detected it, you would not have wished for Wang Zhengqing's group to succeed, resulting in an official conflict between the two sides." The encompassing emperor had just wanted to speak when Yang Zhaoge suddenly smiled. "I should be thanking you, because I learnt something through you. From the direction you came from over at Kunlun Mountain, it was not your cave manor, the myriad phenomena cave of Round Intelligence Ridge. Instead, you came from the concealed sovereign's restful immortal valley." Hearing his words, the encompassing emperor's expression changed slightly. "It looks like the concealed sovereign has indeed yet to emerge from seclusion." Yang Zhaoge turned to look at Wang Zhengqing, his smile growing wider as he revealed a mouthful of neat white teeth. "It looks like your luck is not good enough." He exerted force with his fingers, Wang Zhengqing's heart instantly transforming into a mist of blood. The force surged along his bloodline, resembling numerous thunderbolts as it completely shattered Wang Zhengqing's other internal organs as well. Then came the flesh, blood and bones of his entire body. Finally, even his soul exploded along with it. Chapter 1160. Yang Zhaoge exerted force with his fingers, the powerful force crushing Wang Zhengqing's heart, shattering it along with his other organs. The force traveled along his blood vessels, shattering all the blood vessels, meridians, and bones of Wang Zhengqing's entire body as well. Wang Zhengqing's body aged completely at this moment, becoming decayed. Finally, he dissipated along with the wind like ash. His divine soul was also annihilated along with it. The oldest martial saint since the founding of the world beyond worlds, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, had been extinguished in body and soul on this day. Yang Zhaoge retracted his palm, his fingers clean as not a single speck of blood could be seen on them. Wang Zhengqing's body vanished before him as if it had never existed in the first place. The yin-yang earth mountain river diagram and the origin opening sword that were entangled in battle shook simultaneously. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, jolting the origin opening sword back before the diagram transformed into a streak of light, flying in the direction of Kunlun Mountain's southern high peak. This treasure belonged to the earthly sovereign at the end of the day. After its current owner Wang Zhengqing had died, The restrictions left behind by the earthly sovereign within had been activated, causing it to automatically return to Kunlun Mountain. Yang Zhaoge ignored this as he simply kept the origin opening sword before turning to look at the encompassing emperor. This true immortal was not as weak as the black-clothed brocade emperor who had been split apart. At the same time, he was accompanied by an immortal artifact. If not for the fact that he had already restrained Wang Jingcheng and held his life in his hands, Wang Jingcheng might have been able to escape if the encompassing emperor interfered. Still, seeing that Wang Zhengcheng had been killed right before his very eyes, the encompassing emperor did not intend to act out of embarrassment or anger. A stunned look appeared on his face as he wanted to assist Wang Zhengcheng. Yet, it was already too late. The encompassing emperor looked at Yang Zhaoge with a complex expression on his face. After a long time, he said slowly, "Fallen deity, you were really too rash this time. Even if the sword sovereign is willing to offend the earthly and concealed sovereigns for you and your father, he will not be able to bear that pressure." The encompassing emperor said in a low voice, "There are many rumors that the reason why His Majesty the earthly sovereign is the head of the three sovereigns is because His Majesty the concealed sovereign has always supported him. It is because His Majesty the earthly sovereign himself has the greatest seniority. However, those are not the most important reasons. The most important reason is that he truly possesses the greatest cultivation base amongst the three sovereigns, being the current undisputed #1 expert of the world beyond worlds. Even the concealed sovereign who was one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year is inferior to him. Although your ancestor was also one of the 9 luminaries back then, there were still differences between the 9 luminaries. The relationship between the concealed sovereign and the earthly sovereign was far deeper than the relationship between the earthly sovereign and your ancestor. The Senluo Emperor side, if there was a conflict between the two, the concealed sovereign would definitely choose to help the earthly sovereign. If you didn't kill the Earth Exalt, the concealed sovereign might still be able to mediate between the two and be impartial. However, the Earth Exalt has already died in your hands. If the Earth Exalt makes things difficult for you, the concealed sovereign will only support him." The encompassing emperor looked helplessly at Yang Zhaoge. "This old man thought that you were aware of the situation. While you, fallen deity, have occasionally acted frivolously in your youth, this old man has been observing you all these years. Still, today, I do know the relationship." Yang Zhaoge said mildly, "I also know that the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign both possess tranquil immortal artifacts. The tranquility of Taoism and the tranquility of Buddhism were two different concepts in this world. The tranquility here referred to the cultivation level of Daoist immortals. Since you are aware of this old man is even less able to understand." The encompassing emperor sighed. "It is true that the concealed sovereign has yet to leave seclusion and the earthly sovereign is far away in a foreign dimension. Fellow Daoist Jer of Jade Sky Peak will not make things difficult for you, and this old man also does not intend to get involved too deeply. Father and son can do as they please in the world beyond worlds for now. Still, the earthly sovereign will return at the end of the day and the concealed sovereign will leave seclusion one day. What do you intend to do then, fallen deity? Go to the roving jade heavens?" The encompassing emperor looked at Yang Zhaoge with a complex gaze. He naturally did not wish for outstanding talents of the younger generation like Yang Zhaoge and his father to be forced to leave the world beyond worlds and head to the roving jade heavens. If Yang Zhaoge had become a descendant of the dim radiant emperor due to the dim radiant wheel aside, Yang Di would truly be a fool of fate. The roving jade heavens? Yang Zhaoge was non-committal. The encompassing emperor said slowly, "If your broad creed mountain really intends to head to the roving jade heavens, they will probably welcome you there. Still, while you can go, the sword sovereign cannot. Who knows how many descendants of the prime clear lineage died beneath the origin opening sword that year. A proud disciple of that old Grand Master of the roving jade heavens died beneath the sword sovereign's sword as well. Even if the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor do not care about this, countless experts of the prime clear lineage, that old Grand Master included, have never been able to forget this." The encompassing emperor shook his head. "While the profound sovereign is powerful, that old Grand Master was her master at the end of the day. The deceased were also of her lineage. While the roving jade heavens may accept your broad creed mountain, it is definitely impossible for them to accept Jade Capital Crag. If you intend to join forces with Jade Capital Crag and the roving Jade Heavens to attack the world beyond worlds, it is likely that the roving Jade Heavens will join forces with Chelene Cliff to make things difficult for Jade Capital Crag. Having slain the Earth Exalt, you can head to the roving Jade Heavens. What will the Sword Sovereign do then? The encompassing Emperor sighed, "Fallen deity, you have really been too rash this time." Yang Zhaoge calmly listened to the encompassing Emperor's words before smiling. "Thank you, encompassing Emperor. This Yang will first go check on my mother's condition. Forgive me for taking my leave." With that, he cupped his hands towards the encompassing Emperor before turning and leaving with the origin opening sword, heading east. The encompassing Emperor looked helplessly at Yang Zhaoge's departing figure. Does he think that this old man is just bluffing and scaring him? It would be best if he kept this in mind. After thousands of years of peace, I wonder how this great chaos will end. After taking his leave of the encompassing Emperor, Yang Zhaoge hurried back to the eastern vast heaven territory. Like Wang Zhengcheng and the black-clothed brocade Emperor, Yang Zhaoge too could not know whether the eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven had died to Yang Di's saber. Had Yang Di arrived in time to save him, or had he been a step too late and could only helplessly kill him to avenge his wife? Therefore, after taking care of the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, Yang Zhaoge could not be bothered with anything else as he hurried to the eastern vast heaven territory. He had naturally not ignored the encompassing Emperor's words. While he had not been certain of some details previously, Yang Zhaoge had already known what the consequences of killing Wang Zhengcheng would be. Knowing the consequences did not mean that Yang Zhaoge would show mercy to Wang Zhengcheng. He would not regret it even if he did. Still, since he knew that there would be negative repercussions, Yang Zhaoge naturally had to think of a way to deal with the aftermath. Whether or not the method would be effective was another matter. Just waiting for death to come was definitely not an option. Today's battle was just the beginning. I hope that I did not see wrongly back then. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself as he recalled looking at a map back at Kunlun Mountain, summarizing the places where his mother Xue Chuqing had fled and stopped all these years and drawing lines that might form a pattern. Chapter 1161. As Yang Zhaoge sped along the way, he pondered what he should do next. Joining the roving Jade Heavens was naturally one option. Still, Yang Zhaoge did not intend to do that unless he had no other choice. It was not that he would lose face by running away. Instead, he had always been operating in the world beyond worlds, developing his sect and maintaining his connections. It would be a pity if he had to start anew now. Especially with everything having happened so suddenly, it would be hard to take care of everything. Not to mention that it would make things difficult for the Sword Sovereign Yu Zhenbei. Yang Zhaoge had relied on the origin opening sword to kill Wang Zhengcheng and the black-clothed brocade Emperor at the end of the day. Jade Capital Crag would not be able to escape responsibility for Wang Zhengcheng's death at the end of the day. Taoism had many things to do and sovereigns were hard to come by. If there was no core conflict that could not be resolved, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign would not attempt to kill the Sword Sovereign. Still, the Sword Sovereign would definitely have to think of a way to protect his disciples Wang Piyu, Nai Jingshan, and the others. If Yang Zhaoge's family ran away, the conflict would shift to the Sword Sovereign and the earthly sovereign, with the Sword Sovereign bearing the blame for Yang Zhaoge. While the Sword Sovereign would most likely bear this burden for the Yang family for the sake of the exalted gold luminary. Still, Yang Zhaoge could not be at ease with this as it was something that should be done. Still, no matter what, Yang Zhaoge had to first ensure Xue Chuqing's safety. Xue Chuqing's safety was naturally the best outcome. It was just that Yang Zhaoge could not help but feel a little awkward if they met again later. To be honest, to him, his mother was more like a symbol or a story than a living person. While he had seen her before and knew what she looked like, even having some childhood memories deep within his heart. But strictly speaking, this was actually a person he had never met before and had never truly interacted with before. It would be fine if it was anyone else, but it just had to be his mother. This was very awkward. Yang Zhaoge currently had a very deep relationship with Yang Di, with Ah Hu, with Yuan Zhengfeng, with Xu Fei, and even with Fang Zhen, Xikongqing, and Fu Inshu. Still, this was built on the foundation of having gone through so many trials and tribulations together for so many years. Back in the Eight Extremities world, when his consciousness had just awakened, he had been together with Yang Di and Ahu for almost half a year before his awkwardness and caution had gradually faded. Now, all of this might have to happen all over again. Yang Zhaoge felt rather helpless. While Yang Zhaoge had still been extremely young when Xue Chuqing and Yang Zhaoge had separated, many years had already passed since then. But blood was thicker than water. Yang Zhaoge really found it a little hard to grasp what was appropriate here. He had never experienced such a situation before. It was easy to act in front of outsiders. With his mother's safety at stake, whether or not they had been separated for many years, Yang Zhaoge naturally had to go all out. Moreover, Yang Di would definitely go all out. While Yang Zhaoge was a stranger to Xue Chuqing, his relationship with Yang Di over the years was truly deep. It was just that, facing Xue Chuqing, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. It just so happens that the situation is quite urgent right now. After a simple greeting, we'll get down to business. Yang Zhaoge punched his right fist into his left palm. Let's talk about proper business first. With proper business done, we won't be able to care about private matters. In the future, we can slowly get to know each other better. Actually, he yearned for the kinship of his parents very much. That was why he had been able to close the gap between him and Yang Di so quickly back then. Yeah, let's do that then, Yang Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, feeling immensely proud of his wise decision. Then, light suddenly flickered in the distance. Feeling its aura, Yang Zhaoge knew that it was Yang Di. Clearly, Yang Di had the same thoughts as Yang Zhaoge after the Eastern Vast Heaven territory had come to an end. After learning that Yang Zhaoge had chased Wang Zhengcheng back to the world beyond worlds, Yang Di had immediately hurried over to the Central Jun Heaven territory. As the two met, Yang Zhaoge could only see Yang Di's figure as he was slightly shocked. Still, seeing that there was no sorrow on his father's face as there was instead unsuppressible joy between his brows, Yang Zhaoge relaxed. Father, this is... Yang Zhaoge looked around, where's my mother? Is she all right? Yang Di appraised Yang Zhaoge with a glance. Seeing that Yang Zhaoge was also fine, he smiled, she's fine. I arrived in time and slew Daoist One Heaven. His smiling expression was rarely seen in his life, causing Yang Zhaoge to click his tongue in wonder. As for your mother, Yang Di could not help but smile. She is a little shy of returning home, not knowing how to face you. Before his words had landed, a woman's voice resounded amidst space, how could I? It is just that the current situation is unclear, and I am busy thinking of a countermeasure. Yang Zhaoge was taken aback. This line of thought and reasoning were so familiar. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yang Di's head bloomed like a lotus flower. A woman leapt out amidst the numerous petals that resembled clouds of stars, arriving before Yang Zhaoge. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge saw that the woman appeared to be in her 30s. She had elegant features and a noble air about her. It was none other than Xue Chuqing, whom Yang Zhaoge had seen in images countless times. It was just that the Xue Chuqing in the images appeared to be in her 20s as she appeared a little more mature now. As compared to the images, she appeared even more elegant in person. Her gaze was intelligent and seemed a little crafty, yet also bright and magnanimous as she appeared a little unrestrained. Mother, mother! Yang Zhaoge braced himself and called out in a rather pained manner. While Xue Chuqing appeared magnanimous, she was actually sneaking glances at Yang Zhaoge as she said dryly, Zhaoge, you are already so big. Clearly, she did not know how to face her son who had long since grown up. When she had left back then, Yang Zhaoge had still been a 3-year-old child. Over the years, she had roamed alone. Apart from her disguise, her daily life was actually not much different from when she had been a young girl. She needed some time to adapt to the sudden appearance of such an old child. While she had occasionally heard news of Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di over the past few years, she had felt happy and proud of them. Still, now that they were truly face to face, Xue Chuqing felt rather panicked. She felt rather guilty. She had been separated from her flesh and blood for so many years. Her son had already grown up, yet she had never been by his side, never having fulfilled her duties as a mother. It was a regretful thing for her and extremely unfair to her son. Xue Chuqing's expression had not changed even when she had been chased all over by the world beyond worlds and the immortal court. Yet, Facing Yang Zhaoge now, she really felt rather helpless. Yang Zhaoge was actually pretty much the same. Right, let's talk about other things later. Yang Zhaoge still decided to act according to his own plan. I just killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. This matter has many implications. We still need to quickly come up with a plan on how to deal with the aftermath. Xue Chuqing said virtually at the same time as Yang Zhaoge, we can talk about the feelings of separation later. The other side will definitely not let this matter rest. We still need to prepare for a rainy day. Partway through their conversation, mother and son could no longer continue as they stared at each other for a time. Beside them, Yang Di burst out laughing. Chapter 1162. Yang Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing stared at each other for a while, both in a daze. Before they met, they hadn't thought that they would actually use the same method to resolve the awkwardness. Such tacit understanding made them even more awkward in an instant. However, after a while, they miraculously relaxed and looked at each other with more warmth in their eyes. Of course, Yang Di's laughter was even more piercing. Yang Zhaoge looked at Yang Di speechlessly. His father's expression was even rarer than a solar eclipse. Xue Chuqing glanced at Yang Di discontentedly. He actually laughed at her in front of her son. That was intolerable. Being stared at by the two at the same time, Yang Di laughed even louder. For so many years, today was the happiest day of his life. Yang Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh helplessly. Facing each other, they still felt a little awkward. However, they finally relaxed a little. They didn't deliberately start chatting again. Instead, they just continued talking about the previous topic. If possible, I don't intend to go to the roving Jade Heavens. Yang Zhaoge said first, that way, although we will be safe, the pressure will be transferred to senior apprentice Uncle Yu and Jade Capital Crag. With Earthly Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign together, senior apprentice Uncle Yu will be in a difficult position. Yang Di also stopped smiling and said solemnly, that's right. It's not without reason that I haven't been to the roving Jade Heavens all these years. Xue Chuqing smiled bitterly. Great Grand Master has a deep grudge against the roving Jade Heavens. As she said this, she suddenly looked at Yang Di with some hesitation. Yang Di and Yang Zhaoge both looked away tacitly. They had also thought about the seniority problem brought by the Exalted Gold Luminary and the Exalted Wood Luminary. Therefore, they should just pretend to be ignorant about this matter. Concealed Sovereign and Earthly Sovereign are close. Senior Apprentice Uncle, you can't do it alone. Yang Zhaoge coughed and continued seriously, we need to find someone who can help Senior Apprentice Uncle you share the pressure. Yang Di's eyes flickered slightly. Astro Sovereign. That's right. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Rumor has it that the Astro Sovereign and my grandfather are very close. If we can get him to help us, Senior Apprentice Uncle you will feel less pressure. However, I don't know how to contact Astro Sovereign with the limited clues I have. Although I guess he is in the world beyond worlds, it's not easy to find him after so many years without any news. Yang Zhaoge pondered as he said, I don't know who will return first, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu or the Earthly Sovereign. Therefore, we can't just keep waiting. When the need arises, we can only go look for the female emperor. She might not get along well with that Senior Chu, but since it's related to the Astro Sovereign, female monarch will definitely pay attention to it. At least she can get some clues. Hearing this, Xue Chuqing asked softly, what is the basis for saying that the Astro Sovereign is in the world beyond worlds? Yang Zhaoge immediately told him about Chu Lily's matter. I see. Xue Chuqing pondered for a moment before saying, if that's the case, we might as well head to the northern profound heaven territory. The northern Exalt might know some things. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di both felt taken aback. I don't know much about the situation of the Astro Sovereign, and I don't know much about that Senior Chu either. But my master once mentioned her name when he was still alive. Xue Chuqing explained. Yang Zhaoge's interest was aroused. What do you mean? Even Wang Piyu and the others of Yu Zhenbei's lineage didn't know much about Chu Lily's situation. That Senior Chu seems to be related to the demonic Dao and the 9 underworlds. Xue Chuqing said solemnly. 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge frowned slightly. Thinking of Chu Lily's appearance, He felt rather surprised as he hadn't noticed anything wrong with her at the time. Xue Chuqing said, "I'm not so sure either. But this should be a clue. The Astro Sovereign vanished rather suddenly back then. There must be a reason for this abnormality." Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di nodded slowly. The reason why Xue Chuqing suggested looking for the Northern Exalt was also very obvious. There were often dimensional passageways leading to the land of tranquil streams in the northern profound heaven territory, which was the front line of the world beyond worlds in contact with the 9 underworlds. One of the responsibilities of the Northern Exalt was to monitor these unstable dimensional passageways that appeared from time to time. If the matter of the Astro Sovereign and Chu Lily was related to the 9 underworlds, then the most likely place to find the Astro Sovereign was not the Kunlun Mountain of the central Jun Heaven territory but the northern profound heaven territory. It's still uncertain whether we can find the Astro Sovereign. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Even if we find him, the Astro Sovereign might not help us. It wasn't that the Astro Sovereign didn't want to help. Instead, there was most likely some special reason for him to vanish mysteriously back then. If his attention was tied up and he couldn't get away, he might not have the time to help. Yang Di said slowly, "There's another problem that we have to consider. The possibility of the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign advancing to a higher level." Yang Zhaoge's eyes flickered. Unlike the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, who rose up later, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign had already been sovereigns for thousands of years. They had long stood at the peak of their realm. Who knew when they would succeed in taking a step forward? Therefore, we have to think of other methods as well. Multitasking is the right way. As Yang Zhaoge said this, he secretly glanced at Xue Chuqing. Xue Chuqing understood what he meant. She shook her head and said, "Don't look at me like that. I don't know where the Great Grand Master is either." The Great Grand Master she mentioned was naturally the exalted wood luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries. Then what about the Bright Connection Emperor? Yang Zhaoge asked. The Bright Connection Emperor might not be able to help alleviate the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Still, if the Bright Connection Emperor knew where her master, the exalted wood luminary was, that would be great. Grand Master has already passed away. Xue Chuqing sighed. Sorry. Yang Zhaoge instantly smiled bitterly. Xue Chuqing shook her head. "It's fine," she said slowly. "It's not like there's no way at all. While the Great Grand Master's situation is unclear, we can try to contact someone else. It's just that after receiving the message, we can't guarantee whether the other party will respond. Also," Xue Chuqing paused for a moment before continuing, "I have some doubts about contacting the other party." Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di both grew interested. "What do you mean?" "Firstly, the other party has long since left the world beyond worlds. We don't know how far or where he is. He also didn't leave behind any keepsake. If we want to contact him, ordinary methods won't work," Xue Chuqing said. "If we want to contact him, we have to use a special method. This method wasn't passed down from my lineage. Instead, I obtained it from somewhere else. After analyzing it in private, I feel that it isn't so simple." Xue Chuqing explained, "Actually, I have already made preparations for this as I roamed the lands all these years. It's just that my progress has been limited due to limited conditions. Connecting the places where you have been previously, we will be able to obtain something special." Yang Zhaoge's eyes lit up. "Because there are too many illusions that you have left behind, it is very difficult to distinguish the true location. Therefore, I still can't tell what exactly you are setting up. From what you've said, there is indeed something special about it." Chapter 1163. Xue Chuqing was rather astonished as she stared at Yang Zhaoge for a while. "Zhaoge is really not simple. You can even tell this." Her gaze was rather playful. "This is not just a matter of cultivation base. Instead, it involves many unknown secrets. I've been running all over the place these past years, having had many fortuitous encounters. Don't underestimate me." Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. He secretly appraised Xue Chuqing. "I was still guessing that it might be some grand formation that could blow the entire world beyond worlds apart. What nonsense are you thinking?" Xue Chuqing did not know whether to laugh or to cry. If we really dared to do that, The sword sovereign would have already taken care of us before the earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign could make a move. Yang Zhaoge asked, "What exactly is it used for?" Xue Chuqing answered, "Its foundation is the area-latitude formation. Above that, there are some other adjustments." The area-latitude formation was a famed bewildering formation of pre-Great Calamity times as it formlessly bewitched others. Within a single inch, it could encompass the heavens and the earth. Simply put, if Xue Chuqing set it up properly, as the one who set it up, coupled with the help of the river diagram, there would really be very few who could find her beneath the heavens. This area-latitude formation of hers encompassed the entire world beyond worlds and even many lower worlds. The beauty of the area-latitude formation was that after it was completed, it could only be dispelled, not broken. Unless the foundation of the formation was leveled. That would be equivalent to destroying the world beyond worlds along with many lower worlds. Of course, it was naturally not an easy thing to set up such a massive area-latitude formation. One also had to prevent others from detecting it before it was successfully set up and sabotaging it. Therefore, Xue Chuqing was still slowly plotting in secret even now. Yang Zhaoge sighed in admiration. She could be said to be careless, yet still cautious, not revealing any flaws. She could be said to be cautious. She was clearly being pursued, yet she could still set up such a massive formation. Still, he was more concerned about the latter half of Xue Chuqing's words. Other adjustments. Is it the special method of contacting others that you spoke of just now? If it was just a simple area-latitude formation, Yang Zhaoge would have been able to see through it earlier. Other experts with high attainments in formations might have been able to see through it beforehand as well. Amidst all these illusions that could confuse one's senses, there were also additional changes that caused Yang Zhaoge to be momentarily unable to distinguish them. Not bad. You've integrated it with the base of the area-latitude formation. Xue Chuqing said, "Only with such a massive foundation can we support the ritual, sending messages in a situation where we can't determine the target in the early stages." Yang Zhaoge said knowingly, "It is equivalent to reversing the area-latitude formation, first finding someone before sending a message. The area-latitude formation that can envelop the entire world beyond worlds is naturally incomparably powerful." Xue Chuqing nodded. "That's right. It's just that I can't help but feel a little strange when I set up the formation according to this method. It's as if there's some sort of profoundness hidden within, but I can't see through it right now." Oh. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge couldn't help but take it to heart. In the past, the exalted Wood luminary had been famous for his vast knowledge among the Kunlun 9 luminaries. As his direct descendant, Xue Chuqing had perfectly inherited this trait. Of the world beyond worlds martial saints, regardless of their strength, Yang Zhaoge could not think of anyone else besides himself and Chen Qianhua who could be mentioned in the same breath as his mother. If even she had doubts, it meant that there really was a problem. "I'll keep this matter in mind." Yang Di now said, "In this world, there are gains and losses. It's rare to have the best of both worlds. It's just weighing the pros and cons." Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Who are you going to contact?" "The exalted fire luminary." Hearing this name, the first image that appeared in the minds of Yang Zhaoge and his father was a heavenly halberd that pointed towards the heavens and drew the earth, wreathed in blazing fire. If it's the exalted fire luminary, he seems to be the loneliest of the Kunlun 9 luminaries. Yang Zhaoge asked a little uncertainly, "Even if we contact him, will he be willing to help?" It was said that the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, was rather independent in her actions. In terms of being eccentric, it would be the exalted fire luminary. According to the information that Yang Zhaoge currently had, while this bigwig expert was one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, he rarely participated in the matters of the world beyond worlds. His deeds were the least circulated amongst the 9 of them. Even if they were not diluted, there was very little information about the exalted fire luminary. However, no one dared to say that he was just there to fill the numbers. The few times that the exalted fire luminary had made an appearance, all of them had shocked the heavens and shook the earth. It was just that he was a loner. No one had ever heard of him being especially close to anyone. This matter is very secretive. Very few people know about it. Xue Chuqing said, I once heard Master mention that there seemed to be some grudges between Great Grand Master and the exalted fire luminary. It's just that Master doesn't know the details. He only heard Grand Master mentioning it in the past. Yang Zhaoge noticed Xue Chuqing's wording. Grudges? Grudges? That's right. Xue Chuqing nodded. Therefore, even if we contact the exalted fire luminary, it's hard to say what kind of response he would have. However, since someone pointed me to try to contact him, it means that there is hope. Xue Chuqing paused for a moment. It's just that the one who pointed you to find the exalted fire luminary might have other intentions. Yang Zhaoge continued, it shouldn't be targeted at you. With you being wanted, the situation can't be any worse. Therefore, there should really be hope of contacting the exalted fire luminary. And the one who pointed you out is actually aiming to find the exalted fire luminary. Xue Chuqing said, that's right. This is another reason for my doubts. Speaking of which, who is the one who pointed you to find the exalted fire luminary? Yang Zhaoge raised his brows. There is no hope in finding him. Since he urged you to find the exalted fire luminary, he definitely wouldn't appear to help you. Xue Chuqing first looked at Yang Zhaoge before answering. Yang Zhaoge was initially rather puzzled. Still, his heart jolted slightly as he vaguely thought of something. Indeed, Xue Chuqing said, while I concealed my identity and hid everywhere previously, I still heard some rumors about you and Broad Creed Mountain. One of them was that you obtained the extreme Yang seal, Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge realized, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Yang Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this name, even though he had never seen the other party in person. Still, of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, the one he was most familiar with was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. The extreme Yang seal was currently in Yang Zhaoge's hands. Zhaoge, how did you obtain the extreme Yang seal? Xue Chuqing asked. After Yang Zhaoge told her what had happened, Xue Chuqing sighed. It was only a guess earlier. Still, since the exalted solar luminary has long since left that crevice to the 9 underworlds in the 8 extremities world, the one who pointed me out back then was most likely him. Chapter 1164. Exalted Solar Luminary, Gao Han. Yang Zhaoge felt displeased even as he pondered. There was no doubt that someone was plotting against him. While the other party's true target might not be him, he was still considered a part of the plan. Yang Di frowned as well. It's fine. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Let's just take what we need. What matters is who will have the last laugh. There must be a reason why he wanted to use you to sweep the exalted fire luminary away. Once we understand the root of the problem, we might be able to do something about it. Xue Chuqing said leisurely, the greatest possibility is that it's because of the differences in ideologies in the world beyond worlds. Due to the fact that the lineage of the Bright Connection Emperor was in a terrible situation, the descendants of the Bright Connection Emperor's lineage often taught everything they knew to their disciples just in case their lineage was suddenly cut short. Therefore, Xue Chuqing knew many secrets that others did not. The original world beyond worlds experienced much bloodshed, darkness, and many twists and turns before the situation gradually stabilized. Xue Chuqing said, still, differences of opinion appeared among the bigwigs who were in charge of the matter. In the end, it caused a rift. Some left, and some stayed. Those who stayed ultimately completely stabilized the situation of the world beyond worlds until now. At this point, Xue Chuqing suddenly paused. I already know about Buddhism, the immortal court, and the immeasurable heavenly lord. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Hearing his words, Xue Chuqing's expression changed greatly. You have yet to reach the human exalt martial saint realm. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands towards her. Relax, I'm fine. Just like how you are safe with half of the river diagram protecting you, I have my ways too. While the dim radiant emperor's dim radiant wheel was not completed, I have carefully analyzed the concept of peerless infinity within it. With the combination of man and treasure, the seed of the immeasurable heavenly lord would not have been planted. Hearing his words, Xue Chuqing's expression eased greatly. Still, she was still very worried. You should continue talking about the world beyond worlds. Yang Zhaoge changed the topic. Xue Chuqing gave him a deep look before she let out a long sigh. Since you already know, There is no need for me to hide it. She said slowly, the grand clear direct lineage is rare. The new Kunlun 9 luminaries who established the world beyond worlds were all of the jade clear direct lineage. However, there were disagreements between them. In the end, the disagreements were irreconcilable, and they finally parted ways. One faction is inclined towards stable development, accumulating silently and waiting for an opportunity to revive our orthodox Taoism. The other faction is relatively radical. They believe that accumulating their own strength is important, but they also need to beat around the bush and obstruct the development of the immortal court heretics. Xue Chuqing said, there is no need to say much about the former. The earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign were both of this faction. The astro sovereign who had also stayed in the world beyond worlds afterwards was relatively neutral. The latter faction consists of the exalted solar luminary, the exalted lunar luminary and my great-grand master. Eunuch and the exalted Rahu luminary perished earlier, so we don't have to mention them. As for the exalted fire luminary, just like the astro sovereign, he remains neutral. Xue Chuqing paused for a moment before saying, according to Grand Master, rather than saying that the exalted fire luminary is neutral, it is not that he does not have a clear stance. Yang Zhaoge looked at Xue Chuqing. Mother, please wait a moment. If the exalted wood luminary is a radical, then the bright connection emperor's lineage, of course he intentionally disguised himself and then concealed himself, Xue Chuqing said confidently. Yang Zhaoge's face twitched slightly. Yes, he concealed himself very successfully and even dragged the dim radiant emperor down with him. Xue Chuqing said solemnly, the dim radiant emperor's merits are immeasurable. He sacrificed himself for justice. We disciples of orthodox Taoism should remember this in our hearts. So the rumors are true. Yang Zhaoge's expression immediately turned solemn as well. What exactly is the use of the heavenly essence stone? Xue Chuqing said slowly, if the immeasurable heavenly Lord obtains the complete heavenly essence stone, he would be able to easily illuminate our orthodox Taoism. Even experts who have pushed open the door to immortality would have their soul imprint engraved upon hearing his name. As long as the immeasurable heavenly Lord is willing, we would immediately become his believers with just a single thought. Yang Zhaoge lightly tapped his forehead as countless thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. There had been no information regarding the heavenly essence stone within the martial repository of the heavenly court's divine palace. Was this a product of post-Great Calamity times, or was it that its origins were even more secretive than he had thought? Mother, where is the fragment of the heavenly essence stone now? Yang Zhaoge asked softly, is it really in your hands? Xue Chuqing shook her head, it was, but it is no longer. She seemed to be referring to something as she scanned the surrounding heavens and earth. It is everywhere now. Junior apprentice sister Sikong and the others are really, junior apprentice niece Sikong and the others are really, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di immediately understood. It looks like a child has entered Broad Creed Mountain. You have come into contact with more than one as well? Xue Chuqing nodded. Yes, that's right. It is just as you guessed. Yang Di said slowly, since that is so, the world beyond worlds is also a beneficiary of the dim radiant emperor's actions. The earthly sovereign and the others might not be unaware of this. Xue Chuqing sighed lightly. Even so, it would be hard for them to admit it openly. Perhaps only time will be able to give the dim radiant emperor and Grand Master justice. What exactly is the background of the immeasurable heavenly Lord? Yang Di asked in a heavy tone, when did Taoism produce such a figure? Xue Chuqing shook her head slowly, no one knows exactly where he came from. Still, it is certain that he is definitely a heavenly Lord of our Taoism, otherwise, even with the assistance of the heavenly essence stone, it would still be impossible for him to illuminate descendants of our orthodox Taoism so easily. Yang Zhaoge gazed upwards. Heavenly Lord, is it? The Heavenly Lord here was more of an honorific than a cultivation base. The Heavenly Lord in the titles of the founders of the three purities was naturally not the same as the Heavenly Lord in the titles of the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the Lord of Manjushri and the Lord of Taoism. Meanwhile, while the legendary Daoist Lu Ya, the primordial suppressing child and the four imperials of Taoism did not have the word Heavenly Lord in their titles, no one would doubt their strength. Peak bigwigs might not necessarily have the title of Heavenly Lord. Still, experts who could have the title of Heavenly Lord would definitely be extraordinary. Being able to stand toe-to-toe with the future Buddha, does that mean that he has improved upon his original foundation? Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, still, if he has taken that step, doesn't that mean? He rubbed his temples, saying, there are only those few peak bigwigs of Taoism. I wonder how many of them have survived the great calamity. At the end of the day, they are just one of the limited few. Those who are capable of taking that step are even fewer. Still, too many bigwigs of Taoism have vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Therefore, it is hard to estimate the true identity of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Xue Chuqing said. As for those who are definitely still alive, I know of 3. Chapter 1165. Oh! Looking at Xue Chuqing, Yang Zhaoge asked interestedly, which 3? Yang Di gazed over with some seriousness in his eyes as well. Xue Chuqing raised 3 fingers. First, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Speaking of which, my lineage is one of the direct lineages of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was also known as the Jade Clear True Monarch. His full name was the Supreme Divine Firmament Jade Clear True Monarch Longevity Emperor Heaven Origin Sage Heavenly Venerate. The second is the North Star Monarch, one of the 4 imperials of Taoism alongside the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. North Star Great Emperor's full name was North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Great Emperor. The North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Earth Queen were known as the 4 imperials of Taoism. They were all top-notch figures of Taoism. The third one, in terms of seniority and history, is even older. Xue Chuqing said, she is the source of the roving Jade Heavens lineage, the personal disciple of the Prime Clear Lord of Numinous Treasure Heavenly Ancestor, the Incongruence Divine Mother. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di both lightly recited the names of these 3 bigwigs of Taoism, gradually comprehending some things. The Incongruence Divine Mother doesn't need to say much. She's the big shot behind the roving Jade Heavens. Yang Zhaoge said, as for the other 2, the Exalted Wood Luminary, Exalted Solar Luminary, and Exalted Lunar Luminary, the one standing behind them is the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor? Yang Di asked, the Heavenly Lord behind the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign is the North Star Emperor? That's right. Xue Chuqing said, the 3 of them often reside in extra-dimensional space. Still, the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens are inseparable from them. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di both nodded in understanding. In the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens, and even lower worlds like the 8 Extremities world, the North Star Emperor and the others would be easily located by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord in such a stable world. They floated outside, always existing in the foreign void. They even changed their state of existence, entering a state of half-sleep and half-drifting. In this state of existence and non-existence, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord found it difficult to track them down. Not to mention that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was still competing with the future Buddha. With this, they would be able to ensure the safety of the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens and the other worlds of Taoism while preserving their strength. Between everyone, a fragile balance was formed. The Immortal Court was also willing to focus most of its energy on the Buddhist sect. While the North Star Emperor sought stability and avoided conflict with the Immortal Court and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord as much as possible, he would definitely not remain in the world beyond worlds and entrust his safety to others unless it was absolutely necessary. Still, as Xue Chuqing had said, the relationship between them and the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was something that could never be severed. When the Kunlun 9 luminaries had read the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds, it was with the secret support of the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor that they had finally established a safe haven for orthodox Taoism. As for the roving Jade 7, the roving Jade Heavens was also backed by the Incongruence Divine Mother. Back then, the reason why the new Kunlun 9 luminaries split up was because the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Monarch had different opinions. In the end, the Exalted Wood Luminary and the others who supported the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor left the world beyond worlds. This was also an unavoidable result. After all, the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court would definitely deal a greater blow to the southern extremity longevity emperor's faction. This went without saying. The roving jade heavens are even more radical than our faction. Xue Chuqing sighed. Therefore, all these years, the number of peak experts of the roving jade heavens has always been less than that of the world beyond worlds. Many of them have perished in their conflicts with the immortal court. That old Grand Master of theirs has been injured time and time again. It is likely that he will not be able to recover from his injuries. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Actually, I have always had a question. It is not just the immortal court. There is also Buddhism. While they oppose each other, we disciples of Orthodox Taoism could all be illuminated by them. Even if they do not touch the comparatively gentle world beyond worlds, they should not tolerate the violent roving jade heavens, right? Yang Zhaoge had passed by many other Buddhist worlds besides the obscured Wei world when he had first arrived at Buddhism. From this, it can be seen that Buddhism is not just outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Instead, it is truly powerful. Due to the protection of the future Buddha, Buddhism had not suffered a great blow to its vitality like Taoism had. Its foundation was even better than that of the immortal court and the orthodox three-clear lineage. For the immortal court and Buddhism, Orthodox Taoism, which has at least 3 heavenly lords in this world, is not something that can be extinguished with a flick of a finger. Yang Zhaoge waved his palm lightly. Since that is so, why don't they first join forces to illuminate and divide us of the 3-clear lineage before they decide the victor amongst themselves? Xue Chuqing shook her head. There might be some hidden reasons behind this. I am not sure about that. The waters are deeper than I had thought. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. It was just that most of them were guesses that could not be verified at the moment. Thus, he could only temporarily toss them to the back of his mind. Yang Zhaoge regained his wits. Looking first at his father and then at his mother, he spread his palms apart. There are 2 most important problems that we have to face now. Firstly, are our opponents in the world beyond worlds only the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign? Or might the North Star Emperor personally make a move? Secondly, will the immortal court make use of this chance to make a move? Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. On the other hand, will the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor just sit by the side and watch the show? It's hard to say. It depends on the situation between the immortal court and the Blessed Lands, said Xue Chuqing. Yang Zhaoge clapped his hands lightly. Then, let us focus on the present. Previously, I was wandering around everywhere and had to pay attention to hiding my traces. It took a lot of time and effort to set up the area latitude formation. Xue Chuqing said, now, thanks to you guys, I can move freely within the world beyond worlds. It would be much faster if I want to set up the formation. Only, even if we know that the exalted solar luminary might have something up his sleeves, are we still going according to our original plan? Yang Di said slowly, at the very least, our opponents might be from the same side. So, it's fine for us to move forward first. The key is in the future. Xue Chuqing nodded. Then let's try contacting the exalted fire and see if he would reply. Mother, try contacting the exalted fire here. I'll go look for the Astro Sovereign, said Yang Zhaoge. However, at the same time, a voice quickly appeared in his mind. Jiao Han's thoughts are crafty. He seldom plays useless chess. He might not do it intentionally, but I might do it intentionally. Mars Halberd's words from back then appeared in Yang Zhaoge's mind again. This is a huge pit. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Let's see who gets buried in it in the end. He suddenly thought of something and asked Xue Chuqing, right, mother, there's one more thing. Xue Chuqing asked, what is it? How much do you know about the Great Calamity? Yang Zhaoge asked softly. Chapter 1166. I don't know much. Xue Chuqing answered, the limited information was told to me by Master when she was alive. What she knows should be from Grand Master and Great Grand Master. Most of those involved are no longer around. I only know that it's probably related to Buddhism. It might be the result of the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism before the Great Calamity. Only the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor might know a thing or two about it. Yang Zhaoge nodded silently. The image of that massive palm that had descended upon the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity appeared in his mind again. Mother, you have half of the river diagram. Can you find someone deep within the 9 underworlds? Yang Zhaoge recovered and continued asking. It's rather difficult. After all, the 9 underworlds is different from the human realm. Xue Chuqing said, still, it depends on the situation. If the person hasn't fallen to the dark side and his cultivation base is rather low, we might be able to find some clues. Yang Zhaoge told her about Feng Yunsheng. Even Xue Chuqing felt surprised. The exalted Rahu luminary is truly unexpected. Then, her gaze towards Yang Zhaoge became even more complicated. After so many years of not seeing each other, now that they were reunited, her son was actually about to have a wife. Still, she quickly shook off such thoughts and became serious once more. The exalted Rahu luminary has made arrangements. It's hard to find traces of her. Xue Chuqing's left eye shone slightly. After a long while, she said with a solemn expression, I can't do anything before there are definite clues. After all, that's the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge nodded. He too knew that some strong people were capable of doing so. Still, he wasn't willing to give up on any possibility. Xue Chuqing glanced at Yang Zhaoge rather worriedly. She didn't know much about Feng Yunsheng. Still, she knew quite a lot about the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. She couldn't be optimistic about Feng Yunsheng's chances of winning against such a figure. We don't know when the concealed sovereign will emerge from seclusion. We don't know who will return to the world beyond worlds first, earthly sovereign or senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Yang Zhaoge smiled. We shouldn't consider things that are too far away. We should focus on the present. I'll take care of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion before heading to the northern profound heaven territory to try and find the Astro Sovereign. Father, why don't you and Mother finish setting up the area latitude formation? It's such a big formation, and it'll take a lot of effort to set it up. It's a rare reunion for you two, so you can spend some time together. Yang Di and Xue Chuqing did not say anything in response to Yang Zhaoge's teasing. They were reunited now, but Feng Yunsheng's whereabouts were still unknown. At this time, words of comfort were better than nothing. Instead, it made her even more worried. The situation is not peaceful. Let's put business first and private matters first. We can slowly talk about our parting feelings. You should be careful on your journey north, Xue Chuqing said gently. Yang Zhaoge smiled, nodding, I will be careful. Yang Di smiled mildly and said, with Daoist one heaven dead, our sect will occupy the eastern vast heaven territory. In this way, it is in line with the name of Broad Creed Mountain Taoism's East Peak. He had an arrogant and domineering personality to begin with. Now that he had found Xue Chuqing and gotten rid of all his worries, his drive was even greater than before. That's great. Yang Zhaoge clapped his hands in admiration. Despite the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di's confidence did not diminish at all. Instead, their fighting spirit increased. Contacting the Astro Sovereign or the exalted fire luminary is also a good strategy. Yang Di said, our own improvement is always the most important thing. Zhaoge, you have always done very well in this aspect. I won't say anything more. Just like your mother, I will only say one thing. You should be careful and pay attention to your own safety. Yang Zhaoge smiled, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. I naturally understand this principle. If they had not gathered the materials and forged the 7 Paths pivotal instrument in time, allowing their cultivation bases to rise rapidly in a few short years, today's battle would probably have ended differently. The Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng and the others hoped to kill Xue Chuqing without Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di knowing about it. Because Yang Di and Yang Di were also paying attention to Xue Chuqing's movements, it was hard for Wang Jingcheng and the others to act in secret. It would not be easy to find Xue Chuqing as it would definitely cause a great disturbance. Therefore, Wang Jingcheng needed to contact helpers to draw the attention of Yang Zhaoge and the others. To him, a better method might be to concentrate their forces and surround the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. This way, Yang Di, Nai Jingshan and the others would be drawn to the central Jun Heaven territory, where they would face off against each other and even clash. They would make use of attacking the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to make others think that Chileen Cliff was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion helping Jade Capital Crag. Thus, they would cover for Daoist One Heaven, who was truly pursuing Xue Chuqing. Sadly for them, the Heaven Emperor would not have acted if they had not gone to the Royal Reed Sea to obtain the later Earth text. It was true that he had enmity with Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. Still, he valued the later Earth text more. If he could not obtain the later Earth text, even if Xue Chuqing died, the Heaven Emperor would not feel that there was much meaning in it. To a certain extent, the enmity between him and Yang Zhaoge had not reached the point where he would harm others without benefiting himself. The Heaven Emperor still wanted to benefit himself first before harming others. With that, Wang Zhengcheng could only settle for the next best thing, acting independently as they obstructed and restrained Yang Zhaoge and the others. This way, it would be easy for Yang Zhaoge to see through Wang Zhengcheng's true intentions. Even so, Wang Zhengcheng's arrangements could still be said to be comprehensive. The female emperor and the white-clothed brocade emperor were unable to come, the encompassing emperor was neutral, the Heaven Emperor had gone to the Royal Reed Sea, the black-clothed brocade emperor had gone to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, Wang Zhengcheng had brought the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram with him, and the upper exalt Chen Qianhua could act at any time. He had even arranged for people to obstruct and delay Jade Capital Crag from retrieving the Origin Opening Sword. It could be said that if Yang Zhaoge had still been an 8th-level martial saint and Yang Di had still been a 9th-level martial saint, Wang Zhengcheng's plan would have succeeded. At the very least, it would have been very likely to succeed. The rapid rise of Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di was within Wang Zhengcheng's predictions. Still, he had not thought that Yang Zhaoge would actually reappear the long-lost Seven Paths pivotal mechanism. As a result, the speed at which Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di rose once more far surpassed everyone's predictions. Thus, Yang Zhaoge's family of three reunited in a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Zhengcheng, the black-clothed brocade emperor, the Heaven Emperor and Chen Qianhua's lot all met with tragedy. Xiao Ari is currently in the central Jun Heaven territories Yuanju City. If she knows that you have returned, she will definitely be overjoyed. Yang Zhaoge smiled as he said to Xue Chuqing, "Other than that, Aunt Yun has always been thinking about you in the floating life world." The Aunt Yun that Yang Zhaoge spoke of was naturally Su Yun, Xue Chuqing's maidservant when she had remained in the floating life world. "After things have settled down here, I will naturally go visit Yun. She is a child who values relationships. She has been very thoughtful these past years." Xue Chuqing's gaze was gentle. "Since Xiao Ari is in the world beyond worlds, it would be convenient for us to meet." Chapter 1167. I'm going to Kunlun Mountain to return the Origin Opening Sword. Yang Zhaoge smiled. The matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion also have to be taken care of a little. When I see Xiao Ari and mention it to her, she will definitely come straight here without a second word. Xue Chuqing also smiled slightly. That child. Right, mother, do you want to see junior sister Sikong? Yang Zhaoge asked. Right, there were also a few people who resembled her. I inadvertently found them and brought them all back to Broadcreed Mountain. Xue Chuqing shook her head lightly. To be honest, I feel guilty towards them. I am the one who has affected their lives. Yang Zhaoge suddenly thought of something else as he asked, Mother, when you scattered the heavenly essence stone fragments, was there no pattern to it at all, or was there a certain pattern? If there is a pattern, is it based on the average number of worlds, or based on the population of each place? Based on the initial reaction, the greater the population of a world, the more such characters will appear. Xue Chuqing was rather taken aback. Of course I hope that it can be divided equally among the various worlds. Otherwise, the number of worlds in the world beyond worlds would probably surpass the sum of all the lower worlds. That would be too conspicuous. Sadly, this is not something that I can decide. She was keenly aware of something. In order to avoid being seen through by others and finding them because of me, I have always avoided contact with such people. What do they look like? Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di exchanged glances. Yang Di swiped through the air with his palm, a row of images appearing. Looking at Sai Kongqing, He Ying, Yu Baoqi, and the others whose facial features were exactly the same, Xue Chuqing was speechless. Her looks are so outstanding. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di both looked like they didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Not only is his appearance outstanding, his talent in martial arts is also superior by a notch. However, he has to refine his qi into aura qi and reach the martial scholar realm before it can be displayed, Yang Di said. Xue Chuqing had a gloomy look on her face. I only realized today that I did something stupid back then. People like Xikong Qing and the others with outstanding looks and outstanding talent were so numerous, yet they all looked exactly the same. It was hard not to notice them. Even if many of them were buried, there were too many of them, and they could still be discovered by people with ulterior motives. If he had an average-looking face, then so be it. If he were to be thrown into a crowd, he would be the first to be noticed. How could he be hidden? This was especially so in the world beyond worlds. Due to the population, there were probably hundreds or even thousands of such people. From what you said earlier, it seems that they are not commonly seen in the world beyond worlds. Xue Chuqing quickly reacted. At least, it's much less than I expected. I've only seen 2 of them so far. Yang Zhaoge said solemnly, if it is really as you say, that there are more people in the world beyond worlds who look like junior apprentice sister Xiao Xikong than there are many lower worlds combined, this should have long since drawn the attention of others. From there, it spread to many lower realms, searching for people like Xikong Qing. It wouldn't have been so calm until now. Either my initial judgment was wrong, and it wasn't based on the equal distribution of population, but on the equal distribution of different worlds. Xue Chuqing's expression became extremely serious. However, the possibility of this happening is very low. I shouldn't have been mistaken back then. Yang Di pondered for a moment before saying, or, someone has long since discovered this and has been secretly searching for these people who resemble junior apprentice nephew Xikong. Moreover, he has already found many of them, just that he has not made it public. This matter is worth paying attention to. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. Yang Di and Xue Chuqing both nodded slightly. After discussing for a while more, the family of 3 went their separate ways according to their previous plan. Yang Zhaoge took his leave of Yang Di and Xue Chuqing, returning to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion first. Due to his battle with the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, the auction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had been forced to a halt. Everyone and the local residents of Yuanju City had retreated from the city lest they be affected by the battle. After Yang Zhaoge and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had left, they did not return to Yuanju City as they instead remained where they were and silently observed the situation. No one knew what the final outcome of the battle would be. They did not know if Yang Zhaoge and Xikong Qing would return to Yuanju City as they battled. Before the dust had completely settled, everyone was prepared to play it safe. If they were affected by the battle between immortal experts, they would not even be able to complain if they died. Still, just the battle before the 2 sides had left Yuanju City had already greatly broadened everyone's horizons. Yang Zhaoge, a late immortal bridge martial saint, had actually directly suppressed the black-clothed Brocade Emperor into retreat. This was something that no one had ever seen before. It was virtually unheard of at all. Even if Yang Zhaoge had not been victorious in the end, just the scene of him beating the black-clothed Brocade Emperor into constant retreat and leaving Yuanju City in defeat was already sufficient to be recorded in the annals of the world beyond worlds history, becoming an eternal legend. Everyone eagerly wished to know what the outcome of this battle would be. Meanwhile, the detailed or rough news that was continuously transmitted back afterwards refreshed everyone's understanding time and time again. Not only had Yang Zhaoge surpassed everyone's expectations in advancing from the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm to the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm within a short period of time, Yang Di had even ascended from the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm to the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm, achieving the human exalt stage. There were many obscure acupoints in the human body which were extremely difficult to resonate with the stars. Therefore, it would be increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Some late immortal bridge martial saints were just short of refining a few acupoints. However, just these few acupoints were often so close yet worlds apart that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the world beyond worlds. While there were not many experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, there was still a considerable amount of them. Amongst them were people like the Southeastern Swords Mistress Zhong Yunying, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, the Grand Planus Origin Lady Dao Yu and the treasured branch-suppressing Peak Zhong Shuren, who were all veteran experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm many years ago. Yet, they had never managed to take this final step. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to achieve the human exalt stage. After many years of development and cultivation in the world beyond worlds, a great number of genius martial practitioners had emerged as they had successfully converted their potential into strength as expected. Many of them had surpassed their predecessors. While they were younger and of a later generation, they still had hope of attaining the human exalt stage. Yet, all these years, there had only been Nai Jingshan who had truly taken that final step. Qing Shu's death aside, Chilean Cliff's Li Junxin and ingenious Flying Peaks, He Shixing were both still at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Now, someone else had finally achieved the human exalt stage after Nai Jingshan. This person was none other than Yang Di, who had been unknown for over a decade ago, having only recently risen to fame. Li Junxin, He Shixing and the others had surpassed their predecessors, their momentum surpassing that of Dao Yu and the others. Yet, Yang Di had walked ahead of them once more. Broad Creed Mountain, which had risen up like a comet, had still been rumored to have no immortal bridge martial saints a few years ago. Now, however, it had already produced an human exalt. The following news was even more shocking. Chief Yang of Broad Creed Mountain, having just ascended to the human exalt stage, he consecutively defeated 2 human exalts. Those who heard the news were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even with an immortal artifact accompanying the Earth exalt, he was still defeated. Chapter 1168. Having just attained the human exalt stage, Yang Di had defeated the exalt Wang Zhengcheng and the upper exalt Chen Qianhua in succession. When the news came, everyone was horrified. But when he thought about it carefully, although it was unexpected, it seemed reasonable. After all, that was someone who had slain the previous southern exalt Zhuang Shun at the 8th level of the martial saint realm. I heard that when sect leader Yang was in the lower worlds, others didn't dare to call him by his name directly. Instead, they used a homonym and added an extra wu in between his name. They called him Invincible Yang, meaning that he was invincible among grandmasters and great grandmasters. The Manor Lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda, sighed emotionally. In the world beyond worlds, this title was even a joke at first. It was only after Chief Yang slayed the previous southern exalt that no one mentioned it anymore. But today, I'm afraid I'll have to bring up the same topic again. Moreover, it would no longer be a joke. Everyone in the world beyond worlds would have to seriously evaluate this figure who had suddenly risen up like a comet. He had once been the son of the exalted gold luminary and was likely invincible amongst martial saints now. At the very least, he was one of the people closest to this honor. The news that followed was more shocking than the last. The Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven had been slain by Yang Di in the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. Following the death of the previous Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, another human exalt had been slain by Yang Di. Afterwards, the origin opening sword of Jade Capital Crag had emerged, landing in the hands of the fallen deity Yang Zhaoge as the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had been utterly defeated. What shocked everyone the most was that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng had been domineeringly slain by Yang Zhaoge. As this news spread, the entire world beyond worlds fell silent for a time. Everyone's first reaction was not shock, but confusion. Even the death of the upper exalt Chen Qianhua would not affect the world beyond worlds as greatly as it did now. On one hand, it was because Chen Qianhua was a loner and rarely interacted with others. On the other hand, it was because he had only been famous for a little over 100 years. As for the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, he was virtually the founding figure of the world beyond worlds, having weathered so many storms alongside the world beyond worlds for so many years. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had reigned supreme, it had been the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng who had interacted with the various powers of the world beyond worlds most of the time. His prestige came not only from the earthly sovereign, but also from himself. Wang Zhengcheng had left behind a deep imprint in the entire history of the world beyond worlds. He was someone who was destined to be unable to avoid discussing the world beyond worlds. Although he was a martial saint, if he died, his influence would be comparable to a martial emperor. How could such an existence be suddenly killed today? Innumerable people of the world beyond worlds were all at a loss at this moment, as they were somewhat unable to come to their senses. In the southwestern Vermilion Heaven Territory, close to the border between the central Jun Heaven Territory and the western Turtle Heaven Territory, a white-robed man stood in the void, silent for a long time. The few disciples beside him were all dumbfounded at this moment. Only after a long while did the disciples regain their wits, turning to look at that white-clothed man. Master, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yang killed an Earth Exalt. This is a little too. The white-clothed man was the southwestern Exalt Bai Dao. He had left the mountain upon receiving Wang Piyu's message. On one hand, he had rushed to reinforce the central Jun Heaven Territory while also keeping an eye on the western Exalt Lang Qing of the western Turtle Heaven Territory's Nongli Mountain. However, the sudden news caught him off guard. The Earth Exalt is a descendant of the earthly sovereign at the end of the day. After a long time, Bai Dao moved once more, heading towards the central Jun Heaven Territory. Things are not going to end well now. The martial practitioners who had gathered in the vicinity of Yuanju City for the auction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion instantly fell silent when they heard the news. When everyone finally gradually digested this news, they were all indescribably shocked. Those who were qualified to participate in the auction were all extraordinary figures, as they were all mighty figures of their own territories. They all acutely sensed that today's matter was probably just the beginning. The influence of this battle was likely to be extremely profound, even completely shaking the situation of the world beyond worlds which had been stable for many years. As everyone looked at those of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion now, their gazes turned complex. The earthly sovereign had accumulated his authority for many years, possibly even having the support of the concealed sovereign. Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had the sword sovereign behind them. As the two sides faced off, with the north and south peaks of Kunlun Mountain as their respective centers, the martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds vaguely seemed to be divided. The northern high peak's Jade Capital Crag had risen to prominence rather late, as its foundation and prestige were inferior to that of the southern high peak's Chilean Cliff. Still, aside from the elusive Chen Qianhua, the most outstanding young geniuses of the world beyond worlds were virtually all closely related to Jade Capital Crag. On the contrary, while Chilean Cliff's lineage was not lacking in numbers, they did not have a single young standard bearer who could be mentioned in the same breath as Yang Zhaoge and the others. At the same time, many major powers of the world beyond worlds were currently deeply entangled with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. This was not something that could be done just by drawing a clear line between them. Even if they were determined to win the trust of Chilean Cliff, time would still be needed to verify it. What was most concerning was that with the earthly sovereign outside and the concealed sovereign in secluded cultivation, Broad Creed Mountain actually vaguely seemed to be in a situation where no one could stop them. Unless the few emperors who were still in the world beyond worlds joined forces to suppress them. Still, with the current situation, it was already extremely fortunate that the female emperor was not helping Broad Creed Mountain. The Brocade Emperor was in trouble himself, and the encompassing emperor was neutral and impartial, leaving only the Heaven Emperor alone. How the situation would change after the earthly sovereign returned and the concealed sovereign emerged from seclusion was a matter for the future. Before that, Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Capital Crag clearly held the absolute advantage. The current world beyond worlds was their world. If they offended Yang Zhaoge and the others because they wanted to side with Chilean Cliff now, they would probably have nowhere to run to, as they could only wait for someone to avenge them in the future. Such a situation left everyone rather conflicted. As a result, when Yang Zhaoge returned to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, no one knew how they should greet him upon seeing him. Yang Zhaoge seemed completely unconcerned about this as he smiled and nodded to those he was familiar with before walking towards Xiao Ari and the others. "Xiao Ari, my mother is fine. Do you want to go see her?" Hearing his words, Xiao Ari's eyes instantly widened as she nodded like a little chick pecking at grains. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. Right, you can go to the eastern vast heaven territory's remote Cloud Mountain on your own. My father and mother have both gone there." Yang Zhaoge smiled. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts jolted. While they had vaguely guessed it after hearing that the Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven had been slain by Yang Di, Hearing it personally from Yang Zhaoge now still felt rather emotional. The east peak of Taoism, Broad Creed Mountain, was truly going to live up to its name this time. Also, unlike Nongli Mountain, which occupied the western Turtle Heaven territory, soon to become the lord of the eastern vast Heaven territory, Broad Creed Mountain's influence would definitely not be limited to just the east. Instead, it would be a massive entity that shook the entire world beyond worlds. While they were martial saints, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, who were superior to true immortals, had only just begun to display their limitless potential. In the future, their accomplishments would be even more terrifying. Meanwhile, East Peak's Broad Creed Mountain vaguely came to stand against Middle Peak's Kunlun Mountain. Everyone seemed to be able to see that Kunlun Mountain was no longer the sole center of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1169. While everyone's line of sight was concealed as much as possible, how could Yang Zhaoge not have detected it? However, he didn't say anything. After he watched Xiao Ari happily head towards the east, he turned around to look at Qiu Jiahai and Wang Piyu, who was similarly returning to the vicinity of Yuanzhou City. "Thank you for lending me your sword, senior brother Wang." As Yang Zhaoge said this, he opened his palm. An ancient sword flickering with a faint golden radiance appeared in his hand. It was the immortal artifact, the Origin Opening Sword. At this moment, the power was no longer activated and the divine object concealed itself. At first glance, it didn't seem all that special. However, if anyone concentrated and tried to see the specific appearance of the ancient sword, they would be deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Their souls would be bewildered, and they would be hurt by the sword will unknowingly. Even though the sword intent of the Origin Opening Sword wasn't very ferocious, a sword was a weapon of slaughter after all, so its sharpness was naturally far from what other treasures could compare to. Wang Piyu received the ancient sword with a bitter smile on his face. "Zhaoge, I never thought that you'd actually, although we are enemies, I have to admit that the Earth Exalt is a determined and unyielding opponent." Yang Zhaoge said, "Even if we let him off this time, he will definitely continue to use other methods, not stopping until he has achieved his goal. This matter involves my mother, so I have no choice but to strike first." Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Wang Piyu and Qiu Jiahai. "It is just that this matter may involve senior apprentice Uncle Yu and the senior apprentice brothers of Jade Capital Crag. I am truly sorry." Wang Piyu and Qiu Jiahai forced a smile and shook their heads. "Now that things have come to this, let's think about how to deal with the aftermath first." Qiu Jiahai sighed. "It is unknown when the concealed sovereign will emerge from seclusion, and it is also unknown when the earthly sovereign and master will return to the world beyond worlds. It is unknown who will return first. The difference between the two is really great. Next, I'm going to make plans for this." Yang Zhaoge briefly mentioned that Astro Sovereign might be in the northern profound heaven territory. He might also leave the world beyond worlds. "If anything happens, you can contact my father in time. Following this, our clan may still need to trouble you with some matters. I thank you in advance here," Yang Zhaoge said sincerely. Qiu Jiahai looked at Wang Piyu, who remained silent. His temperament had always been steady and composed, and his style of doing things was actually somewhat conservative. Lending the Origin Opening Sword to Yang Zhaoge was in order to prevent the enemy from becoming too powerful and endangering their safety. Who would have thought that Yang Zhaoge's family would achieve a complete victory in the end, even slaying the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng? This was definitely not Wang Piyu's original intention. He was willing to help Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di resist the pressure from Qilin Cliff. However, he had never thought that Jade Capital Crag would completely break off relations with Qilin Cliff and officially start a war. However, after imagining his master Yu Zhenbei's reaction, Wang Piyu could only sigh. "Just go, Zhaoge. I will help Marshal Uncle Yang to stabilize the situation. If the Astro Sovereign could come out and help mediate, that would be the best." "Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, Senior Apprentice Brother Qiu," Yang Zhaoge said apologetically. To some extent, Jade Capital Crag was tied to his chariot. While Yang Zhaoge had never been soft-hearted when it came to screwing people over, he was indeed feeling very apologetic towards Wang Piyu and the others at this moment. If he said anything else now, it would be too pretentious, so he could only remember it in his heart. On the other hand, It was to adhere to his own principles. If he made a mess, he would try his best to deal with the aftermath. Right, I hope senior apprentice brother can help mediate the grudge between my mother and the northwestern Red Sea. Yang Zhaoge said, if the treasure my mother obtained from the Red Sea is still there, my father would probably persuade her to return it. While the northwestern exalt Lian Zulin had also pursued Xue Chuqing previously, ever since she had learned of the relationship between Yang Zhaoge and Jade Capital Crag during the opening ceremony of Broad Creed Mountain a few years ago, the northwestern Dim Heaven territory had already stopped pursuing her. If the treasure is no longer there, our sect is also willing to try our best to compensate for it. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands. Wang Piyu shook his head and said, Junior apprentice brother Yang, don't be so polite. Are you going to the northern profound heaven territory now? I will go to Kunlun Mountain with you, senior apprentice brother Wang, and then head north. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. Hearing this, Wang Piyu's heart immediately jumped a little. However, thinking that Wang Jingcheng had already died in Yang Zhaoge's hands, no matter how shocking other things were, it was actually nothing. Since he had already decided to go with Yang Zhaoge, he calmed his mind. Where are you going? He. Yang Zhaoge chuckled, causing Wang Piyu, who had originally already stabilized his mind, to feel his hairs stand on end once more. Yang Zhaoge smiled without saying anything. He turned to Qiu Jiahai and said, Senior apprentice brother Qiu, please help to appease the guests who came to participate in the auction, and explain to everyone that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's monthly opening will still be held as usual. However, there is no time limit for the customized service. If there is an urgent need, please be patient. He would be busy with other things, and his time was not stable, so he could not stay in Dragon Butterfly Valley for artifact refining. Usually, when he opened the pavilion to sell treasures, he had the stock to support it. As for the customized service, he would have to wait until he had time. After asking Qiu Jiahai and others to help deal with the aftermath of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, Yang Zhaoge went to Kunlun Mountain. When Wang Piyu entered Kunlun Mountain with Yang Zhaoge, and saw a high peak standing in the distance, his face suddenly fell. I can go there by myself. Senior apprentice brother Wang, please wait. Yang Zhaoge said with a smile, and then walked in the void towards the peak. Who stayed where he was and asked Wang Piyu curiously, Mr. Wang, where is that? The illusory coming peak, Wang Piyu said with a painful expression. The mountain gate of Heaven Emperor. This was the illusory coming peak of Kunlun Mountain, where the Heaven Emperor's mountain gate was located. Looking at Yang Zhaoge's back, Wang Piyu's expression gradually became solemn. After thinking for a while, he already understood Yang Zhaoge's intention. Yang Zhaoge came here not only to vent his anger, but also to make a voice to the whole world beyond worlds. A silent declaration. A declaration that would shake the current situation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds. After Yang Zhaoge killed Wang Zhengcheng, everyone in the world beyond worlds was in a dilemma, and they were all watching the follow-up developments. Yang Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain were now giving these onlookers a clear statement. They did not intend to bow down to the Chilean cliff and beg for forgiveness. The Broad Creed Mountain moved to the eastern vast heaven territory, became the Lord of the East, and solidified the name of the East Peak of Taoism, which was the first step. And now, Yang Zhaoge was taking the second step. Heaven Emperor has visited my Broad Creed Mountain twice, which is a great honor. I dare not forget it. Yang Zhaoge walked in the air and came to the top of the illusory coming peak. Today I come to return the favor. I wonder if Heaven Emperor is in the mountain? He raised his palm upward, and then his palm fell on the illusory coming peak below. The towering mountain towered into the clouds. But at this moment, under Yang Zhaoge's palm, it instantly became small, like a teacup. Chapter 1170. The Heaven Emperor had traveled to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, intending to obtain the later Earth text hidden there. However, in the end, he was stopped by Nai Jingshan. Afterwards, news of Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di consecutively defeating the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, Chen Qianhua and Wang Zhengcheng spread. This was especially so when Yang Di had slain the Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven and Yang Zhaoge had slain the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. After learning of the situation, the Heaven Emperor knew that there was nothing he could do. He had hoped that Nai Jingshan would be lured away by Wang Zhengcheng and Chen Qianhua. But in the end, while Nai Jingshan was as steady as Mount Tai, he was the first to break down. While Nai Jingshan would not be able to do anything to him, if Yang Zhaoge returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory with the Origin Opening Sword, the Heaven Emperor would not be able to remain as calm as he was now. Therefore, he could only come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Seeing that the later Earth text was right in front of him, he could only return empty-handed. Yang Zhaoge did not know where the Heaven Emperor had gone after leaving the Royal Reed Sea. But that didn't stop him from knocking on the door today. The flipping sky seal hit the illusory coming peak of Emperor Qian's Taoist field without hesitation. Almost at the same time as Yang Zhaoge made his move, there was a flash of light over the illusory coming peak. The dark yellow light revealed strands of clear radiance that were condensed, heavy, and full of vitality. Light and shadow fluctuated before Yang Zhaoge's eyes as a solidified great earth seemed to appear, which was comparable to when the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng had opened the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram back then. Above the ground, an enormous tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Its branches and leaves swayed, covering the dome and supporting the sky. Yang Zhaoge's palm landed on the crown of that massive tree. Amidst the rumbling sound, all the branches and leaves of the huge tree that seemed to be supporting the heavens were bent. Even the thick and straight tree trunk was trembling. "Heaven Emperor, please." Back then in the Royal Reed Sea, this Yang once said that even if I did not push open the door to immortality one day, you would not be able to do anything to me. Yang Zhaoge stood towering amidst space, the ancient tree that was as thick as a heavenly pillar resembling a blade of grass beneath his palm. "Now that this Yang has come to fulfill his promise, does your Majesty not intend to personally test it out?" His palms continued to press down, and the towering tree was gradually being pressed down by his palms. At this time, the earth around the illusory coming peak suddenly shook. Streams of light flowed on the ground one after another, forming a complex and profound formation pattern. With the illusory coming peak as the center, a pillar of qi suddenly broke out of the ground and rose to the sky like a fountain. The 4 pillars of qi were green, red, white, and black. The cyan energy pillar was brimming with life force and endless life energy. The red pillar of energy was as hot as fire. The essence of raging fire wantonly spread out. The white pillar of qi was sharp, and the will of metal cut through the void. The black pillar of energy was majestic and vast, and the boundless rivers, lakes, and seas gathered together. The illusory coming peak itself rose along with the 4 qi pillars. Streaks of yellow smoke rose like yellow dragons, hovering around the illusory coming peak, making the earth image more solid and heavy. The power of the 5 elements revolved at the same time. 4 small and 1 large formation patterns spiraled in the air, forming 5 halos of light that occupied the east, west, north, south, and center respectively. Under the effect of the great formation, the towering tree, which was about to be bent by Yang Zhaoge's palm, regained its vitality and gradually withstood Yang Zhaoge's palm and stopped falling. Yang Zhaoge looked at the great formation guarding the illusory coming peak with great interest and praised, "Although I only saw it briefly in the Royal Reed Sea, I already knew that the Qian Emperor's attainments in formations were really extraordinary. Seeing this formation today, it is enough to prove that he deserves his reputation. However, my current cultivation realm is not comparable to that of the past." He shook his head with some regret. "It's a pity that we can't compete face to face in formations." Wang Puyuan looked afar. Although the upper exalt broke through the mountain gate of the Brocade Emperor of the ingenious flying peak, and Zhaoge is strong enough, there are still differences between the ingenious flying peak and the illusory coming peak. The Qian Emperor has always been famous for his formations. His attainments in formations are likely to be the first among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Therefore, the mountain guarding formation and protective restriction of the illusory coming peak were actually more powerful than those of the ingenious flying peak. If the Heaven Emperor guarded his own mountain gate, he had the geographical advantage. Although he had no immortal weapon, even if other true immortal emperors had immortal weapons, it would be difficult for them to win. In the entire Kunlun Mountain, the geographical advantage of the illusory coming peak was probably second only to the Cave of the 3 Sovereigns. But it seems that the Heaven Emperor is not here. Who covered his eyes with his hands and looked at the illusory coming peak, which was trying its best to resist Yang Zhaoge. He scratched his big head and suddenly said, "Is he worried that the family head, the young master, and the Southern Supreme Nai will come together? If he has the origin opening sword, I'm afraid he has nowhere to run. Although the Heaven Emperor is not here, the great formation running on its own is already powerful enough. The illusory coming peak is not as good as the ingenious flying peak." Wang Piyu smiled bitterly again and looked down at the origin opening sword in his hand. Not only did he kill the Earth Supreme, but he also wants to use it to break through the illusory coming peak today? "Mr. Wang, you worry too much." Who gave a silly smile at this time. Since the Heaven Emperor is not here, the young master will definitely not borrow the origin opening sword. As for the formation in front of us, before Who's voice died away, Wang Piyu opened his eyes wide. Yang Zhaoge pressed his palm down and suppressed the changes of the 5 elements below. As he said, the palm momentum of the cyclic heavenly seal in his right hand was still pressing the great formation from above. Then, Yang Zhaoge's left index and middle fingers stood together like a sword and made a stroke in the void. The turtle and the snake intertwined, and the yin and yang hugged. First appeared the image of the black tortoise. Then the black tortoise shed blood, and the fierce sword light fell on the illusory coming peak's mountain guarding great formation like a storm. On the illusory coming peak, a daoist appeared and said with hatred, "Yang Zhaoge, you've gone too far. Is Kunlun Mountain a place where you can run wild? Your master has come to the Royal Reed Sea twice, and I've come to the illusory coming peak for the first time. How can I go too far?" Yang Zhaoge said with a smile, and the sword momentum suddenly changed. "It's hard to say whether I can run wild in this Kunlun Mountain or not, but you certainly can't." After the beheading the black tortoise, it was the beheading the azure dragon. His target was one of the 5 chi pillars supporting the great formation, the cyan chi pillar. The formation, which had already been weakened by the slaying black tortoise, suffered another attack from the slaying azure dragon. The green pillar of chi was of the wood element of the 5 elements, being most fearful of martial arts like Yang Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. The circulation of the 5 elements was interconnected, so it wasn't that easy to restrain them. However, Yang Zhaoge was also proficient in the changes of the formation. His sword moves were not just a strong attack, but full of variations. He was specifically looking for the weak points of the illusory coming peaks formation. The combination of beheading Xuanwu and beheading azure dragon swept through the opponent like a storm. At the end of the day, the one controlling the grand formation was not the Heaven Emperor himself. Even if he exerted all his strength to unleash the variations of the grand formation, how could he possibly outmatch Yang Zhaoge? The more they clashed, the more Yang Zhaoge understood this formation. As time went by, the formation of the illusory coming peak finally couldn't keep up with the speed of Yang Zhaoge's sword. The ferocious slaying azure dragon first cut through the green energy pillar. With the circulation of the 5 elements broken, the overall strength of the formation immediately dropped. Yang Zhaoge slashed the Xuanwu tortoise once more, severing the other 4 pillars of qi. Finally, the right hand that had been suppressing from above suddenly slammed down. The big formation protecting the illusory coming peak was completely broken. Chapter 1171. Under the heavy pressure of Yang Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, the crumbling formation was finally broken. The 5 qi pillars all collapsed, and the abundant spiritual qi dispersed, forming 5 huge vortexes, squeezing into a ball, almost engulfing the illusory coming peak. The chaotic spiritual chi storm had already overwhelmed the people on the illusory coming peak. Since His Majesty the Heaven Emperor is not here, I won't embarrass you little ones. But the illusory coming peak can't stay. Yang Zhaoge leisurely came to the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. The disciples of the illusory coming peak under the Heaven Emperor could only leave the mountain without looking back. At this moment, everyone could see that if they dared to stay on the mountain, they would immediately be buried with the mountain gate. No one said anything harsh, and they just wanted to stay as far away from Yang Zhaoge as possible. Being stubborn at this time would not only make people laugh, but also directly cost their lives. Yang Zhaoge didn't pay much attention to them, and went to the center of the main peak of the illusory coming peak. There was a Taoist temple here, where the Heaven Emperor's Taoist field was located. Yang Zhaoge broke the outer defense restriction, walked in calmly, and went all the way to the backyard without paying much attention to the things around. Here, a towering ancient tree with branches and leaves flashing a faint cyan light stood quietly. Unfortunately, it's not a real ginseng fruit tree, but a grafted one. The spiritual qi of the fruit is much inferior, but it's also very rare. Yang Zhaoge smiled, and directly reached out and closed his 5 fingers. As if an invisible giant hand appeared in the air, the towering ancient tree was dug out by its roots. Its roots seemed to run through the whole illusory coming peak and went deep into the ground. But now it was also swept away by Yang Zhaoge, together with the rocks and soil. With this movement, the huge illusory coming peak shook violently, and the whole mountain began to collapse. Yang Zhaoge stamped his foot for the last time, and the famous fairy mountain of Kunlun Mountain completely collapsed, razed to the ground, and ceased to exist. In the clouds in the distance, Wang Piyu and Hu looked down and saw dust flying in the Kunlun mountain range, and the whole mountain range centered on the illusory coming peak became shorter. Yang Zhaoge carried a towering tree that was many times larger than his body. He stepped out of the collapsed mountain range step by step, and came back to Wang Piyu and Hu. Junior brother Yang, I have to say, I almost forgot that you had such a profound attainment in the way of formations, Wang Piyu said with a wry smile. In fact, it was not that he forgot. It was just that Yang Zhaoge's performance in other areas had been too dazzling these past few years. Yang Zhaoge's performance in the way of refining artifacts was too dazzling. Moreover, on the path of crafting artifacts, it left one tongue-tied and speechless. He had single-handedly supported the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, stirring the hearts of the entire world beyond worlds as many long-lost treasures had reappeared in this world. Regardless of whether it was martial arts or weapon forging, it was something that required a huge amount of time and energy. Yang's he cultivating and clans Yang's Dao. Palace Yang's in martial arts and Zhaoge knows. And however, Yang Zhaoge was good enough to overlook all living beings. As a result, Wang Piyu had unconsciously overlooked that before Yang Zhaoge had established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, when he had still been a seeing divinity martial saint, he had once used a 9 bends Yellow River formation to bury a bunch of immortal bridge martial saints. Because he felt that since he was so excellent in martial arts and refining artifacts, he should have no energy to take care of other aspects. But now Wang Piyu had to admit that this idea was wrong. No, the idea itself is not wrong. Wang Piyu said with a wry smile, it's not wrong to use it on others, but on junior brother Yang. Yang Zhaoge nodded to Wang Piyu with a smile, senior brother Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Then he looked at Hu and said, take this tree to the eastern vast heaven territory and give it to my father. He can deal with it. There was no need to ask Wang Piyu and others. They would not forget the jade capital crag when they got the fruit. Yang Zhaoge raised his hands and closed them in the middle. The gigantic tree, which was so huge that it pierced through the heavens and earth, suddenly became the size of a sapling. Black and white qi circulated around the sapling, preventing it from returning to its original state. Then Yang Zhaoge handed the sapling to Hu. Young master, do you want to think about going to the Qilin Cliff? Hu took the sapling, with a simple and honest smile on his face, but his eyes were full of a greedy look. The corner of Wang Piyu's mouth twitched. He looked at the pair of master and servant in front of him speechlessly. The Qilin Cliff. Not now. Maybe later. Yang Zhaoge waved his hand and said casually. Hearing the first half of Yang Zhaoge's words, Wang Piyu let out a sigh of relief, but hearing the second half, he inevitably felt a headache. But young master, the earthly sovereign is not here, the concealed sovereign is in seclusion, and the Earth Supreme was killed by you outside the Kunlun Mountain. Now the Qilin Cliff is like a group of dragons without a leader. Hu asked curiously. Wang Piyu smiled bitterly, because that is the mountain gate of the profound immortal. The protective restriction and the mountain gate formation are all set up by the tranquil profound immortal, the earthly sovereign. Different from the illusory coming peak, even if there is no one to manage it, we martial sages can't touch it. Unless the earthly sovereign has fallen, and that place has been left unattended for at least 1,000 years, or even longer, to become a relic cave residence. Then we may be able to go in. Hu blinked his eyes and looked at Wang Pu. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. But Wang Pu obviously understood what he meant, and the bitter smile on his face became more intense. Even with the origin opening sword, it won't work unless an expert who has really pushed open the immortal door can control the origin opening sword. Young master, what if you reach the supreme realm? Hu asked quietly. Yang Zhaoge said carelessly, have you seen the sword light that senior master you sent back at the opening ceremony? Hu nodded, powerful and terrifying. It beat the Heaven Emperor and the others without any power to fight back. Let's not talk about the fact that senior master you didn't use his real martial arts at that time. Yang Zhaoge shrugged, not just me. Suppose there is a martial sage in this world who is so powerful that he can subvert the world's cognition. Although he can't hurt a true immortal who has successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation, he can beat that true immortal like playing with a ball, and play with him however he wants. At least from the scene, it looks like a profound immortal fighting a true immortal, right? Yang Zhaoge asked. Hu couldn't help but nod. Yang Zhaoge continued, however, if this martial saint were to fight against any profound immortal, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Why? Hu scratched his head and asked in puzzlement. Because a true immortal is leakless, while a profound immortal is tranquil. Yang Zhaoge said with a smile, for people in the human world, leakless and tranquil are the most intuitive differences between a true immortal and a profound immortal. It has nothing to do with martial cultivation, talent and physique, but the rules of the world itself. If you can't transcend, you have to follow them. If you can transcend, then a profound immortal is naturally nothing. Chapter 1172. Hu had been learning martial arts for many years and had always been following Yang Zhaoge. Naturally, his knowledge and experience far surpassed his peers. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he asked, leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed. That's right. Leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed. Wang Pu sighed and said, the word tranquil here means that nothing in the mortal realm can cause any trouble. Hu scratched the back of his head and said, can't cause trouble. Does that mean that no matter offense or defense, nothing can cause trouble? That's right. Yang Zhaoge shrugged and said, when a martial saint fights against a true immortal, they can't hurt the true immortal. However, they can resolve the true immortal's attacks and even break their moves. Even if they can't kill a true immortal, it's not impossible for a martial saint to capture and suppress a true immortal if the difference in strength is too great. Seeing Wang Pu's pained expression, Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, of course, no one can really do it. But at least, it's not something impossible. That's why we often say that a true immortal descends to the mortal realm and is undefeatable. However, that doesn't mean that they're invincible. However, if a profound immortal descends to the mortal realm, he's truly invincible. Yang Zhaoge waved his hand and said, because a martial saint can't kill a profound immortal. Strictly speaking, you can't even touch him. On the other hand, no matter how strong your defense is, a profound immortal can break it with a flick of their finger. It's like nothing. They just need to blow and your defense will be gone. Leakless true immortal is hard to hurt in the mortal realm. Tranquil profound immortal is undisturbed by the mortal realm. Hu said thoughtfully, so this is tranquil, that's right. Just like the example I gave just now. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, if a martial saint is so powerful that he can beat a true immortal like a grandson, but if he and this true immortal were exchanged for the same profound immortal, the true immortal might perform better. At least, he would have the chance to retaliate, while the martial saint would fall instantly. Don't you think it's abnormal? But this is the basic principle of the world of creation. If you don't transcend, you must abide by it. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms and said, a martial saint defeating a true immortal is also abnormal for most people. Wang Pu coughed a few times, while Hu smiled foolishly. Well, it sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. Moreover, there are strong and weak true immortals as well. True immortals who are extremely powerful and far surpass their peers might not necessarily be unable to fight against Xian immortals. But just like how it is difficult for martial sages to injure true immortals, it is also difficult for true immortals to injure Xian immortals. At the very least, they would be able to put up a fight. Unlike when martial sages faced Shen immortals, they would only be left with helplessness and despair. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, "Of course, it's also very difficult. It's even rarer than a martial saint contending against a true immortal. Since ancient times, there were only a few who managed to become a profound immortal. After all, which profound immortal expert is simple? The higher one's realm was, the rarer it was to challenge someone of a higher realm. In the end, it completely disappeared." Wang Piyu looked at Hu and sighed, "That's why I just said that we can't break the Qilin cliff even with the Origin Opening Sword. The Origin Opening Sword is a leakless immortal weapon, which can't hurt a profound immortal. However, Earthly Sovereign is not at the Qilin cliff now. So, if a very powerful emperor comes to drive the Origin Opening Sword, or even without the Origin Opening Sword, he may break the Qilin cliff, just like how junior brother Yang could break the illusory coming peak and Upper Chen could break the ingenious flying peak. However, a martial saint can't break the mountain gate of a profound immortal with the leakless immortal weapon. After all, he can't drive the immortal weapon with all his strength, and the gap between the two is not 1, but 2. Hu scratched his head and said, "There must be some reasons for this, right? The reason is that it's not easy to become a profound immortal." Yang Zhaoge chuckled. "After pushing open the immortal door, you have to go through tribulations for every increase in realm. Once you fail, you will die. But it was also because of this that every increase in realm was like a whole new world, which was no less than a martial saint crossing the boundary between immortal and mortal. That was why Wang Piyu said that there were 2 heavenly chasms. When a martial saint becomes an immortal, this tribulation is called the immortal mortal tribulation." Yang Zhaoge said, "When a true immortal becomes a profound immortal, he also has to go through a tribulation. It's called the immeasurable tribulation, also known as the pure profound tribulation. Just like the immortal mortal tribulation, if you pass it, you will be in a whole new world. If you fail, you will die and turn into ashes. If a profound immortal wants to reach a higher realm in the future, he also has to go through a tribulation." Yang Zhaoge explained, "This is related to cultivation. Hu, you're still far from the immortal realm, so I didn't mention it to you before. Martial artists of our generation cultivate by refining their true essence, while immortal realm experts have to breathe in and out immortal qi. Immortal qi is actually a more general term. Strictly speaking, immortals have 5 qis, also known as the 5 truths. The 5 qis are righteous qi, transforming qi, bright qi, evil qi, and clear qi. All of them are collectively known as immortal qi, but they are different. Righteous qi. The so-called righteousness here didn't mean justice or fairness. Instead, it represented the unwavering, firm, and stable qi. It represented the unchanging and unmoving side of the world of creation. Transforming qi was the opposite of righteous qi. It was a qi that was flexible and changeable. It was never changing and never stopped. It represented the changing and changing side of the world of creation. The world changed and creation changed. In short, the creation of the universe had always been moving forward incessantly, changing incessantly, and developing incessantly. However, if there was no morality to stabilize it and maintain the balance and rhythm with the qi transformation, and if it relied solely on the qi transformation, the world of creation would naturally be thrown into disarray. It would quickly collapse and disintegrate, and it would die halfway. Bright qi represented the flourishing vitality of the world of creation, the bright and beautiful side of it. No matter if it was moving from stability to change or from change to stability, as long as it was developing in a positive direction, it would be the beauty of bright qi. Evil qi was murderous and murderous. It represented the collapsing and decaying side of the world of creation, heading towards destruction. In contrast to bright qi, it wasn't limited to change or stability. Instead, it reflected the evil side of the world of creation. When the world's evil qi flourished, calamities would occur continuously until the world was destroyed in the end. Clear qi was neutral and peaceful. It was like the connection point, the middle point, or the fulcrum of everything. It could also be said to be the foundation, harmonizing and circulating the other 4 qis. Martial Saint realm martial art practitioners and even martial art practitioners of lower levels can also breathe in and out immortal qi. However, it's only breathing in and out. It's greatly beneficial to our cultivation, but it's ultimately not the foundation. Moreover, it has to be appropriate. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to bear it. Yang Zhaoge said, if one can successfully pass the immortal mortal tribulation, cross the boundary between human and immortal, and push open the immortal door, one can completely transform one's true essence into immortal qi. Precisely because one's true essence transforms into immortal qi and cleanses one's body, the martial art practitioner's true essence would no longer be able to harm a true immortal filled with immortal qi. This is how the name Leakless came about. However, the immortal qi of a true immortal is only one of the 5 immortal qis. As for which one it is, it varies from person to person. As Yang Zhaoge spoke, he first raised a finger, and then raised a second finger. If a true immortal can successfully refine his body with the second kind of immortal qi and pass the pure profound tribulation, he can combine the 2 qis and transform his immortal qi into immortal aura. Chapter 1173. Yang Zhaoge put his index and middle fingers together. When 2 qis combine, it's not the change of 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it's the difference between 1 and many. That's why it's so different. The purification of immortal qi and immortal aura was like the purification of true essence into immortal qi. After crossing this threshold, a true immortal who controlled only 1 immortal qi wouldn't be able to hurt a profound immortal who had combined 2 qis and cultivated the immortal aura. This situation was similar to how a martial saint couldn't hurt a true immortal. With immortal qi, it was hard to hurt a true immortal in the mortal world. With immortal aura, the mortal world wouldn't be disturbed. The immortal aura of a profound immortal could easily shatter a martial artist's true essence, be it for attack or defense. Therefore, a profound immortal would always be peaceful in the mortal world. In other words, a profound immortal would never truly fall into the mortal world, and wouldn't be corroded by the mortal world. Young master, from 1 to many, not from 1 to 2, right? Ahu pondered over Yang Zhaoge's words and keenly discovered some mysteries. Yang Zhaoge and Wang Piyu both laughed. That's right. From 1 to many, not from 1 to 2. Wang Piyu said approvingly. The difference between a true immortal and a profound immortal lies in the combination of more than 1 immortal qi and transforming it into the immortal aura. It's not simply refining 2 kinds of immortal qi. Therefore, if a profound immortal refines the 3rd or even the 4th kind of immortal qi, his strength will increase, but it's still within the scope of cultivating the immortal aura. Wang Piyu said and stretched out his fingers like Yang Zhaoge. However, he opened all his fingers at once. However, after refining 4 kinds of immortal qi, if a profound immortal can successfully refine himself with the 5th kind of immortal qi, he'll have to pass the tribulation. If he passes the tribulation, he'll enter a whole new world that's different from the profound immortal world. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, when all 5 kinds of immortal qi combine and form the 5 qis unification, it's the difference between incomplete and complete. Therefore, it's a new chasm, a new world. Ahu smacked his lips and said, I roughly understand. Even a true immortal great emperor would find it difficult to break the protective restriction left behind by a profound immortal sovereign. However, if one's strength is not enough, it's not impossible to break it after spending some time. After all, it's not like facing a true profound immortal. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. However, even if a martial saint possesses an immortal artifact of the leakless level, he would still be unable to do so. At the end of the day, he still cultivates in true essence and not immortal qi. As for tranquil grade immortal weapons, martial sages are unable to use them. Even if they had one, there is no need to think too much about it. Ahu scratched his head and suddenly asked, Young master, it seems like the 5 qis collecting in mind is a Taoist saying. What if it's a netherworld demon or a Buddhist martial artist? Yang Zhaoge smiled, nodding, good question. There are differences in the details or appearance, but the most fundamental thing is the same, or at least similar. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, back then, Buddhism created a cultivation technique different from Taoism in order to get closer to the truth of this world and see through the true great Tao. It was just that they were advancing along a path that they believed to be correct. Of course, this is part of the reason why Taoism has a clear understanding of one's own position. However, the essence of it isn't to be unique or to fight. When one reaches the peak of the great Tao, they would always return to the same place. That's because everyone is pursuing the truth. Yang Zhaoge waved his hand. Therefore, if you study the advancement of Buddhist experts, you would realize that while it's different from Taoism, there are still some similarities between them. It's the same for the 9 underworlds demonic Tao. In fact, compared to Buddhism, they are more similar to Taoism, especially in the division of realms. That's why I said that some rules have nothing to do with what martial art a martial artist cultivates or their talent in comprehension. Instead, they are the rules of this world of creation and the universe itself. If one doesn't transcend it, he would have to abide by it. If one didn't want to abide by others' rules, he would have to make his own rules and let others play according to his rules. However, if that's the case, it wouldn't be the authority of the law anymore. Instead, it would be the power of the Tao, which would naturally surpass the original great Tao. As such, it was naturally not something that true immortals and profound immortals could achieve. It was a meaningless assumption. Ahu nodded upon hearing that. Young master, I understand. He scratched his big head and suddenly thought of something. He asked, Young master, female emperor is known as the number 1 among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Isn't she very close to the profound immortal realm? Is she just a step away from it? I don't think so. When I saw female emperor in the royal Reed Sea, I felt that she wasn't ready to pass the pure profound tribulation. As Yang Zhaoge said that, he looked at Wang Piyu. The reason why she's so powerful is that she's more outstanding than her peers. Wang Piyu said, I'm not sure about that. Master should be clearer about it. He sighed, anyway, it's not easy to advance from true immortal to profound immortal. Master also said that it was quite difficult for him to pass the pure profound tribulation. It's not easy indeed. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Currently, Yang Zhaoge had more contact with some of the 5 true immortal experts of the world beyond worlds. Among them, the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor had more contact with each other, so Yang Zhaoge had a general understanding of their ascension paths. Needless to say, the Brocade Emperor in black and the Brocade Emperor in white had to decide the winner first. If the Brocade Emperor in black who walked the ruthless path won, he had to kill Fu Ting and Meng Wn first, and then get the Tai Splendor Cloud and the Tai Fist. Only in this way could he have a chance to pass the second immortal Qi to refine his body, pass the pure profound tribulation, and turn the immortal Qi in his body into immortal Gang. Otherwise, if he dared to take the risk to attack the pure profound tribulation, there was no other possibility except death. The Brocade Emperor in white who walked the sentimental path was even more embarrassed. At present, even if he killed the Brocade Emperor in black, it was still unknown what his future path would be. As for the Heaven Emperor, he also had a long way to go. However, the later Earth text was really important to him. With the later Earth text, he might not be able to pass the pure profound tribulation safely and reach the profound immortal realm, but at least there was hope. A sword cultivator's combat level is usually excellent, but it's difficult to make progress. Yang Zhaoge praised, it's even more difficult for senior apprentice Uncle Yu to catch up with the earthly and concealed sovereigns in the future. Wang Piyu said with a bitter smile, now I just hope that Master can return to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. If so, let's bid farewell here. Take care, senior apprentice brother Wang. Ahu, don't delay on your way and go directly to the eastern vast heaven territory. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands. Wang Piyu nodded, junior apprentice brother Yang, be careful this time. Rest assured, young master. I will bring the things back to the family head as soon as possible. Ahu also nodded and said, after the matter is done, I will be on standby in the northern profound heaven territory. After saying goodbye to the two, Yang Zhaoge turned into a flowing light and went all the way north. After looking for Feng Yunsheng, he came to the northern profound heaven territory again. Chapter 1174. Cloud Pavilion Mountain Profound Remnant Monastery. This was where the Tao Arena of the Northern Exalt of the World Beyond Worlds 10 Exalts was located. Having arrived here, Yang Zhaoge did not go to Profound Remnant Locale. Instead, He came to a town built by the side of the mountain outside Cloud Pavilion Mountain. Their Broad Creed Mountain was openly at odds with Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Chilean Cliff. Now that they had come to the north and directly paid a visit, they would inevitably be suspected of forcing them to take sides. When the world beyond worlds had been searching for Xue Chuqing previously, the Northern Exalt had restricted his disciples from staying outside. Whether it was Xue Chuqing or Yang Zhaoge, they had both been moved by this. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge did not force him to do anything. Since the Northern Exalt wanted to remain aloof from the world and not involve himself in any conflict, Yang Zhaoge would grant him his wish. However, Yang Zhaoge believed that the other party would return the favor. From what had happened to Xue Chuqing over the past few years, the Northern Exalt had more or less felt sympathy and praise towards the dim radiant emperor. Although he did not ascend the Cloud Pavilion Mountain this time, as the ruler of the North, the profound remnant monastery would definitely receive the news soon. The Northern Exalt's reaction would be known soon enough. Coming to that small town, Yang Zhaoge calmly looked at the people coming and going. This was a place that Feng Yunsheng had once visited. Yang Zhaoge looked quietly at the scenery and the flow of people within the city, rather spellbound. Not long after, he regained his senses and turned around with a faint smile. A young girl in yellow entered his sight. It was precisely profound remnant locale's disciple Guan Yuluo, who was also the granddaughter of the Northern Exalt, Daoist Watting, Guan Ku. Long time no see, Miss Guan. Yang Zhaoge smiled as he greeted her. As she neared, Guan Yuluo first appraised Yang Zhaoge curiously, as though she was seeing him for the first time. This isn't the first time you've used such a gaze to appraise me, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Every time I see you, I feel like I've never really known you before. Guan Yuluo blinked her eyes and said, Banxian, you really did Elder Wang of Chilean Cliff. Yang Zhaoge nodded calmly, that's right, I did it. Guan Yuluo's eyes were still filled with disbelief. Alright, is there any news of Yunsheng? Yang Zhaoge first asked. The reason Guan Yuluo had appeared was that she had long since become acquainted with Yang Zhaoge because of Feng Yunsheng. While in the current environment, someone from profound remnant locale coming out to meet Yang Zhaoge was a problem in the eyes of others, there was still some leeway in the end, causing others to have some reservations as they were unwilling to directly fall out with him. There's no news about Sister Feng. Guan Yuluo's mood suddenly dropped. She also missed Feng Yunsheng very much. It was just that in front of Yang Zhaoge, she was more restrained, because she felt that as compared to herself, Yang Zhaoge would probably feel even worse. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm as he consoled her, Yunsheng will be blessed by the heavens. Yes, but it's a pity that grandfather can't calculate Sister Feng's current situation. Guan Yuluo sighed before pulling herself together and looking solemnly at Yang Zhaoge. She said softly, before I left, grandfather said something. He's here, but I don't know where he is. It sounded like a sentence without any head or tail, but Yang Zhaoge instantly understood its meaning. The Northern Exalt looked old and frail, as if his neck had already been buried in the ground as he might pass away at any moment. But actually, he had a sharp mind and could see through many things clearly. The Broad Creed Mountain and the Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Chilean Cliff were officially enemies. Although they had the Sword Sovereign behind them, facing both the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign at the same time, they would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Yang Zhaoge and the others definitely had to think of a plan. The roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage might be able to help them. However, they couldn't do it unless they had no other choice. If the roving Jade Heavens were involved in the internal affairs of the world beyond worlds, the nature would completely change. Even the Sword Sovereign might not be willing to do so. Although he could get along well with the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor, he had an extremely bad relationship with the other peak experts of the roving Jade Heavens. It could even be said that their enmity was as deep as the sea. If they didn't look for external help, and wanted to look for a powerful helper within the world beyond worlds, there was only one best choice for Yang Zhaoge and the others. Before the Sword Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign of the Three Sovereigns, he was also the exalted water luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries in the past. He had a close relationship with Yang Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang. In recent years, Many people in the world beyond worlds had gradually forgotten about the Astro Sovereign, but the Northern Exalt wouldn't. The Northern Exalt knew about the disappearance of the Astro Sovereign. As one of the oldest and most experienced Exalts of the 10 Exalts, the Northern Exalt had experienced the era of the Astro Sovereign. He also knew that the Astro Sovereign had disappeared in the snowfield in the north. As the Lord of the Northern Profound Heaven Territory, he naturally knew more than the other Exalts. However, that was all he knew. As for the specific reasons and details of the Astro Sovereign's disappearance, he didn't know much. That was why there was a saying that the Astro Sovereign was here, but no one knew where he was. For Yang Zhaoge, this was certainly not enough for him to find the Astro Sovereign. However, he also understood the deeper meaning of the Northern Exalt. The disappearance of the Astro Sovereign might really be related to the 9 underworlds. In the world beyond worlds, only the 3 sovereigns, the female emperor and the dead Wang Jingcheng might know the details. Not to mention the other Exalts, even the encompassing emperor and the heaven emperor might not know the details. The reason why the Northern Exalt knew some clues was that he was guarding the Northern Profound Heaven Territory. That's a good thing. I don't know the details, and others don't know the details either. Yang Zhaoge thought, even if they know that I will go to the Astro Sovereign for help, they can't stop me. The earthly sovereign hadn't returned, the concealed sovereign was in seclusion, and Wang Jingcheng, the only one who could play a role, had already been killed by Yang Zhaoge. The only uncertain factor left was the upper Exalt, Chen Qianhua, who had the origin heavenly scripture and could see the past and the future. However, the Brocade Emperor couldn't compare with Astro Sovereign in terms of cultivation. Chen Qianhua wanted to figure out the things about the Astro Sovereign, but he couldn't gain much from it. Even if he knew the existence of Chu Lily from Wang Zhengcheng and started to work on her, he still needed to rest in a short period of time after being wounded by Yang Di's saber. Yang Zhaoge had time to find the Astro Sovereign. What worried him was that female Emperor Jie Mingkong wouldn't suddenly fall out with him, would she? After saying goodbye to Guan Yuluo, Yang Zhaoge left the small town and continued to the north. He stepped into the world of ice and snow in the north again. Walking in the wind and snow, red light flashed in Yang Zhaoge's eyes. The sharp red light vaguely spurted out from his eyes and cut the void. Yang Zhaoge looked over and saw that in the world of ice and snow in front of him, there were many black lines, some far, some near, some sparse, some dense. Every black line was actually a crack in the spatial domain. However, these cracks were not stable. They were in the state of alternating between cracking and healing. So they were not the real space passageways or the wounds of the sky. However, how could he find the Astro Sovereign? The reason why he looked for Feng Yunsheng was that the Northern Exalt had demarcated a limited area in advance to search for the Astro Sovereign. However, if he looked for the Astro Sovereign one by one, it would take him decades or even hundreds of years. Chapter 1175. The disappearance of Astro Sovereign was very likely related to the 9 underworlds, which was an important clue that could greatly reduce the search scope. However, there were still many possibilities. If it was related to the 9 underworlds, it would definitely take a lot of time and energy. Once he found the wrong one, he would waste a lot of time. But for Yang Zhaoge, it was easier to find Feng Yunsheng this time. Astro Sovereign's cultivation was much higher than his. Since it was related to the 9 underworlds, Yang Zhaoge didn't need to look at Astro Sovereign. He just needed to look at the abnormal phenomenon in the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge first chose a space crack that might be related to the 9 underworlds. This crack was still in the state of healing. There was no devilish qi seeping out of it. It would be difficult for others to find it. But for Yang Zhaoge, who had some knowledge of the faceless devil scripture, it was much easier. Flying in the snow and ice of the world beyond worlds, Yang Zhaoge stepped on the air and lightly drew a line in the air with his finger. A red light loomed on the tip of his finger. The sword light of the immortal trapping sword easily broke the unstable space crack. After the space crack was broken, it gradually formed a domain passageway. Yang Zhaoge stepped into it. Before entering, he stopped and turned around, nodding slightly at the empty void in the distance. Then, he continued walking forward. He only needed to move forward. After Yang Zhaoge disappeared, A haggard old man with turbid eyes and a little hunchback slowly walked to the entrance of the domain passageway. It was the Northern Exalt. Looking at the pitch-black entrance of the domain passageway in front of him, he sighed and sat down cross-legged. Although the domain passageway Yang Zhaoge entered had the land of Tranquil Stream as a buffer and didn't directly connect to the 9 underworlds, the Northern Exalt still had to be careful. One of his duties in guarding the north was to keep a close eye on the land of Tranquil Stream, which was connected to the world beyond worlds and the 9 underworlds which might exist behind it. Although he wouldn't directly deal with Yang Zhaoge, since Yang Zhaoge had opened the entrance, the Northern Exalt naturally had to guard here just in case. The old man looked at the domain passageway in front of him with his turbid eyes and murmured to himself, "What an eventful time. With the Northern Exalt guarding here, Yang Zhaoge didn't have any worries after opening this crack." He stepped into it and passed through the passageway. When the space-time changes in front of him gradually stabilized, what appeared in front of him was darkness. There were no twinkling stars in the gloomy void. There was only a patch of gloomy radiance. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned from intangible to tangible, and it was stained with dirt. It was the land of Tranquil Stream, which was derived from the void eroded by the 9 serenities. Yang Zhaoge didn't stop. Instead, he kept moving forward towards the deepest part of the land of Tranquil Stream. That was where the 9 underworlds resided. After a long and arduous journey, the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that could shake one's soul grew thicker and thicker. Finally, there was an end to the gloomy land of Tranquil Stream in front of them. Layers of black fog filled the air, and there was even an evil and ferocious blood-red luster flashing in it. This terror was boundless, like the sky and the sea. Yang Zhaoge did not pause in the slightest as he strode into the devilish baleful chi. This time, he could feel that the Faceless Devil Sutra, 8 Desolation Thunder Palm, 6 Spirits Demonic Fist, and other demonic cultivation techniques seemed to have become more active and autonomous. As the saying goes, when the Tao grows, the devil grows. But most of the time, the Tao grows, and the devil grows as well. It's like 2 sides of the same coin. Yang Zhaoge was not surprised. The reason why his devilish nature seemed to be more easily stimulated this time was that his cultivation realm was higher and his strength was stronger. Therefore, his demonic cultivation also improved along with it. Especially that day in the 9 underworlds, in order to deal with the Brocade Emperor and Chen Qianhua, Yang Zhaoge condensed the faceless heavenly devil incarnation and displayed the 8 Desolation Thunder Palm recorded in the Devil Creation Scripture. That battle made Yang Zhaoge's attainments in these 2 demonic cultivation techniques improve by leaps and bounds. Now that he returned to the 9 underworlds, it was naturally easier for his devilish nature to be stimulated. However, it didn't cause any trouble to Yang Zhaoge. The peerless heavenly scripture silently operated, instantly suppressing the restless devilish nature, and everything returned to normal. He took a deep breath, and showed the body of the big black Buddha again. Then, the big black Buddha stretched out his palms and displayed another supreme martial art recorded in the Devil Creation Scripture. Among the 8 extremities of creation, heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain and lake, it corresponded to the phenomenon of earth and earth, the earthly secret seal. In the past, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had a limited collection of demonic cultivation techniques. Among them, the most powerful one was the complete Faceless Devil Scripture. However, the Devil Creation Scripture was incomplete. Among the 8 extremities of creation, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had 3 of them. Other than the 8 Desolation Thunder Palm corresponding to the phenomenon of thunder, this earthly secret seal corresponding to the phenomenon of earth and earth was also one of them. Now, Yang Zhaoge used the Faceless Devil Scripture as the foundation and transformed into the Big Black Buddha to increase his adaptability in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, which made it easier for him to circulate the devilish chi. Then, he used the secret seal of the earth element. This seal was both an external art and an internal art. Combining martial arts and martial arts, it had many wondrous uses. When Yang Zhaoge displayed it now, he seemed to be calm and unmoving like the earth, and calm and deep like a secret. However, it was as if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had completely sunk into hell and turned into the demonic Tao. Under this state, His perception in the 9 underworlds increased greatly. But this method was not very useful to find Feng Yunsheng. Under the influence of the exalted Rahu luminary, Feng Yunsheng had to hide herself from others. Most of the time, she kept moving and went deeper into the 9 underworlds. As for Astro Sovereign, Yang Zhaoge speculated that he might be fixed in some place. In Yang Zhaoge's opinion, Astro Sovereign might be suppressing something. Just like the extreme young seal had been suppressing a crack of the 9 underworlds at the bottom of the abyss of the 8 extremities world. Or Astro Sovereign might be refining some treasures or cultivating some secret arts with the help of the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, Chu Lily wouldn't expect him to bring a message. Since he brought a message, Chu Lily must be sure that Sword Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign could find Astro Sovereign safely. In this way, Yang Zhaoge had some hope to find Astro Sovereign. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in the sea. If he had such good luck to meet Astro Sovereign, he would go to find Feng Yunsheng first. This time, Yang Zhaoge chose a random land of tranquil stream to enter the 9 underworlds because he wanted to find Astro Sovereign in the opposite direction. He wanted to find Astro Sovereign from the 9 underworlds. Wherever there was something unusual near the edge of the 9 underworlds, he would go there. Then, he would find Astro Sovereign in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds or the land of tranquil stream. Yang Zhaoge displayed the earthly secret seal and felt all kinds of slight quakes in the devilish domain nearby. The quakes of all things, the quakes of invisible devilish chi, and the quakes of space and time. He didn't let go of any unusual things. Finally, the big black Buddha suddenly opened his eyes. His pure black eyes looked far away. Chapter 1176. While the huge black Buddha's eyes were closed, there seemed to be circular ripples spreading into the distance. As he formed the primordial earth secret seal, he resembled the epicenter of an earthquake. As these ripples traveled far away, everything that had been experienced was vividly displayed, returning to Yang Zhaoge's mind. Ripples were blooming in the distance. Some were big, some were small, some were continuous, some were fleeting. Numerous scenes flashed past Yang Zhaoge's eyes. He skipped over the battle between the demons. While they all desired to devour the outside world, there were also fierce, brutal battles between devils in the 9 underworlds. Such things were naturally not something Yang Zhaoge was concerned about. What he was concerned about were the people in the 9 underworlds or the movements at the border of the 9 underworlds where the boundless lands intersected. It was naturally rare for people to enter the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge had not discovered anything. Still, the border of the 9 underworlds often fluctuated. Yang Zhaoge filtered through the most intense fluctuations, feeling the changes within before finally choosing one. The gaze of the huge black Buddha guided him in that direction. After dispersing the body of the devil Buddha, Yang Zhaoge retracted his aura and sped off in that direction. The devilish domain of the 9 underworlds was incomparably vast, being much larger than the world beyond worlds. Yang Zhaoge traversed its borders for a long time. The place he had initially chosen was ultimately proven not to be the one he was looking for. Yang Zhaoge was not dejected. While he had to hurry, he had never felt that this would be something that could be accomplished in a single stroke. He continued searching. Towards the end, Yang Zhaoge even found the land of tranquil stream where he had pursued Feng Yunsheng. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry as he searched. Some indistinct clues indicated that Feng Yunsheng or the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, had clearly returned to this region previously. It was unknown whether she had intended to return under Feng Yunsheng's lead or Jian Shunhua had considered the most dangerous place as the safest place to avoid the search of Yang Zhaoge and the others. Whether it was Yang Zhaoge or the encompassing emperor, they had both previously entered the depths of the 9 underworlds in search of her. It was just that Feng Yunsheng had long since left this place despite having returned. Still, looking at the traces left behind by Feng Yunsheng this time, Yang Zhaoge saw some things. Are they still in a stalemate? Who exactly is the great devil that Jian Shunhua is after? Yang Zhaoge pondered, could it be on the level of the 12 devilish gods? Yang Zhaoge now had a direct understanding of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shurenhua's audacity. It wasn't limited to the legends. Therefore, he did not intend to underestimate the Iron Lady's ambition at all. Or rather, It was ambition. At the very least, the devil of aged metal didn't find another incarnation after the sword devil Yin Xiang died. Seeing that there were no more discoveries, Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath of turbid air, calmed down his mind and continued his plan of looking for Astro Sovereign. After consecutively executing the primordial earth secret seal and repeatedly hitting the side carriage by mistake, Yang Zhaoge finally felt that something was clearly abnormal. It feels like the lineage of the Jade Sky Peak. Yang Zhaoge's pupils contracted slightly, but is it the Astro Sovereign or the female emperor? He hesitated for a moment, and after some thought, he continued on his way, feeling his way. The demonic chi and evil chi of the netherworld demonic domain gradually weakened, and they arrived at the border of the netherworld again. Yang Zhaoge kept moving forward. Finally, he got out of the netherworld and stepped into the land of Tranquil Stream. In this land of Tranquil Stream, the interference of the demonic chi and evil chi on Yang Zhaoge's perception was not so strong anymore. Therefore, even if he didn't incarnate into the Black Buddha, he could still vaguely feel the billowing immortal chi in this land of Tranquil Stream, which shook the heaven and earth. Yang Zhaoge slightly frowned and kept moving forward. He vaguely felt that there was a big battle going on in the distance. After getting closer, Yang Zhaoge stopped. He almost had the impulse to turn around and run away. Because when he got closer and felt the waves in the distance, Yang Zhaoge was at least 70% sure that the expert from the Jade Sky Peak of the Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds was the female emperor Jie Mingkong, not the Astro Sovereign. Anyway, it's much more effective to ask the female emperor than to search blindly by myself. Yang Zhaoge said to himself, now I have a legitimate reason to look for the Astro Sovereign, so the female emperor won't associate it with Senior Chu who lived in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens. Although the fire of gossip was burning in his heart, it was better to avoid stimulating the female emperor Jie Mingkong as much as possible at the critical moment of finding the female emperor. Who knew whether it was a hornet's nest? If he accidentally poked it, it would be too unjust. Yang Zhaoge stopped moving forward. As he was thinking, the two parties fighting in the distance also began to approach. Obviously, they also vaguely felt the arrival of Yang Zhaoge. When they got close, the darkness was torn apart and two figures dashed out. One of them was in white clothes and a black jade ring on the index finger of her right hand. It was an extremely beautiful woman. However, her eyes were tightly shut and had never opened. She was the female emperor Jie Mingkong, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds and the current owner of the Jade Sky Peak. The one who was fighting with her was a middle-aged man in a daoist robe with a dragon and tiger on it. He was moving in the air and fighting with Jie Mingkong in a stalemate. As the daoist crossed his hands, the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind came one after another and turned into 4 dragons and 4 tigers. Each of the dragons and tigers was tens of thousands of feet long. As they jumped up and down, the dark land of Tranquil Stream was almost broken. Yang Zhaoge already knew his identity when he saw his appearance and moves. The roving jade heavenly immortal expert of the prime clear lineage, Tranquility Emperor, also known as Tranquility Emperor. Some people also called him Dragon Tiger Emperor because of his supreme martial art, the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols Treasured Book. He was the only expert in the immortal realm of the prime clear lineage who didn't open the door of immortality with sword arts. His foundation was the founding Emperor Tribulation Scripture and the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols Treasured Book, one of the prime clear lineage's 5 scriptures. Most of the prime clear martial artists in the roving Jade Heavens were from the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. There were few exceptions. Tranquility Emperor was one of them. He was the successor of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage, who was also the direct disciple of the prime clear Lord of Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Lord like the incongruence Divine Mother. After the Golden Spirit Mother's investiture of God's battle, most of her disciples also suffered. As a result, the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage became sparse and withered after the Great Calamity. Tranquility Emperor excavated the relics of the predecessors and finally made the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother reappear in the world and achieved great achievements. It was a good story in the roving Jade Heavens in those years. Some news about it even spread in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge was familiar with it. However, it was not until today that he saw the Tranquility Emperor in person. And he was fighting with Jie Mingkong. Chapter 1177. Female Empress Jie Mingkong's eyes were still tightly closed at this moment, and she did not open them. She was expressionless as if she was covered with frost. She put her 5 fingers together and straightened her palm like a saber, cutting through the void. Suddenly, a pair of dragon and tiger formed by water turned into ice sculptures in the middle of the 4 dragons and 4 tigers. Then they were cut in half from the middle. Female Emperor turned around and cut the dragon and tiger formed by the storm with her saber again. Tranquility Emperor didn't panic. He used his palms to counter every move. The 4 dragons and 4 tigers formed by the 4 images appeared again and were still fighting with Female Emperor. He didn't feel surprised when he saw Yang Zhaoge's face clearly. After pondering for a while, Tranquility Emperor smiled and said, "Daoist Jie, it seems we have to stop here today." He pushed his palms forward. The dragon and tiger formed by earth, water and fire rushed to Female Emperor together. Then, the wind dragon and the wind tiger landed under his feet and carried him away at a very fast speed. They left the land of tranquil stream instantly. Yang Zhaoge slightly narrowed his eyes because he felt that Tranquility Emperor glanced at him meaningfully before he left. Although Tranquility Emperor didn't say it explicitly, Yang Zhaoge knew that Tranquility Emperor always followed the old Grand Master's lead in the roving Jade Heavens. The old Grand Master of the roving Jade Heavens was from the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. Tranquility Emperor reappeared part of the Golden Spirit Divine Mother's lineage. But it didn't stop Tranquility Emperor from getting close to her. At the same time, Tranquility Emperor and Cloud Conquest Emperor had always been close. Undoubtedly, he belonged to the group of people who were extremely hostile to the world beyond worlds. Over the years, he had many conflicts with the experts of the world beyond worlds. Looking at him, Yang Zhaoge almost instantly thought of many things. People like Tranquility Emperor and Cloud Emperor would be very happy to see the world beyond worlds' internal strife or even division. If Yang Zhaoge and his family joined the roving Jade Heavens, they might accept it. And the world beyond worlds' internal strife and division would be more suitable for them. If the Sword Emperor Yu Zhunbei, who had a deep hatred for them, couldn't be tolerated in the world beyond worlds, they would applaud. In order to achieve this goal, it was necessary to prevent Yang Zhaoge and the others from seeking support or mediation from Astro Sovereign. They didn't need to do much. As long as they secretly told the female Emperor Jie Mingkong that Yang Zhaoge had once been in contact with Chu Lili, the female emperor would very likely be angered, causing her to obstruct Yang Zhaoge's plans. Although Yang Zhaoge didn't know that Yang Zhaoge helped Chu Lili to deliver a letter, the fact that they had been in contact with each other was already enough to make Yang Zhaoge suffer a lot when Yang Zhaoge was looking for Astro Sovereign. Of course, they would definitely completely offend Yang Zhaoge and his father, causing endless trouble in the future. Even if Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di were currently only martial saints. However, their revenge, especially with the passage of time, was not something an ordinary person could bear. For the Tranquility Emperor and the others, it was not worth it. After all, they had no enmity with Yang Zhaoge and his father. However, Yang Zhaoge was still bothered by the stare of the Tranquility Emperor before he left. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Could it be because? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but it only lasted for a moment. Seeing that the female Emperor Jie Mingkong didn't mean to stop him, Yang Zhaoge was happy to stand aside and watch the Tranquility Emperor leaving. "Why are you here?" The female emperor didn't want to chase after him either. She stopped and stood still. Then she turned to Yang Zhaoge with her closed eyes and said, "Are you looking for your wife again?" She paused for a while and said, "The auction of your Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion should have ended long ago. I did have something important to deal with, so I couldn't come here." Yang Zhaoge was the descendant of the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang. The female emperor just explained it to him with a hint of apology. However, from what she said, Yang Zhaoge seemed to know nothing about what had happened in the world beyond worlds before. "Your Majesty, to tell you the truth, I came to the 9 underworlds this time to look for Astro Sovereign," Yang Zhaoge said honestly after thinking for a while. The female emperor's body was gradually covered with frost again and was about to be frozen. However, after hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, the frost on her body suddenly disappeared. She frowned. You are looking for my master? In order to save my mother, my father killed the Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven. Yang Zhaoge said frankly, and I killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng. The female emperor's expression didn't change at all when she heard that Daoist One Heaven was killed. However, after hearing that Yang Zhaoge had killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Is concealed sovereign still in seclusion? That's right. Yang Zhaoge nodded and then told the female emperor about what had happened. Concealed sovereign will definitely help earthly sovereign. After hearing it, the female emperor nodded. No wonder you want to look for my master. Yang Zhaoge took the chance to ask, where is Astro Sovereign now? Is it convenient for him to show up? I'm afraid that my master can't help you. Unexpectedly, the female emperor directly refused. Before Yang Zhaoge said anything, she suddenly asked, since Sword Sovereign hasn't returned to the world beyond worlds, how did you know that my master is still alive and his whereabouts are related to the 9 underworlds? From your mother. What she knows should be limited. The female emperor said indifferently, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng is very tight-lipped. Even if he thinks that victory is in sight, he won't leak the news of my master to you. She looked at Yang Zhaoge. A few years ago, there was news from the roving Jade Heavens. You have been there. Is Chu Lily in the roving Jade Heavens? Have you seen her? Being stared by the female emperor with her closed eyes, Yang Zhaoge couldn't help but have an impulse to smile bitterly. His previous guess had come true. Although the female emperor Jie Mingkong seemed to be indifferent to everything, it was just because she wasn't interested in participating in it. In fact, she knew a lot of things in her heart, but she was always in a state of preparedness. When she wanted to figure something out, she was sharper than most people. The Tranquility Emperor seemed to know this well, so he didn't need to provoke her. The news that Yang Zhaoge had been to the roving Jade Heavens was known by most of the high-level experts in the world beyond worlds, but they didn't know the details. However, it seemed that the female Emperor Jie Mingkong didn't need to know the details. She was just guessing. Of course, Yang Zhaoge could deny it. Anyway, his mother would help him to cover up the lie, and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng couldn't testify. But there was no need to deny it, because it would be too easy to expose it in the future. But, I did see a senior Chu in the roving Jade Heavens. Yang Zhaoge showed a surprised expression. It was easy to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. He could even keep his mouth shut about the matter of delivering the letter. But Jie Mingkong didn't have anyone to prove it, unless Chu Lily betrayed Yang Zhaoge. Although it didn't look reliable, Granny Li wouldn't do such a stupid thing. So Yang Zhaoge was very calm. Your Majesty, you didn't know that she was in the roving Jade Heavens? I thought you were of the same sect. Chapter 1178. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong kept silent for a long time. After a while, she asked, did Chu Lily ask you to bring anything? No. Yang Zhaoge shook his head without hesitation. Jie Mingkong slightly raised her head, expressionless, and closed her eyes, which made it hard for Yang Zhaoge to see through her emotions. After a long time, Jie Mingkong said, it's indeed inconvenient for my master to help your family. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he's busy. Yang Zhaoge didn't give up. He asked, is it inconvenient for me to meet Astro Sovereign? Even if His Majesty can't help me, I should pay a visit to my ancestor's friend. Although the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign is great, I have no other way to deal with it in a short time. Even if I am anxious, I can't be anxious. He spread out his hands. If possible, I'd better pay a visit to the Astro Sovereign. As Yang Zhaoge said, his eyes flickered slightly. My martial nephew Shijun and his mother are troubled by the 9 underworlds. Astro Sovereign's retirement is also related to the 9 underworlds. Based on his knowledge and cultivation, maybe I can ask him for advice. After the opening ceremony of Broad Creed Mountain, female Emperor Jie Mingkong, Cao Jie and Liu Zhanggu were invited to check Shijun and his mother together. Yang Zhaoge noticed that female emperor seemed to be very sensitive about the 9 underworlds, which was different from her usual indifferent attitude. Now, Yang Zhaoge was sure that what he had felt at that time was not an illusion after connecting it with the situation of Astro Sovereign. Hearing this, Jie Mingkong looked at Yang Zhaoge again. After a while, she slowly nodded. Well, come with me. Descendant of exalted gold luminary, My master has always been concerned about you. If you are forced to leave the world beyond worlds because of offending earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, no one can say for sure whether you will meet again in the future. Female Emperor turned around and said, although your father didn't come, my master must be very happy to see you. As for how to deal with this matter, it's up to my master. Her body was gradually frozen again and turned into an ice sculpture. As the ice and snow spread, a huge ice snake appeared in the air. A black light flashed in the eyes of the snow-white ice snake, as if it had a life of its own. Then, the ice snake carried the empress, who had turned into an ice sculpture again, and swam away in the vast land of tranquil stream. I will have to trouble your majesty to lead the way. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands, leaping up and also ascending the head of the ice snake, arriving beside the ice sculpture of the female emperor as he rode the ice snake forward. The two left the land of tranquil stream together. The ice snake did not return to the world beyond worlds, instead heading straight for the 9 underworld. After entering the 9 underworlds, the devilish atmosphere and baleful aura wreaked havoc. The female emperor remained calm, while Yang Zhaoge merely focused on stabilizing his mental state and suppressing the rampaging devil. He pondered as he observed his surroundings. Female Emperor Jie did not express any dissatisfaction or anger towards him for killing Wang Zhengcheng, the Earth Supreme. This was within Yang Zhaoge's expectations. While the female Emperor Jie and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng were of the same generation in terms of seniority, they did not share any special relationship as they were much younger in age. Given Jie cold temperament, she would not care about the death of such a person who had nothing to do with her. As for the influence on the world beyond worlds, Jie did not seem to be affected at all. What Yang Zhaoge was not sure about was what the female emperor would do next. Would she remain neutral or help him? Of course, that was under the premise that he did not become enemies with her. Now it seemed that the situation was better than what he had expected. Female Emperor Jie was closer to the Jade Capital Crag than the Chilean Cliff. If Astro Sovereign made a clear statement, the female emperor would definitely help Yang Zhaoge's family. Although it could not solve the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, female Emperor Jie status was much higher than that of ordinary true immortal emperors. However, Astro Sovereign was the key to the whole thing. The ice snake carried the two to travel in the 9 underworlds for many days. The female emperor sealed herself in ice, not saying a word or doing anything. She was tough and domineering when she fought with others. But she preferred to avoid trouble in daily life. Therefore, she kept a low profile most of the time when she met the big demons in the 9 underworlds. After many days, Yang Zhaoge estimated that they had far exceeded the distance from the south to the north of the world beyond worlds. Then, the ice snake suddenly rushed out of the 9 underworlds in the devilish Qi and entered another land of tranquil stream. However, this land of tranquil stream was obviously different. There seemed to be something in the depth of the dark and gloomy void. Glacier. Yang Zhaoge fixed his eyes on it and saw a vast land of ice and snow, which spread everywhere. The whole land of tranquil stream was frozen in the glacier. However, the ice didn't reflect much light, so it still looked dark and obscure. The area and volume of the glacier were immeasurable. In the beginning, people couldn't feel the coldness. The ice and snow seemed to be illusory. But as time went by, they would feel colder and colder. And the coldness seemed to be irresistible. It was getting worse slowly but irreversibly. No matter how hard people tried to warm themselves, they could only feel colder and colder. In the beginning, it didn't seem to be worth mentioning. But not long after, people would feel the extreme coldness. Finally, they would be frozen to death without any strength to struggle. The most despairing thing was not the deep coldness, but the fact that no matter how hard they tried, it would be in vain. "We're here." The female emperor, who had been silent all the way, finally spoke. Although she didn't open her eyes, the ice on her body had already dissipated. The huge ice snake also disintegrated and disappeared. Yang Zhaoge followed the female emperor to the depths of the glacier. The glacier had turned into an ice field. Its area and volume were hard to measure. Yang Zhaoge estimated that it could freeze half of the world beyond worlds and still have some left. Looking around, it was desolate. No scenery or buildings could be seen. It gave people a feeling of ancient, primitive, and vastness. Besides, there was no luster at all. Yang Zhaoge only felt that he had returned to the cold, silent, light and heat world of the universe at the beginning of the world. There was no human atmosphere here, and no trace of human activity. Led by the female emperor, Yang Zhaoge came to the foot of a continuous stretch of ice mountains. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Who did Mingkong bring? The voice came from all directions. It seemed that the same voice came from every piece of ice and snow on the whole glacier land. Master. The female emperor Jie Mingkong's expression changed. Her expression was very complicated. Longing, joy, frustration, unwillingness, worry, and so on. Because of the fleeting moment, Yang Zhaoge could only see so much. It was the first time that he saw such a complicated emotional change on her face. Chapter 1179. Greetings, Master. Jie Mingkong took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then she bowed to the iceberg. The expression on her face returned to normal after a moment. It seemed that everything Yang Zhaoge had seen just now was just an illusion. Yang Zhaoge lowered his eyes and didn't do anything else. He believed that female Emperor Jie Mingkong wouldn't want anyone to see her like that just now. So Yang Zhaoge didn't see or say anything indecent. But Yang Zhaoge suddenly had doubts in his mind. Did I see it wrong? Female Emperor's mood just now seemed to be mixed with guilt and uneasiness. Why did she feel guilty and uneasiness? Did the current situation of Astro Sovereign have something to do with her? Yang Zhaoge frowned and many thoughts flashed through his mind. The one who came with me is the descendant of exalted gold luminary. Jie Mingkong said to the iceberg with respect. Seeing that, Yang Zhaoge took a step forward and bowed to the iceberg. My name is Yang Zhaoge. My ancestor is Yang Xintang. I'm here to see Astro Sovereign. Xintang's descendant. The voice was as steady as before. But the huge iceberg slightly shook. At the foot of the iceberg, the ice layer suddenly opened and showed the entrance of a tunnel. Go in. Jie Mingkong said to Yang Zhaoge, my master seems to be very happy to know that the descendant of exalted gold luminary is safe. He wants to see you. Yang Zhaoge was a little surprised. Don't you want to come with me, Your Majesty? I won't go in. You can go in by yourself. Go down the tunnel at the bottom of the iceberg and you will see my master. Jie Mingkong shook her head and said after a short silence. Okay. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Yang Zhaoge didn't say anything more. He just nodded and turned around and walked into the cave. However, Yang Zhaoge's heart was in his throat even though he came down. Just at the moment when Jie Mingkong refused to come down, he vaguely felt that she seemed to have a slight change in her mood. That was not normal. There must be something wrong when something was abnormal. Yang Zhaoge suddenly felt that the stairs under his feet, which were made of ice and as hard as iron, seemed to be shaking. Hey. Is Astro Sovereign going to take care of me, or are you going to take care of me? Or, are you going to take care of Astro Sovereign? Yang Zhaoge thought to himself. He had never been afraid to speculate about others with the greatest evil, so naturally, conspiracy theories were flying everywhere at this moment. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any evidence that the other party had the need to do so. Saying that they were completely in cahoots with the earthly sovereign was also wrong. With the female emperor's temperament, if she supported the earthly sovereign, she would have long since made a move against Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge was full of questions. What is Astro Sovereign sealing? Female emperor doesn't want him to stay here, so she wants to find a scapegoat for him. That scapegoat will take the blame for him. I'm the unlucky one who was chosen. It doesn't feel like it. As his thoughts ran wild, Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he stably passed through the passageway within the ice mountain, descending all the way to the bottom of the ice mountain. Here, the world that had always been dark suddenly had light. It was like the first ray of light since the creation of the world, illuminating the entire world. Yang Zhaoge looked carefully, and found that at the end of the passageway, there was a large water area. It was an unrestrained vast ocean, like an ocean. Under the ice mountain, there was a sea in the glacier. Yang Zhaoge stepped on the water surface and walked on the ice sea. As he kept moving forward, he saw a thick ice pillar in the distance. It was like a pillar supporting the sky, with the bottom suppressing the vast ocean and the top supporting the sky like an ice cover. An ice pillar penetrated through the ice mountain, reaching the deeper ice layer at the bottom of the sea, connecting the whole glacier like a central axis. Inside the ice pillar, a figure was vaguely visible. When Yang Zhaoge got close, he raised his head and looked at it. But he couldn't see the person's face clearly because of the ice layer. Of course, the ice layer couldn't block Yang Zhaoge's sight. It was the power of the expert in the immortal realm who froze the land of Tranquil stream and blocked the way of the 9 underworlds. Xingtang's descendant doesn't look like Xingtang. Is it because of the grand simplicity splendor cloud? The voice came out from the ice pillar, and then the figure became clear. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, who seemed to be the same age as Yang Zhaoge. But his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. His facial features didn't seem special individually, but when put together, they formed a man's face full of charm, which made people immersed in it unconsciously. He was wearing a light blue robe with white decorations on it, and his snow-white long hair was hanging behind him. He looked calm and peaceful, like the ice and snow. Although he was still in the ice pillar and seemed to be frozen, Yang Zhaoge could see his face clearly now. Although it was the first time for Yang Zhaoge to see him in person, he had seen his image long ago. The man in front of him was Astro Sovereign, one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, together with Earthly Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign before Sword Sovereign Yu Zhunbei. He was the exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong, one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yang Zhaoge bowed to Astro Sovereign. Astro Sovereign looked calm and didn't show any domineering attitude. He just looked Yang Zhaoge up and down. You are Xingtang's grandson, so the grand simplicity splendor cloud should be your father's, right? Is your father still alive? Hearing this, Yang Zhaoge's heart moved a bit. Astro Sovereign's words seemed to indicate that he had just heard about Yang Di and Yang Zhaoge, and didn't know about it before. It had been a few years since the opening ceremony of the Broad Creed Mountain, but no one had told Astro Sovereign about Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. Concealed Sovereign was in seclusion, and Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign hadn't returned. Wang Zhengcheng, the Earth Exalt, hoped that Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di would have fewer people to rely on. But what about Female Emperor? Did she not tell me about it? Or did she not come to see Astro Sovereign in recent years? Is it the first time that she came with me? While thinking, Yang Zhaoge told Astro Sovereign about the situation of him and his father Yang Di, as well as what had happened in the world beyond worlds in recent years. Although there was no grand simplicity splendor cloud as a witness, Astro Sovereign obviously didn't care about the authenticity of Yang Zhaoge's identity since Female Emperor brought him here. Astro Sovereign didn't talk much. He only asked a few questions occasionally and usually waited until Yang Zhaoge stopped talking. Most of the time, he just listened quietly. In the end, when Yang Zhaoge finished talking, he nodded and said, "I'm also very happy that Xingtang has a son. He and fellow Daoist Di of roving Jade Heavens can finally be at ease in the underworld. It's a pity that my father and my ancestor passed away early, so I couldn't be filial to them," Yang Zhaoge said in a low voice. Astro Sovereign looked at him up and down. 9th level of Martial Saint, late Immortal Bridge. Although you have the origin opening sword, you could still kill Wang Zhengcheng, who was protected by the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. You are really not simple. Yang Zhaoge didn't say anything, but waited for Astro Sovereign's decision quietly. Chapter 1180. When Yang Zhaoge told the story to Astro Sovereign, he didn't try to defend himself. Instead, his words were objective and calm. Astro Sovereign didn't let Yang Zhaoge wait either. I don't agree with the Kirin Cliff's opinion on Yin Tianxia and Hu Yushan in the past or your family today, Astro Sovereign said calmly. He first nodded, but then shook his head. Unfortunately, no matter what it is, it's not convenient for me to interfere. It was like that in the past, and it's the same now. Having already been reminded by the Female Emperor, Yang Zhaoge wasn't too disappointed. Your Majesty, are you unable to leave here? He looked at Astro Sovereign and asked in a low voice. Yes. Astro Sovereign looked calm. However, a crack gradually appeared on his forehead, as if it were a scar. Within the scar, a blue light could be faintly seen. As soon as this scar appeared, Yang Zhaoge instantly felt as though he had returned to the 9 underworld. The world of ice and snow in front of him didn't change, but it gave off a terrifying feeling of distortion. The world turned into a white abyss that swallowed the sky. Astro Sovereign. Yang Zhaoge frowned. The man sealed in the ice pillar smiled. The blue luster on his forehead faded, and the wound healed. His skin became smooth again, without any scars. It's the choice I made in the past. No matter how the situation develops, I have to take responsibility for it. Astro Sovereign said calmly, now we are in a stalemate. I have no choice. Yang Zhaoge took a deep breath and said, Astro Sovereign, the demon you want to suppress seems to be extraordinary. Astro Sovereign nodded and said, exactly. It's Gui Shui demon. He was looking for a chance to be reborn after he died last time. He is only one step away from being reborn. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fight him here. Indeed. Yang Zhaoge sighed. Gui Shui demon was one of the 6 great demons among the 12 devilish gods. He was one of the strongest demons in the world. If he was reborn and recovered to his peak state, even many Daoist heavenly venerables would find it difficult to match him. Since ancient times, the ice demon, the water demon, the mist demon, the blood demon, and many other incarnations of the great demons had been born. Most of them were ferocious for a period of time and were famous for their might. The 6 extinct demons were all leaders of the demonic Dao. They were extremely powerful. Even if they were to perish, if they encountered the right opportunity, there was a possibility of rebirth. However, before or right after his rebirth, his strength would not be at its peak, and he would need some time to recover. Back then, the sword devil Yin Shiyang had challenged the sword god Yang Xintang once more right after he had turned to the dark side. Although his strength had increased, there was still a world of difference between him and the devil of aged metal at his peak. In the end, the devil of aged metal, who had just been reborn, was once again destroyed. It could be said that it was fate. The time it took for the great devil incarnation's power to increase was related to the cultivation of the great devil incarnation. The higher the cultivation of the body, the shorter the time needed. However, no matter how short it was still much faster than any other cultivation method. The Buddha light of the Pure Land and the treasure light of the Immortal Court were far inferior. Of course, this was because before the demon died, his cultivation was too strong. There was a limit to how many demons like this could exist. But even so, if he became a great demon and successfully found a body for his incarnation, he would quickly return to his peak. Now, the water devil hadn't been reborn, so Astro Sovereign could still suppress the devil intent. However, he could only stay here for a long time. This place is close to the 9 underworlds, so the devil intent is easy to breed. He would rather suppress it here than in the world beyond worlds. Yang Zhaoge pondered and said, is it because this place is between the 9 underworlds and the human world, where the evil and the bright meet, so they have reached a certain balance? Astro Sovereign looked at Yang Zhaoge with praise. It's really rare for you to have such insight at such a young age. As he said that, he shook his head slightly. At that time, the water devil had already been on the right track. Normally speaking, it would be hard to stop his rebirth. I tried my best and succeeded by luck. But if I stayed in the world beyond worlds, although it would be easier for me, once the great devil made up his mind and temporarily gave up the idea of rebirth, he might lead the entire 9 underworlds to invade the world beyond worlds. Hearing that, Yang Zhaoge nodded. Even if the water devil hadn't been reborn yet, once the 6 supreme devils sacrificed themselves, the crack of the 9 underworlds would be so huge that it might directly swallow the entire world beyond worlds into the 9 underworlds. Staying in the void between the human world and the 9 underworlds, the great devil wouldn't have the idea of sacrificing himself for the world beyond worlds in a short period of time. Because it wasn't enough to pose a direct threat to Astro Sovereign and the others. In this way, the 2 sides were in a stalemate. And this stalemate lasted for thousands of years. Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong, one of the first 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, disappeared in the world beyond worlds. He suppressed the great devil alone in this desolate void for thousands of years. Yang Zhaoge sighed. Although he had prepared for the worst, he still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. As expected, Astro Sovereign couldn't help to help. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he was trapped here and had no time to spare for other things. The Water Devil is one of the 12 devilish gods and the leader of the Devil Dao. His rebirth will definitely affect the hearts of the 9 underworld's devils. Yang Zhaoge said with a serious expression, "Don't you think you're alone here?" Astro Sovereign shook his head. "It doesn't matter. In this state, unless the Water Devil sacrificed himself, he couldn't communicate with the other 9 underworld's devils. The Water Devil's situation was special. He was already on the road of rebirth, but he was stuck halfway. "Your Majesty, forgive me for asking." Yang Zhaoge asked in a low voice. "Are you the embodiment of the Water Devil?" Astro Sovereign in the ice pillar looked calm and didn't feel offended. "My body can indeed be the embodiment of that great devil." Yang Zhaoge almost blurted out and wanted to ask whether Chu Lily could also be the embodiment of the Water Devil. However, Yang Zhaoge forcibly swallowed the words when they were about to say it. Although he was very curious about what happened in the past, Yang Zhaoge was happy to listen to Astro Sovereign talk about it on his own. If Astro Sovereign didn't want to talk about it, it would be too rude for him to ask him directly. Even though the two families were very close because of the relationship between their ancestors, some things couldn't be asked casually. After blinking, Yang Zhaoge changed the topic. "If it weren't for Female Emperor, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you. However, Female Emperor seemed to be busy just now and didn't intend to come down with me. Although I can't help you with my incarnation, but..." Astro Sovereign didn't continue Yang Zhaoge's words after a moment of silence. Instead, he directly changed the topic. "If you don't want to leave the world beyond worlds, you can find someone else to help you." Chapter 1181. Hearing Astro Sovereign's words, Yang Zhaoge pretended to be ignorant. "My mother is the descendant of Exalted Wood Luminary. But she doesn't know where Exalted Wood Luminary is now. But my mother said that Exalted Wood Luminary, Exalted Solar Luminary and Exalted Lunar Luminary seem to be close to each other. Fellow Daoist Shao, I'm afraid it's not easy to find her." Astro Sovereign shook his head and said, "For thousands of years, more than one person has been looking for her, but no one has found her. That year," he paused for a moment before continuing, "back then, she was heavily injured and her whereabouts were unknown. Until now, there has been no news of her." Yang Zhaoge wanted to smile bitterly. The fellow Daoist Shao mentioned by Astro Sovereign was Exalted Wood Luminary, who was also one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, Xue Chuqing's great Grand Master and Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin's master. Xiao Junhuang. She was one of the 3 female experts in the new Kunlun 9 luminaries who established the world beyond worlds. She was also one of the most knowledgeable people among the 9. While an extremely small number of Taoism experts had managed to survive through the Great Calamity and live to this era, it had still resulted in many legacies and precious treasures being lost. The later generations started to rebuild the foundation of their predecessors and tried their best to restore all kinds of supreme arts, treasures, or strange arts. However, it was destined to be a long and difficult process. Yang Zhaoge established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and made many lost treasures reappear in the world, which shocked the world beyond worlds. Before him, many rare treasures and arts that were still circulating in the world beyond worlds had actually benefited from the research and efforts of the Exalted Wood Luminary, Xiao Junhuang. After Xiao Junhuang's disappearance, the recovery of these arts slowed down, which made many people feel sorry for her. It was not until Yang Zhaoge and the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion came into the world that they started to speed up again. Xiao Junhuang's efforts were not limited to all kinds of rare treasures. In the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, she was also one of the few grandmasters in formation and alchemy. Many formation maps and elixir recipes restored by her were still benefiting the world beyond worlds until now. Especially in the field of alchemy, the Exalted Wood Luminary, Xiao Junhuang, was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 of the 9 luminaries. She was also the number 1 alchemy divine hand of Taoism after the Great Calamity. It had to be said that Yang Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had been able to attain such a high level of attainment in formations as well as other miscellaneous arts due to the foundation established by her master. Her master and her grandmaster, Empress Bright Connection Hu Yuexin, were the cream of the crop in these aspects. They could be considered the source of their heritage. However, because Xiao Junhuang had been missing for a long time, Hu Yushin had only learned a few of her skills. On the other hand, Xue Chuqing's attainments in formations had vaguely reappeared the glory of her great-grandmaster in the past. Unfortunately, according to Astro Sovereign's words, Exalted Wood Luminary might be in danger. Fellow Daoist Gao, I originally thought that he was hiding in the lower realms. But now, according to you, he has long since escaped. Astro Sovereign continued, it seems that he has his own plans. If I'm not wrong, he should have been concerned about the situation in the world beyond worlds. Now that he understands the situation, if he wants to make a move, there's no need for you to ask him. He'll do it himself. However, it's hard to say exactly what he'll do. Yang Zhaoge nodded silently. What Astro Sovereign said about Exalted Solar Luminary was similar to what Mars Halberd had said. Both of them had different opinions about Gao Han, but there were many similarities and few contradictions. As for fellow Daoist Ling, Astro Sovereign hesitated for a while, which was rare for him. She is closer to fellow Daoist Gao. But she always acts alone. It's hard to judge her thoughts. A figure appeared in Yang Zhaoge's mind. Actually, that figure was so vague that he couldn't see her face clearly. But Yang Zhaoge had a deep impression of this vague figure. She was the one who left the extreme yin crown in the Eight Extremities world. Ling Qing, one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. Exalted Wood Luminary, the third female expert besides Xiao Junhuang and Exalted Rahu Luminary, Jian Shunhua. Although fellow Daoist Xiao is similar to fellow Daoist Gao and fellow Daoist Ling in the future direction of our Taoism, their friendship is just ordinary. Astro Sovereign shook his head slightly. Among the 9 of us, fellow Daoist Xiao has the best relationship with fellow Daoist Jiang and Xingtong. Although she and fellow Daoist Jiang have different opinions on the path, fellow Daoist Xiao has always treated fellow Daoist Jiang as a disciple in the past. The former Exalted Earth Luminary, the current earthly sovereign, Jiang Shen. He was the oldest among the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun, and he had survived the Great Calamity successfully. Yang Zhaoge nodded while thinking. It wasn't rare for them to have different opinions on official affairs even though they had a good relationship with each other. However, if they kept having different opinions, they would have to part ways in the end. Then, their friendship would be gone with the wind. You don't need to mention about fellow Daoist Jiang. Xingtong has died in the tribulation, but there is another person who has a deep relationship with fellow Daoist Xiao. Astro Sovereign said slowly. Yang Zhaoge asked, Exalted Fire Luminary? That's right. Astro Sovereign said, but I'm not sure about the relationship between fellow Daoist Xiao and him. But I'm sure that he has been looking for fellow Daoist Xiao for so many years. He has never stopped looking for her. I'm not sure whether it's because of hatred or something else. Astro Sovereign looked at Yang Zhaoge, but, compared to fellow Daoist Gao and fellow Daoist Ling, this may be a more feasible way. Yang Zhaoge thought for a while and didn't mention his mother Xue Chuqing's area latitude formation. Instead, he asked, the void is boundless. Exalted Fire Luminary has been missing for thousands of years. Do you have any way to contact him, Astro Sovereign? I don't. Astro Sovereign answered, but I have a clue. Maybe you can give it a try. Yang Zhaoge asked tentatively, is it Mars Halberd? No. But maybe they have a little connection. Astro Sovereign smiled, it's their hometown. Yang Zhaoge's eyes suddenly froze. Their hometown? Yes. Both of them are half human and half dragon. Astro Sovereign showed a look of reminiscence. Maybe you already know that Mars Halberd is a big demon's demon soul that has been sealed into his weapon. It's not accurate to say that he's a big demon. He should be a half demon. Maybe because of this, he was bullied a lot by his own race when he was young. That's why he hated the dragon race so much. Even though he was seriously injured and survived by borrowing the body of his weapon, he still couldn't forget it. He slaughtered the dragons and was finally sealed in the ancient cold abyss. Yang Zhaoge touched his chin. It sounds like Exalted Fire Luminary doesn't hate the dragon race so much. Not like Mars Halberd. Astro Sovereign nodded. Hometown? Yang Zhaoge squinted his eyes and murmured. Chapter 1182. Yes, my hometown. Astro Sovereign said slowly, although it has been destroyed, it is still worth looking for. However, you need to be careful. For so many years, not only many people have been looking for fellow Daoist Shao, but also more people have been looking for fellow Daoist Suo. He looked at Yang Zhaoge and said, as you said, you already know the existence of the Immortal Court, so you should know what I mean. Thanks for your advice, Your Majesty. Yang Zhaoge nodded. People in the world beyond worlds and Gao Han, the exalted solar luminary, were all concerned about the whereabouts of exalted fire luminary. And the Immortal Court was also looking for him. After memorizing the directions Astro Sovereign pointed out, Yang Zhaoge looked at Astro Sovereign, who was in the ice pillar, and pondered for a while. Then he said softly, Your Majesty, I went to the roving Jade Heavens and met a senior whose surname is Chu. Thanks to her, I know that you are still alive. Since female emperor didn't come in, Yang Zhaoge didn't have any scruples. Anyway, female emperor couldn't know what was happening here. Lily. Astro Sovereign smiled. How is she? From what I saw, Senior Chu is fine. Yang Zhaoge said while paying attention to Astro Sovereign's expression. According to the information from his mother, Shui Chuqing, Chu Lily might be related to the 9 underworlds. But now Astro Sovereign was forced to be frozen here because of the conflict between him and the great demon. The profundity of this caused one's imagination to run wild. Astro Sovereign asked, Is she calm and stable? She looks good. Yang Zhaoge answered, Well, it may be a little rude to say this. Senior Chu looks quite lively. He smiled bitterly. I should say that she is very young in mind. But I can see that she has always been thinking about you, Your Majesty. That's Lily's character. Astro Sovereign shook his head and smiled. She is like a child who can't grow up. But she is much more mature than when she was young. Yang Zhaoge made use of this chance to say, She had a letter which she entrusted to me to bring back to the world beyond worlds. I do not know the contents of the letter. But he said that he wanted to give it to Uncle Master Yu or His Majesty, the concealed sovereign. My guess is that he wanted them to pass it to you, Your Majesty. Astro Sovereign nodded and said, In that case, let me have a look. Yang Zhaoge took out the jade talisman, raising it with his true essence, sending it close to the ice pillar. The ice pillar emitted an invisible gravitational force, and the jade scroll naturally flew up and merged with the ice pillar. Astro Sovereign raised his hand and caught the jade slip. After a while, he smiled and said, Lily, thank you. Did His Majesty reply? Should I bring it back? Yang Zhaoge asked. Astro Sovereign shook his head and said, Just take a message back. Tell Lily to live and cultivate in the roving Jade Heavens without worrying about this place. Everything is fine with me. Yang Zhaoge nodded, I understand. I will pass on the message. He seized the chance to ask, Your Majesty, I don't know much about it. I'm afraid that it might cause misunderstandings. So Senior Chu asked me to deliver the letter to Uncle Master Yu or the concealed sovereign, but he didn't mention earthly sovereign or female monarch. Lily has always been afraid of Daoist Jiang. Astro Sovereign smiled, and then his eyes flickered a little. As for Mingkong, it's something else. It's understandable that Lily is afraid of her. Yang Zhaoge didn't ask any more questions, I see. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he already knew what he wanted to know. It was better not to mention Chu Lily in front of female monarch. Besides, it was the same the other way around. It was better not to mention female monarch Jie Mingkong in front of Chu Lily. After thinking for a while, Yang Zhaoge mentioned another thing about Shi Jun and his mother, which had been on his mind for a long time. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Astro Sovereign also pondered, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so it's hard for me to make an accurate judgment. But you and Mingkong's judgment should be right. A big demon who wants to be reborn as a reincarnated body must not be a simple person. But it's hard for me to tell what level he has reached and what his origin is without seeing it with my own eyes. It's a pity. Yang Zhaoge nodded understandingly. It was a pity that Astro Sovereign couldn't be distracted because he was trying his best to suppress the return of the water demon. If Shi Jun and his mother were sent here and the big demons returned, or even contacted each other and communicated with each other, Astro Sovereign might not be able to suppress all of them. By that time, even if only the water demon came back to the world, the result would be disastrous. not to mention all the big demons were reborn together. I got some demon sealing water from Senior Chu, and I've been trying to study it for these years. Yang Zhaoge said, now I've got some knowledge about it, and it's possible to recreate some ritual before the great calamity. It might be helpful for you to suppress the big demons. Astro Sovereign was a little surprised. Oh? In this short conversation, while he still did not understand Yang Zhaoge deeply enough, he could already tell that when it came to serious matters, Yang Zhaoge's words always had a target in mind. Since he said that there was hope, it would not be empty words. During the conversation, although Astro Sovereign didn't know much about the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, he could tell that Yang Zhaoge had a lot of knowledge, which was not something ordinary juniors could compare with. I was hoping to solve the problem of my martial nephew and his mother. I've been studying it for these years, and finally got some results. But it's not enough. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands. Your Majesty, you've been preventing the water demon from returning for thousands of years. So I hope you can enlighten me a little bit about the profound experience. Of course. Astro Sovereign didn't mind, so he said. After the conversation, Yang Zhaoge looked at Astro Sovereign inside the ice pillar with a little regret. Although he had made some progress, he didn't know when Astro Sovereign would leave this place. He bowed to Astro Sovereign, and then left. Astro Sovereign watched Yang Zhaoge's back, and his eyes gradually became distant. His departing figure seemed to have transformed into another person. It was a proud but calm figure with a long sword hanging on his waist. It was the figure of Yang Xintang, the exalted gold luminary. Astro Sovereign had seen him off in the past, but he didn't know that it would be forever. Because of Yang Xintang, another figure appeared in Astro Sovereign's mind. Thinking of that figure, he became more depressed. He didn't have many friends in his life, but they all died one after another. Now, he was the only one left. Yang Xintang was fine, but the other one was killed by him. Chen Xuanzong, the exalted water luminary, closed his eyes, but everything in the past was still vivid in his mind. Xuanzong, come with me. The 9 underworlds' arrival is the destiny of this world. Let the 3 clear Taoism, which is struggling at death's door, fall into the 9 underworlds together with those ignorant and arrogant heretics. The middle-aged man laughed. Buddha doesn't save all living beings, neither does Taoism. Only the devil can save all living beings. Only when you enter the 9 underworlds can you see your true self and know what true freedom is. He pointed at the demon pattern on his forehead, which was shining with ice blue light, and said with a twisted smile, my position should have been yours. Chapter 1183. Follow me, Xuanzong. When we return from the 9 underworlds, everything will start from the world beyond world. Never. Impossible. Radiance intertwined in the void. In an instant, billions of miles were frozen. The dark universe became an eternal frozen land. In the end, the radiance was extinguished forever. Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong held his palm like a blade and maintained the posture of slashing forward. Under his palm, there were ice crystals and dust scattered in the endless void. An ice sculpture had its upper body completely shattered, and its lower body also turned into ashes. Chen Xuanzong's expression was emotionless as he watched everything that was happening in front of him. The water demon had only been reborn as an ice demon for a short period of time. Although he was an exalt martial saint and had pushed open the immortal door after being reborn as a devil, he had limited time after all. Chen Xuanzong personally took action and killed him not long after he was reborn as a devil. However, Chen Xuanzong didn't feel happy at all. He killed his best friend with his own hands. The last good friend of the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang, after his death. Chen Xuanzong stood at the center of the universe expressionlessly as if he was a statue. After a long time, his eyes flickered. He turned his head and walked towards that direction. In the void that wasn't affected by the battle, there was an ice mountain floating quietly. On top of the ice mountain, there were pavilions and terraces. A beautiful palace was built with ice and snow. Chen Xuanzong walked into the palace. Suddenly, a few small beasts flew out. Then, a little girl ran out and chased after those beasts to play. Seeing Chen Xuanzong, she was stunned. Then, she remembered that she should greet him like an adult. Greetings, Uncle Chen. At ease. Chen Xuanzong's lips moved, but he only said 2 words. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Chen Xuanzong curiously. Suddenly, Chen Xuanzong's expression changed. He grabbed one of the little girl's hands and rolled up her sleeves. On the little girl's arm, a rune that was flickering with faint blue radiance was faintly visible. There wasn't any special aura coming from it. However, as the radiance flickered, it seemed like a person was breathing. The breathing was long and even, just like a person who was sleeping. Crazy. You're really crazy. Even your daughter. Chen Xuanzong felt anger surging up his head. The little girl was still confused. Uncle Chen, where's Daddy? After a moment of silence, Chen Xuanzong said softly, your father went to a very far place. He won't be able to come and see you for a while. Daddy said he would bring me along, the girl mumbled. In her memory, her father had mentioned going somewhere. However, that place was obviously different from the very far away place that Chen Xuanzong mentioned. The little girl couldn't understand, and Chen Xuanzong couldn't explain either. Uncle Chen, can you bring me to see my father? The little girl looked at the white-haired young man in front of her with a hopeful expression. Chen Xuanzong stared at the rune on the little girl's arm and remained silent for a long time. In the end, he didn't send the little girl to see her father. Instead, he brought it back to the world beyond worlds, to his jade sky peak. Half a year later, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, who had just returned from the outland void, fell silent after learning about what had happened. In the sweeping snow pavilion of the Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale, the earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, stood by the window and looked at the little girl who was squatting by the pond. After a long time, he said, not only do you want to keep her in the world beyond worlds, you also want to teach her martial arts. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, said slowly, if it's possible, I hope she can live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. But that's obviously impossible. If I want to remove the devilish mark on her body, she needs to have her own cultivation. And the higher the cultivation, the better. Jiangshan turned around and looked at Chen Xuanzong. Chen Xuanzong looked at him calmly. The earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, seemed to be around 50 or 60 years old. He didn't look old. His face looked serious, but his eyes were kind. He looked like a teacher in a private school. In fact, he had always considered reviving Taoism and educating people as his own responsibility. He had been cultivating many outstanding young talents of Taoism. He had never been stingy with his teachings and would answer almost every question. Because he was the oldest and had survived the Great Calamity successfully, even some of the figures in the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had received his teachings. Other than that, there were innumerable geniuses of Taoism's new generation after the Great Calamity who had received his guidance. It's too dangerous. Jiangshan said slowly, that's the water demon. Chen Xuanzong shook his head, I'll bear the consequences. If it's too late, I'll deal with it myself just like this time. In the shadow, a person who didn't seem to exist said, there's no harm in trying. Just treat it as accumulating experience in dealing with the big demon. There were 3 people in the sweeping snow pavilion. However, the third person always made people ignore his existence. Since he had spoken, Jiangshan and Chen Xuanzong wouldn't ignore him. Therefore, the ignorant girl could stay in the world beyond worlds in the end. As for who should teach and take care of her, there was another dispute. But in the end, she still belonged to the Jade Sky Peak. The cause of yesterday, the effect of today, the consciousness of the Astro Sovereign came back from his memory. The scene in front of him changed from the sweeping snow pavilion to the world of ice and snow again. Watching Yang Zhaoge's back gradually disappearing on the ice sea, the Astro Sovereign in the ice pillar shook his head slightly. Xingtang, you're so lucky to have such a talented descendant. However, I don't know where his talent will push him to. If you and your husband didn't die so early, would everything in this world be different? A long sigh came out from the ice pillar. Yang Zhaoge came out from the bottom of the ice mountain and came to the boundless glacier outside. He saw a beautiful woman in white among the ice and snow far away. Her eyes were closed and her hands were behind her back. Your Majesty. Yang Zhaoge walked behind her. The female emperor turned around with her eyes still closed. Have you seen my master? Yes. As you said, the Astro Sovereign couldn't leave this place. Yang Zhaoge let out a sigh. The female emperor nodded. If that's the case, you can go now. Although your cultivation is outstanding, if you stay here for a long time, the cold air will also corrode your spirit. Don't go back to the world beyond worlds directly. Otherwise, it's easy to leave traces and let others know where you are. The female emperor said, if you go back by taking a detour from the 9 underworlds, the evil spirits won't notice this place. With your strength, you can still walk in the periphery of the 9 underworlds if you're careful. Okay, I'm leaving now. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands and left without staying any longer. The female emperor stood on the glacier quietly. She didn't freeze herself at this moment. However, she was more like an ice sculpture than a human than ever before. Yang Zhaoge looked back and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Chapter 1184. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong stood on the glacier, motionless like a statue. Her eyes were closed, and her face was expressionless. But her clothes were fluttering even though there was no wind, which showed that she was not calm inside. The memories in the depths of his heart kept surging, not stopping for a single moment. She couldn't forget that bright afternoon on the Jade Sky Peak. What seemed to be a very ordinary thing at that time changed her life and her destiny from there. For her, that was the beginning of everything. At that time, her master suddenly brought back a little girl who was about 4 or 5 years old. The little girl was so cute that she liked her very much at first sight. Jie Mingkong could still remember every word she had said at that time until today. Master, which family does she belong to? Is she your new disciple? She remembered that she asked her master this question. Her master's reaction was a bit strange. After a short silence, he answered, the daughter of an old friend. But from now on, I'm going to take her as my disciple and live with us. She's still young. Mingkong, take good care of her. At that time, Jie Mingkong was much more cheerful than she was now. She smiled and said, of course. Master, don't worry. Chen Xuanzong nodded slightly and told the little girl that her parents had died. Jie Mingkong felt pity for her. She bent down and picked up the little girl. Treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, just come to me. I'll do it for you. The little girl was still a bit ignorant. She couldn't fully understand Jie Mingkong's words. However, she seemed to feel the kindness of the other party. She had a good impression of this beautiful girl in white. Therefore, even though Jie Mingkong picked her up, the girl didn't reject it at all. Instead, she giggled. Seeing that, Jie Mingkong was also very happy. She smiled like a flower. The white-haired young man saw that. His eyes were soft, but there were some different emotions in the depth of his eyes. At that time, Jie Mingkong couldn't understand those emotions. She just felt that the little girl in front of her was quite congenial to her. She was very happy that the little girl became her junior sister. What's your name? Jie Mingkong asked with a smile while holding the little girl in her arms. Lily. The little girl answered in a childish voice, my name is Lily. Chu Lily. At this moment, Chen Xuanzong, who had only been looking at them quietly, spoke. Hearing this, Jie Mingkong was slightly startled. Chu. Lily. I remember that you have an old friend, Senior Chu Huan, whose surname is Chu. Is Lily his daughter? Chen Xuanzong nodded and didn't say anything else. Jie Mingkong didn't pay much attention to it at that time. It was not until later that she understood what that name meant. That was because Jie Mingkong found that Chu Lily was different from her. She could walk freely in the world beyond worlds, and everyone knew that she was the Astro Sovereign's personal disciple. As for Chu Lily, she could only live in the Jade Sky Peak since she was young. Even after she officially became Chen Xuanzong's disciple, Chu Lily was arranged to live alone in the back mountain instead of staying in the Cold Wave Temple. Other than Chen Xuanzong, the earthly sovereign, and the concealed sovereign, even the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds didn't know about his existence and whereabouts. The only exceptions were Jie Mingkong, Yu Zhenbei, Wang Zhengcheng, and a few others. Fortunately, Chu Lily was optimistic by nature. Although she often felt lonely, she still grew up peacefully. She was especially close to Jie Mingkong and Yu Zhenbei, who were always in contact with her. Especially because Jie Mingkong was too young to take care of her, she was more like a sister and a mother to her. As time went by, Jie Mingkong gradually knew what had happened to Chu Heng. Gradually, she knew what was special about Chu Lili. However, every time she saw Chu Lili's cheerful smile, Jie Mingkong's heart would soften. She sincerely hoped that her master could succeed in his attempt. However, as Chu Lili grew up day by day, Jie Mingkong found some other signs. As a little girl gradually grew up, her mind seemed to be tied to her master. She had a special relationship with Jie Mingkong, so she wouldn't hide her thoughts from Jie Mingkong. In fact, she didn't hide her thoughts from Jie Mingkong. The overly cheerful and optimistic girl didn't hide her thoughts at all. She especially wanted her master to know her feelings. Senior apprentice sister, do you think my master still treats me as a kid? When Chu Lili pouted and poured out her thoughts to Jie Mingkong didn't know how to answer. Of course, she hoped that Chu Lili would give up this idea. However, she was in no position to persuade Chu Lili. It was not only because Chu Lili trusted her, but also because she felt the same way. Yes, although she didn't show it like Chu Lili, Jie Mingkong's mind had been tied to her master since an unknown time. Every time she saw her junior apprentice sister persistently confessing to her master, Jie Mingkong would feel anxious. She had a strong impulse to be like Chu Lili. Even once would be good. However, every time when she was about to confess, all her courage would disappear like rolling snow when she met Chen Xuanzong's eyes. Her usual frankness and straightforwardness were all gone. Until one day, when Chu Lili's birthday was approaching, Chen Xuanzong suddenly called Jie Mingkong over. In front of her was a cute little beast that looked like a white fox with 4 thick and short limbs. Fei Fei. It's a cub. Jie Mingkong recognized it. Chen Xuanzong said, "This is Lily's birthday gift this year. She lives alone in the back mountain. Although you often accompany and take care of her, you don't have much time. This Fei Fei can relieve her boredom. When it's her birthday, give this Fei Fei to her." Learning to take care of a little life is also a kind of growth for her. Jie Mingkong's eyes flickered and her throat moved slightly. Many words were surging in her chest, but she couldn't say them out. After a long while, she only said one sentence, "Will my master go out on Lily's birthday?" "No such plan." Chen Xuanzong shook his head. "Then you can give it to Lily in person. Lily has been like this since she was a little girl." Jie Mingkong couldn't help but say. Her voice lowered, "Lily will be very happy if you give it to her in person. This year is different from the previous years." Chen Xuanzong said calmly, "This year, Lily's mind seems to have changed a little. She has grown up. For me, she is my disciple and also my niece. Men and women should be different. I can't be as casual as before. It's my fault. Fortunately, it's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." Jie Mingkong was shocked at first, then surprised. Then, she felt a little guilty about Chu Lili for having such a feeling. Finally, she felt sad. She was also Chen Xuanzong's disciple. For some strange reason, as if it was her last struggle before death, she blurted out, "Master, for my birthday this year, can I also ask for a gift?" Chapter 1185. As soon as she said that, Jie Mingkong felt regretful and wanted to find a hole to hide in. She could clearly see that Chen Xuanzong's expression changed from calm to astonishment. Facing her master's gaze, she lowered her head subconsciously. But soon, she felt something was wrong. She finally said what she wanted to say today. How could she shrink back? Jie Mingkong was a tough person. Although she was perturbed, she raised her head again and looked at her master. However, Chen Xuanzong had already moved his eyes away and said calmly, "Lily has been like this since she was a child. It has become a habit. You have never paid attention to this. Why are you acting like a child this year?" Jie Mingkong opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Chen Xuanzong waved his hand, "Go." "Yes, master." Jie Mingkong pursed her lips and left the sweeping snow pavilion. After going out, she was much more clear-headed and calm. She felt both ashamed and carefree. However, although she said it, she was still perturbed. Jie Mingkong felt that her master should have understood the hidden meaning in her words. However, her master not only refused Lily, but also her. However, there was a vague idea in her mind. Jie Mingkong couldn't see it clearly. However, as long as there was hope in her heart, she would inevitably worry about gains and losses. The Feifei, which was named Ping Ping by Chu Lili, was finally given to her by Jie Mingkong. It was obvious that Chu Lili was a little disappointed. In the past, Chen Xuanzong would give her birthday gifts in person. Although she liked the Feifei very much, and it was obvious that Chen Xuanzong spent a lot of effort to prepare a gift for her. However, this year was really different. Chu Lili was not stupid. She told her master about it this year, and the change in the gift this year was Chen Xuanzong's answer. The girl refused to give up. A brave girl is afraid of being pestered by a man, and a good man is also afraid of being pestered by a woman, she said to Jie Mingkong. Jie Mingkong could only smile bitterly. If she didn't have the same idea, she would have advised Chu Lili. However, she really didn't have that confidence now. She didn't interfere with Chu Lili's decision, but she wouldn't help her either. For Jie Mingkong, she had always been thinking about her master's reaction when she said those words. What Jie Mingkong regretted most was that she subconsciously lowered her head and did not dare to look her master in the eye. However, by the time she mustered her courage and raised her head, Chen Xuanzong's line of sight had already shifted to the other side. Jie Mingkong always felt that Chen Xuanzong was a bit unnatural when facing her, compared to his calmness when facing Chu Lili. This left her with some hope in her heart, but she was also afraid that it was just her imagination and wishful thinking. While worrying about gains and losses, the days on the azure sky peak passed day by day. Until that day came, Catcher. Above the glacier that froze the void, a crack suddenly appeared on the layer of ice beneath the Empress's feet. She was expressionless, but her whole body was overflowing with cold air. The Empress closed her eyes and looked at the mountain peak that stood on top of the glacier in the distance. She didn't speak for a long time. Under the ice mountain, Astro Sovereign was also silent. After a long while, the Empress bowed toward the distant ice mountain and said, "Master, please forgive me. You are very restless today." Astro Sovereign's voice came, "Is there anything special besides the arrival of Xingtang's descendant?" Female Emperor answered, "I was thinking of the past, so I was a bit emotional." Astro Sovereign was silent again. "Master, I'm leaving now." Female Emperor bowed again and said, "I will try my best to help the father and son of the Yang family. Go ahead. Take care of yourself." Astro Sovereign said to her. Female Emperor nodded and turned around to leave. The frozen land of Tranquil Stream regained its silence. Leaving the glacier, Female Emperor looked back at the void and remained silent for a long time. She showed a complicated expression again on her face, which was vaguely hesitating and struggling. "Master, even if you hate me for this." Female Emperor became expressionless again, turned around and went on her way again. She also chose to leave from the Nine Nether. But when she left, she crushed an ice crystal. The ice crystal drifted in the void and turned into ice mist, which soon disappeared as if nothing had happened. But after a while, there was suddenly a surge of demonic qi in the distance. Then, an extremely horrifying aura came. The horrifying big demons which were equal to the immortal realm were approaching, and there were more than one of them. After a short pause, these big demons left the Nine Nether together and entered the land of Tranquil Stream. Not long after, there were two more lights flashing in the void far away. One was a dark sword light, and the other was a golden and red glow. The two lights also came from the depths of the Nine Nether. But this time, they were not evil demons. After the golden and red glow stopped, a middle-aged daoist wearing a robe of dragon and tiger showed up. He was the expert of roving jade heavens who had fought with Female Emperor, Tranquility Emperor. After the sword light stopped, a young man in his 30s showed up. He was another expert of the prime clear lineage in roving jade heavens. He was the master of the purple light cave of Tang Miao Peak of Green Duckweed Mountain, Truthful Truth Emperor, also known as Truthful Emperor. When Yang Zhaoge was in roving jade heavens, he met Wen Daihong, a martial art practitioner of prime clear lineage, sword-sweeping north wind. He was the disciple of Truthful Emperor. Jie Mingkong has been here before. But I don't know whether she has left the void and returned to the world beyond worlds through the land of Tranquil Stream in front of us. Tranquility Emperor reached out his hand and opened his 5 fingers. A water dragon flew out and danced in the Nine Nether devilish qi in front of him. After a while, the water dragon flew back and fell into Tranquility Emperor's hand. Then, it spat out clouds of fog-like ice crystals. Ancient star frigid iron is very rare. It can be used to refine an immortal weapon. More importantly, it can help to cure the old Grandmaster's injury. Truthful Emperor frowned and said, Jie Mingkong intercepted it halfway. We must stop her before she returns to the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, it will be hard to get it back after she enters the world beyond worlds. Tranquility Emperor nodded and said, let's go and have a look. As they were talking, they went out of the Nine Nether together and stepped into the land of Tranquil Stream. However, as soon as they entered the glacier, they saw the boundless glacier had already turned into a fierce battlefield. The devilish chi was overflowing in the glacier and formed a horrifying vortex, which was going to devour them. Leave as soon as possible. A voice sounded in the glacier. Tranquility Emperor and Truthful Emperor were shocked and doubtful. They wanted to retreat first and see the situation clearly. However, they found that someone had blocked their way back to the Nine Nether. Meanwhile, some wild demons in the glacier had already turned to target them. A fierce battle broke out in the land of Tranquil Stream. Outside the land of Tranquil Stream, in the devilish domain of the Nine Nether, female Emperor Jie Mingkong was standing in the void expressionlessly. She was making a seal with both of her hands and interweaving them into a ritual. Chapter 1186. The snow-white curtain opened and covered the sky and earth, temporarily sealing the point of contact between the 9 underworlds and the land of Tranquil Stream. The great battle in the land of Tranquil Stream set off wild waves that battered the snow-white curtain and weakened it constantly. However, he was unable to break the seal in a short period of time. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor of roving Jade Heavens were both enraged. If he wanted to cross the land of Tranquil Stream and leave through the void on the other side, he would have to cross the battlefield. Not all of the great demons here were calm and rational. There was no lack of violent and bloodthirsty ones. While attacking the glacier, Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor were also involved in the battlefield. I am Chen Xuanzong of the world beyond worlds Jade Sky Peak. I am here to stop the water devil from returning. The current situation is caused by my disciple Jie Mingkong. All of you should leave this place quickly and find my disciple Mingkong to solve this problem. There had been no news of Chen Xuanzong for many years. Gradually, the name Chen Xuanzong was not known by the younger generation of martial artists. However, the Tranquility Emperor and the Trueness Emperor would naturally know about the exalted water luminary and the astro sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, even if they were martial art practitioners of the prime clear lineage. Unfortunately, they were entangled by the great demon and their escape route was sealed. How could they leave just because they wanted to? Moreover, the roving Jade Heavens 2 emperors couldn't be sure who the voice belonged to. They couldn't tell if it was friend or foe, so they didn't dare to trust it. In particular, they could sense that there was a terrifying demonic aura growing under the glacier. This caused them to be even more cautious, as they were deeply afraid that it was the demonic bewitching and deceiving of them. The 3 parties were engaged in a chaotic battle, and the situation was completely out of control. Outside the land of Tranquil Stream, in the 9 underworlds, female Emperor Jie Mingkong closed her eyes and faced the snow-white seal in the sky with a cold expression. Her hands changed the seals continuously, and a ritual gradually took shape. With the involvement of the 2 from roving Jade Heavens, the pressure on Master will be reduced when the 3 parties are entangled. He will be able to buy enough time for Gui Shui Demon to take advantage of him. Jie Mingkong took a deep breath. At the same time, these 2 groups of people would also attract Chen Xuanzong's attention, causing him to be unable to adapt to the upcoming changes. Up until now, everything had developed as she had expected. 1,000 years had passed, and if he didn't do anything, it would still be like this for the endless years to come. This was something she absolutely did not want to see. She had to change everything. Nothing was more important than what was happening right now, and he would not hesitate to pay any price. Jie Mingkong's face was as calm as still water. She put her palms together. The ritual in front of him suddenly turned into a stream of light and expanded in the dark 9 underworlds. In the land of Tranquil Stream, the boundless glacier shook violently. Even the violent great demons fell silent for a moment as they looked at the changes in the world before them with shock and bewilderment. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor were even more vigilant. Suddenly, a white light was released from the glacier in front of them. It passed through the boundaries and reached the endless outer realm. Then, a huge rune appeared in the void. The seal rotated, emitting a gentle white light. As it flickered, it caused one's heart to palpitate. A long sigh came from the glacier. "Minkong, why are you doing this?" At the same time, another faintly discernible voice rang out in everyone's ears. It seemed to be illusory. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor couldn't understand what he was thinking at the moment. However, they were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized the will of the great demon. As expected, those great demons who were attacking all the living beings in front of them just now all rushed to the glacier at the same time, no matter who their target was before. As for Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor, those great demons didn't care about them at all. An unparalleled great demon was sealed in the glacier. He gave the order just now, so these great demons attacked the glacier together. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor frowned. Is it true that Astro Sovereign of the world beyond worlds has been sealing the water demon all these years? They wanted to stop those great demons, but they were worried that it was a trap. Looking up at the white light rune in the void, they were both shocked. This rune seems to be pointing at the roving Jade Heavens. No, it's pointing at someone in the roving Jade Heavens. It was related to female Emperor Jie Minkong, but also in the roving Jade Heavens. Chu Lily. The two emperors of the roving Jade Heavens both took a deep breath. Although they didn't know what was going on, they could tell that the change in front of them must be harmful to the roving Jade Heavens. They looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and rushed to the white curtain that blocked their way. The glacier in front of them seemed to be in danger, but if it was really Astro Sovereign inside, it should still be able to hold on. It would be more effective to find female emperor outside to break the trap. No matter what female emperor wanted to do, it would never be wrong to stop her. Without the great demon, the two true immortal emperors' attacks were extraordinary, and the seal that blocked their way was weakened quickly. In the 9 underworlds, female emperor watched the white light curtain in front of her getting thinner and thinner without any expression on her face. In those years, Chen Xuanzong replaced Chu Lily to bear the body reincarnation ceremony of the water demon's return. Then he stopped Chu Lily halfway and sealed him in the land of Tranquil Stream. Now, female emperor was going to do the opposite and replace him with someone else. To be the body reincarnation of a great demon, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It depended on whether one was born with it or not. Jie Minkong couldn't do it, and neither could Tranquility Emperor or Trueness Emperor. However, someone could. The one who started the trouble should be untied. Except for Chen Xuanzong, the most suitable body reincarnation of the water demon was Chu Lily. What Jie Minkong wanted to do now was to return everything back to Chu Lily. The demonic seal that entangled Chen Xuanzong originally belonged to Chu Lily. Although Chen Xuanzong almost became the body reincarnation of the great demon, the foundation was still with Chu Lily. Female emperor's many years of hard work and preparation were all for this moment. Even if Chu Lily had already pushed open the immortal door, it would still be useless. It originally belonged to her. Even if the foundation was cut off, it would never be extinguished by wildfire. It would be born again when the spring breeze blew. But today, the spring breeze had arrived. It allowed the demonic seal to be reborn in Chu Lily's body, allowing her to become the body reincarnation of the water demon. Then, Chen Xuanzong's predicament would naturally be resolved. In the roving Jade Heavens, there were profound Sovereign Gao Qingxian and Prime Clear Old Grandmaster Vine Sovereign. Although it was said that the two of them were in secluded cultivation, they wouldn't just ignore the resurrection of the great demon. Not to mention that Chu Lily might not necessarily become a demon, even if she did, with two sovereigns existing in the roving Jade Heavens. Even if the water demon came back to the world, he would probably be trapped in the roving Jade Heavens after being reborn. He might follow the footsteps of Chu Heng and perish not long after he was reborn. Among them, the biggest obstacle wasn't the water demon or anyone else, but Chen Xuanzong himself. Leading the demons here, Trueness Emperor and Tranquility Emperor were all to distract Chen Xuanzong's attention. "Master, even if you hate me for this, I won't regret it." Female Emperor's expression was calm, 8,000 years ago, I had already gone mad. Chapter 1187. What happened on that day thousands of years ago was forever engraved in the depth of Jie Mingkong's soul. Every time Jie Mingkong recalled the past, she felt as if her divine soul was burning. After the burning, there was nothing but cold silence. But today, she was going to push the burning flame to a higher level. Being in the Nine Nether, her strong mood fluctuations even attracted a large amount of Nine Nether devilish chi around her to gather around her. If one's obsession and evil thoughts were too strong, they might turn into devilish thoughts and eventually become a demon. But at this moment, Jie Mingkong seemed to be burning with endless devilish chi, but deep inside her body, she was cold and calm. She had waited and prepared for this day for a long time. She would never allow failure, especially the failure caused by her own mistakes. Even the evil thoughts of the Nine Nether had to make way for today's event. Her persistence, fanaticism, and coldness had been settled for thousands of years, just to ensure today's success. When she saw a hole in the center of the snow-white sky, a sword light and a golden light flew out and rushed into the Nine Nether, female emperor was still calm. The sword light and the golden light came to female emperor, and then the figures of Trueness Emperor and Tranquility Emperor appeared in front of her. Both of them looked solemn, staring at female emperor and the huge shining light ball beside her in the Nine Nether demon realm. Inside the light ball, many talisman marks were intertwining and flowing. Faintly, some light was projected from it, passing through the Nine Nether devilish chi and reaching the endless void outside the Nine Nether. There, the white talisman marks were still rotating. Supported by the light, the white talisman marks rotated faster and faster. Did you steal the ancient star frigid iron just to lure us here and buy more time for yourself? Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor didn't say anything. They didn't want to waste time on words, but directly attacked together. Without any communication, they cooperated with each other. Trueness Emperor attacked the light ball to destroy the ritual, and also to attack the enemy's vital point. And Tranquility Emperor attacked female emperor herself, so that she couldn't be distracted. Female emperor closed her eyes, expressionless, and took a step forward. Tranquility Emperor waved his hands and hit female emperor together. The space in the 9 underworlds, which was filled with devilish chi, was forcibly torn open. Amidst the chaos, earth, water, fire, and wind spread in all directions. Then, 4 dragons and 4 tigers charged out together, each of them spanning the boundless void, their bodies uncountable, their powerful auras filling the surroundings. As Tranquility Emperor clenched his palms, the dragon and tiger pounced on female emperor together. Without any change in her expression, the empress raised her hand and clenched her fingers together. Her palm was like a saber as she slashed at the dragon and tiger before her. Her slender palm seemed to have turned into an object that looked like a banner and an axe. Under her blade, it was as if she was going to split the chaos, separate the primordial world, and reset the earth, water, fire, and wind. After the hazy darkness was completely separated by the dazzling brilliance, endless flowing water was revealed. Flowing water existed between the natural world and the acquired world. It seemed to contain endless warmth of vitality, but also endless coldness of killing intent. The female empress used her palm as a saber and slashed out with a force that could split heaven and earth apart. Unexpectedly, Tranquility Emperor didn't confront her head-on this time. The ferocious wind tigers and cloud dragons suddenly separated to 2 sides to avoid the female empress's saber. Then, they gathered again from 2 sides and launched a joint attack at the center. However, the saber of the female empress didn't slow down at all and was still slashing at Tranquility Emperor. At the first moment when they fought, it turned into an attack against an attack, and both of them were injured. However, Tranquility Emperor looked calm and didn't show any intention to retreat. The dragon and tiger eyes on his daoist robe lit up at the same time. 2 dazzling lights, 1 golden and 1 red, shone at the same time, directly lighting up the dark 9 underworlds. As the dragon and tiger roared, the golden and red lights intertwined and formed a shining armor on Tranquility Emperor's body. With the armor on, the dragon and tiger merged together, the red storm and golden auspicious clouds surrounded him. Tranquility Emperor suddenly looked like a god descending to the earth. His body also expanded instantly and turned into a giant with indomitable spirit. The two had fought more than once before, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. But Tranquility Emperor also knew that the female empress with her eyes closed was not the real female empress. While admiring female empress's cultivation, Tranquility Emperor was also afraid of her. But he still dared to block female empress and ask for the ancient star Frigid Iron. Besides Trueness Emperor, he must have something else to rely on. Even if you are in Xianming meditation, I still have the immortal weapon, the dragon and tiger golden armor. With the help of the immortal weapon, Tranquility Emperor's momentum surged. He put his palms together, and the dragon and tiger which were attacking female empress also grew taller and more powerful. The wind followed the tiger, and the clouds followed the dragon. Under the effect of the red storm, the four fierce tigers which were formed by earth, water, fire and wind roared continuously and became fiercer. Under the contrast of the golden auspicious clouds, the four light dragons became more intimidating and majestic. Female Empress chopped at Tranquility Emperor with her saber, and the sharp blade forcibly broke the red wind and golden clouds which covered his body. But Tranquility Emperor was surrounded by light. With a muffled groan, he withstood the saber of Female Empress. Under the push of his two fists, the four dragons and four tigers attacked Female Empress's temples from both sides with the momentum which could destroy the world. As the wind and clouds surged, Female Empress's figure seemed to be a bit distorted. On the other side, Trueness Emperor didn't care about the fight between the two true immortal emperors. Instead, he stabbed at the light ball with his sword. But at this moment, his heart suddenly jolted, and the warning signs rose sharply. Tranquility Emperor didn't feel anything special. But an unexpected scene appeared in front of his eyes. The dragons and tigers attacked together, and the wind and clouds swept over. Female Empress suddenly smiled. As if the moon had come out of the clouds. At the same time, her eyes which had been closed all the time opened quietly at this moment. The first emperor of the world beyond worlds, Jie Mingkong, who opened her eyes. Tranquility Emperor was mentally prepared, but this sentence still came to his mind unexpectedly. Then, he was dazzled by something. Because Female Empress opened her eyes, and there was a dazzling ice blue light in her eyes. At this moment, he, who was also a true immortal, didn't dare to look at her directly. His soul felt a cold stab. As if he was burned, but he felt numb and almost lost his consciousness. In a flash, the sky was full of snow. Under the frost and snow, the crimson storm and golden auspicious clouds were all frozen into clouds of ice fog. The roaring dragons and tigers directly turned into ice sculptures, and stopped at the place very close to Jie Mingkong's head. Previously, she had used her hand as a blade to slash out, but at this moment, the blade that had been blocked advanced once again. The sharp, cold light flashed and broke through the golden wind and clouds. Tranquility Emperor was a seasoned warrior. He drew back his hands and formed a dragon and tiger hug, defending with all his strength to block Jie Mingkong's attack. The dragon and tiger golden armor glowed, and its defense power was raised to the extreme. White snow covered Tranquility Emperor's body instantly, making him stagger back. After beating back Tranquility Emperor, Jie Mingkong stood in the center of the void. Her eyes were filled with ice blue light. She glanced around and then turned to Trueness Emperor. Trueness Emperor's sword was very close to the light ball. But there was endless ice rain falling from the sky. A drop of rain was like a blade. Wind and frost filled the sky. Sharp frost filled the sky. The real wind sabers and frost swords surrounded the Trueness Emperor and turned into an inescapable net of death. Chapter 1188. In the chaotic and ferocious 9 levels of underground, the dark demonic chi was swept away. In this world, there was only wind and frost. With Jie Mingkong as the center, wherever she looked, the wind and snow turned into merciless blades, slaughtering everything around. The ice rain fell from the sky like an impenetrable storm of blades. The blades made of ice and frost kept hitting on Trueness Emperor's sword light. The sword light kept shaking and couldn't move forward anymore. It was only a foot away from the light ball, but it was already an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't penetrate through. The densely packed blades also slashed at the Trueness Emperor. Trueness Emperor took a deep breath and started to move. Black sword chi burst out from his body. Strands of black chi turned into a tightly woven net, blocking the wind and snow in the sky. Almost in an instant, Trueness Emperor seemed to turn into a huge cocoon and was covered by the white ice and snow. The glittering ice and snow were blocked by the black net. Sharp icicles could be seen through the holes of the net. The black sword edge and the white blade edge were fighting against each other with fierce killing intent. Trueness Emperor's sword momentum didn't stop. In the black sword chi, a red sword light shone and broke the void. The sword light rushed out of the wind and snow as if it broke out of the cocoon and killed all living beings. However, what appeared in front of him at this moment was a pair of eyes that flashed with an icy blue radiance. Jie Mingkong's expression was cold and indifferent. She raised one hand high with 5 fingers like a blade, and then waved it down casually. With a flash of cold light, blood splashed everywhere. Trueness Emperor groaned. His right hand, which had turned into a sword edge, was directly cut off by Jie Mingkong's saber. After that, Jie Mingkong didn't stop and raised her saber again. Tranquility Emperor forced away the ice and snow that covered his body and hurried to block Jie Mingkong's saber edge for Trueness Emperor. The Dragon Tiger Golden Armor would enhance Tranquility Emperor's power and make him more powerful. Since it was an armor, its defensive power would be more outstanding besides attacking power. Even so, the dragon and the tiger also whined after being hit by Jie Mingkong's saber. The golden light faded away immediately. The ice and snow covered the sky and was about to freeze Tranquility Emperor and the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor together. Jie Mingkong! Tranquility Emperor shouted and became more energetic under the heavy pressure. With calm eyes, he reached out his hands and clasped his fingers together. Then he raised his hands together as if he was lifting something. The light flickered and turned into real dragons and tigers, intertwining and spiraling up. The dim light of the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor gathered again. Tranquility Emperor gave up all defense and concentrated its power on Tranquility Emperor's hands. In the end, the dragon and the tiger intertwined with each other. The light surged and formed a huge jade ruyi between Tranquility Emperor's hand. In the Age of Ancient Legends, during the investiture of the God's era, the direct disciple of the Prime Qing Heavenly Lord of Lingbao Tianzuan, the mighty person of the Jie sect, the Golden Spirit Goddess, used a dragon tiger jade ruyi to overturn heaven and earth. Emperor was a rare direct disciple of Golden Spirit in Emperor's Emperor in Emperor. Back in the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds, the great Xian dynasty imitated the 5 fires and 7 birds. However, the later generations imitated the jade clear. At this moment, Tranquility Emperor condensed the true meaning of martial arts and his immortal chi and manifested the jade scepter, which was the authentic prime clear orthodox. He clasped his fists and smashed down. At this moment, the real dragon and tiger jade scepter fell down from the sky. At the same time, Trueness Emperor looked serious. Regardless of the injury of his right arm, he made a sword gesture with the index and middle fingers of his left hand and attacked from another direction. Jie Mingkong stood between heaven and earth without any intention of dodging. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and waved them to both sides. Wherever the blade of her left hand went, it was as unpredictable as the snow, which made it difficult for Trueness Emperor's sword to hit her. When Trueness Emperor was in awe, the wind and snow suddenly changed and the blade appeared again. With a flash of cold light, Trueness Emperor dodged to one side and avoided the attack. But his body was instantly covered with several severe wounds and blood gushed out. At the same time, the blade of Jie Mingkong's right hand also chopped on the jade scepter condensed by Tranquility Emperor's immortal chi. This strike was not as graceful as that of the blade of her left hand. What it possessed was the unparalleled dominance and sharpness of the world. Wherever the blade passed, the world seemed to be broken into pieces like a mirror. And the jade scepter was also broken. The blade didn't reach its end and chopped on Tranquility Emperor's body. As the defense of the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor was weakened, Tranquility Emperor also got a horrible wound on his body. The world was covered with blood. The 2 emperors of roving Jade Heavens were both knocked away and the sky was dyed with blood. Only the woman in white was standing there proudly and didn't even move her feet. The huge ball of light quietly revolved. The brilliant runes inside turned into faintly discernible rays of light that extended toward the void outside the 9 hells. It was as usual, unaffected by the 9 hells. Jie Mingkong opened her eyes and Chen Qianhua became an immortal. You should retreat as soon as you see her. Tranquility Emperor looked at the white figure with a pale face. He couldn't help thinking of Cloud Conquest Emperor's comments about the experts below the 3 emperors of World Beyond Worlds many years ago. Sometimes, it was useless to just hear about it. Only by experiencing it yourself could you know the truth. Before today, Tranquility Emperor had already known how powerful female Emperor Jie Mingkong was. Warriors were all proud and unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit defeat in front of Jie Mingkong. But if he couldn't defeat her one-on-one or barehanded, there must be some other way. Therefore, he still dared to ask her for the treasures which had been taken away. However, only when he saw Jie Mingkong open her eyes did he know how big the gap between them was. She defeated the 2 emperors of roving Jade Heavens barehanded. Tranquility Emperor even had the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor, a leakless immortal weapon. If they fought one-on-one without any immortal weapon, both Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor would be in danger of dying in a short time. What made the 2 emperors of roving Jade Heavens especially scared was that Jie Mingkong didn't seem to use her full strength. The woman in white dress stood between heaven and earth calmly. She didn't look at Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor, but at the white runes in the endless void outside the 9 underworlds. Although she didn't look at them, Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor could still clearly feel her cold killing intent. However, right at this moment, the glowing white seal in the void suddenly trembled. Streaks of blood appeared on the white light and continued to spread. Hey! Female Emperor turned to look at the light ball beside her with a cold look. The runes flowing in the ball of light were trembling and even collapsing. It's not the problem of roving Jade Heavens. It's... Female Emperor suddenly turned her head and looked at the land of Tranquil Stream which was millions of miles away outside the 9 underworlds. Master. Chapter 1189. Master wants to stop the water demon from returning. Although the other demons can't hurt him, they will still distract him. Female Emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. How can he still be distracted to deal with the ritual on my side? She was thinking about it carefully, and then she was shocked. Yang Zhaoge. At this moment, above the endless glacier in the land of Tranquil Stream, demons were dancing wildly. However, the glacier kept expanding, and the wind and snow kept the demons out of the glacier. In the glacier, Astro Sovereign was in the cold ice, with a wound on his forehead. As the ice blue light flashed, the demonic chi overflowed. However, his eyes were clear, and he looked calm. Above the ice sea, Yang Zhaoge was sitting in the void with his legs crossed, and a bloodlight was flowing in front of him. Previously, he left the glacier and was going to leave the land of Tranquil Stream and return to the 9 underworlds. However, at the last moment, a voice came into his ears, Zhaoge, please stay. It was Astro Sovereign who sent him a sound transmission. Astro Sovereign was the master of the land of Tranquil Stream. Even though he was temporarily trapped, and female Emperor was extremely powerful. However, it was not difficult for Astro Sovereign to arrange someone to sneak into the glacier and return secretly. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge hid in the glacier and watched female Emperor go away with Astro Sovereign. Then, they watched the demons attack and the 2 emperors of roving Jade Heavens enter this place by mistake. No one knows a disciple better than me. Your Majesty, you are right. Yang Zhaoge praised. I didn't expect that Mingkong would be so crazy. Astro Sovereign shook his head. However, he could see that female Emperor must have a reason for coming here. Astro Sovereign's eyes seemed to pierce through the void, the demonic chi of the 9 underworlds and the barrier of the domain, and directly met female Emperor's eyes. The master and the disciple looked at each other with complicated expressions. Master, I won't ask for your forgiveness, and I won't blame Yang Zhaoge. After a moment of silence, female Emperor murmured, but I must succeed. She turned around decisively and patted on the light ball beside her. The already huge ball of light expanded even further. Streams of light that looked like ribbons shot out from it and crisscrossed with one another. On the other side of the space-time, the white seal shone even more brilliantly, suppressing the spreading blood threads. As for the demon mark on Astro Sovereign's forehead, the icy blue light started to scatter bit by bit. The surface of the white talisman in the air gradually glowed with an icy blue light. Roving Jade Heaven's Great Emperor Kuan Ning and Great Emperor Trunis joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to Her Majesty. Yang Zhaoge remained seated in the meditative position. The female emperor is still able to strengthen the ritual. That means that the two emperors of the roving Jade Heavens are unable to even restrict her. I heard that His Majesty Tranquility Emperor has an immortal weapon with him. Yang Zhaoge smiled bitterly. There is a saying that is very suitable to be used here are. The true immortals of the world beyond worlds can be divided into two types. One is the female emperor, and the other is the others. Shaking his head, Yang Zhaoge did not slow down in the slightest. He placed one hand in front of his chest and made a hand seal, while his other hand pointed at the void above him. Astro Sovereign, this is also the first time for me to try this method. I can't deal with it in a hurry as Her Majesty has been planning for many years. Yang Zhaoge said in a deep voice, please be prepared if something goes wrong in the end. At this time, Astro Sovereign closed his eyes. It doesn't matter. It won't be worse than now. As he closed his eyes, the demonic scar on his forehead also began to slowly close at this moment. The icy blue light kept shining as if it was struggling. Yang Zhaoge raised his head and stared at the white talisman in the air, watching the shaking icy blue light on it. The difficulty for Astro Sovereign was that he had to suppress the return of Gui Shui demon and prevent the effect of female emperor's ritual at the same time. If he resisted the effect of female emperor's ritual too much, he might relax the suppression on Gui Shui demon. In this way, Chu Lily in the roving Jade Heavens would be safe, but Astro Sovereign himself might completely fall into the demonic way and become a demon. The problem at that time was not whether Astro Sovereign was willing to replace Chu Lily and fall into the demonic way, but who could control Astro Sovereign after he fell into the demonic way. The final result was the official return of Gui Shui demon, one of the 12 devilish gods and devils. What was more embarrassing was that Astro Sovereign couldn't be in a stalemate with female emperor for too long. At first, these big demons in the land of Tranquil Stream were attracted here by female emperor with a special method. They didn't know that Astro Sovereign and Gui Shui demon were fighting here. Now, of course, they all knew. If other more powerful demons were attracted here, female emperor's plan wouldn't be able to be completed, and Yang Zhaoge and Astro Sovereign would also be in trouble. Therefore, they had to finish the battle in a short time without any delay. From Yang Zhaoge's point of view, if female emperor's plan succeeded and Astro Sovereign got out of trouble, it would be the most advantageous for him in theory. But he couldn't just look at the surface. Gain and loss were never the only factors that affected people's judgment. Astro Sovereign was not black-clothed brocade emperor, and neither was Yang Zhaoge. In this case, he had to take a risk. For the sake of Shi Jun and his mother, Yang Zhaoge also wanted to try some of his speculations over these years. Now was a rare opportunity. Having made up his mind, Yang Zhaoge pointed his finger at the void and drew down heavily. Then he wrote a talisman in the air. As the talisman flickered, it flew in front of Astro Sovereign and then pressed on his forehead. Astro Sovereign didn't stop it. He just let the talisman press on the twisting demonic mark on his forehead. Yang Zhaoge took a deep breath and chanted in a low voice, "So I heard, demons save all living beings." He shook his body and showed the body of the dark Buddha again. The palms of the Buddha and his chest rotated in the opposite direction. The bloodlines on the white talisman were getting denser and denser. Astro Sovereign, who was in the ice pillar, suddenly reached out his hand. In his hand, there was a broken long saber. The tip of the saber had already disappeared. Only the 2-foot-long blade was left. It was as white as jade and was emitting cold air. Astro Sovereign closed his eyes and didn't open them. Inside the ice pillar, he waved the broken saber slightly. In the process of waving the saber, the demonic mark on his forehead suddenly felt less pressure and began to twist and enlarge. Fortunately, Astro Sovereign withdrew his saber as soon as it was released. After withdrawing the saber, he stabilized the demonic mark on his forehead again. Although he couldn't suppress the shrinking of the demonic mark, he also stopped it from enlarging. And it was that seemingly casual slash that directly killed a great demon that was lingering outside the glacier that was hesitant to enter. Those big demons were all-powerful demonic cultivators who were equal to martial artists in the human immortal realm. When they besieged the glacier, their momentum was overwhelming. But now, with a flash of cold light, the most arrogant one was cut into two. The big demon that was killed didn't turn into ashes like the others. Instead, it turned into a puddle of black and red blood. The demon blood fell deep into the glacier and formed a blood pool in front of Astro Sovereign. Then the dark Buddha that Yang Zhaoge incarnated slowly sank into the blood pool. Then Astro Sovereign put away his broken saber and waved his hand. A saber of light shining with blood color slowly floated up from the blood pool. P.S. Living in this world, one should always have a goal and a dream. Give yourself some motivation. Otherwise, you will always muddling along day by day until your heart is worn out. So in the next month, in June, I'm going to go crazy on the monthly votes list. Give yourself some pressure, give yourself some motivation, challenge your limits again and try to renew. I hope that everyone can support me and vote for this book in June. Actions are better than words. Tonight, in the early morning of June 1st, I'm going to make a small breakthrough. Book the monthly votes with you. Thank you in advance. Thank you.